I know it's late, but I just need to whine and complain and rant about a movie I just saw really quickly. You know how much I love bad movies that are so bad that they're good. I think it's the most fun you can have is getting together with friends and watching absolutely atrocious movies or shows that you can laugh at and make fun of together. And there was a new banger, or so I thought, that was coming out called Pope's Exorcist. This is Russell Crowe as what I thought would be like a John Wick of exorcists, going out there and just slapping demons around, like actually kung fuing them and like overpowering them, fist fighting. Like that's the impression I got from the trailer. I thought it was gonna be like absolutely wild and nutty. And I just came back from the theater after seeing it, and my God, there's just a lot that I need to talk about in terms of disappointment and bewilderment that this movie even got made in the first place. So I'm going to treat this like a little confessional here and own up to some sins. Seeing this was a sin. And I understand the Lord forgives all sins, but I feel like after he takes a peek at the Rotten Tomatoes 83% audience score, he's going to flood the earth again out of pure embarrassment for even making our species. This movie is so far from an 83%, it's laughable. It is not good by any means. I don't know why the audience score is so high. Like, it is guilty of more sins than any of the demons in the film. Well, even though there's only one main demon. It is the most generic horror schlock of all time. But its biggest crime is being boring. It borrows every single generic horror plot point, every generic horror movie cliche of like, you know, sitting up from the bed like the Undertaker because the child's possessed and he has like a deep demony voice. Every single like horror movie trope is just ham-fisted into this. All of it dumped into this witch's cauldron and brewed into a disgusting stew. Like, it is not even done in a fun way. There's nothing creative or enjoyable about it. It's boring mostly, though there are some fun moments, like fun bad moments that I'll talk about. But overall, I am just blown away by how uninteresting the film was after seeing the trailer. The trailer got me hype. I knew this wasn't going to be a good movie. I don't feel like anyone with a working pair of eyes would watch the trailer for The Pope's Exorcist and be like, wow, that might be pretty damn good. Like, that was never a thought that crossed anyone's mind, I doubt. But I as well as many others, I imagine, were under the impression like, wow, this will be like entertainingly silly. But it really wasn't. It didn't even try to be scary, first of all. Like, that was the wildest thing to me. It really didn't even try to be a horror movie. Its scares mainly consisted of the standard lift people up using, you know, Jedi force powers and throw them around a room, or knock over a couple of crosses. Well, and I guess there is, of course, the cliche of, like, bone snapping, walking on all fours. But past that, it doesn't even really try to build tension. There's not even jump scares, which is like the easiest slam dunk for horror films where they could just throw in a bunch of jump scares and people are like, oh my god, it was horrifying. But it didn't even bother with that. It just does nothing. It's just so bland. It's just an empty calorie of a film. I did something I very rarely do. I took notes during this film because I was so dumbfounded by what I was watching. So I'm just going to go over it start to finish. There will be spoilers. There's a lot I want to talk about. So Russell Crowe hops back in the saddle here, dusting off the acting chops to tackle the lead role of a powerful exorcist named Gabriele Amorth. And the film opens with him performing an exorcist on a guy who's struggling with the devil coming over him. So he's bouncing around the bed all crazy like a toddler going through a sugar rush. And Gabriele's asking him questions like a little interrogation. You know, what's my name? What do you want? Who are you? You're Satan, aren't you? You're Satan. And then he's like, yeah, I'm Satan. I'll possess anyone. I know everything. And then Gabriele's master plan is he brings in a pig and he's like, I don't believe you. You're not Satan. If you were Satan, you could possess this pig. And he's like, yeah, I could possess that pig. I could fucking possess him. Watch me possess that pig. And Gabriele's like, do it. Possess that pig. So then he does, and then the guy is back to normal. And then once the Satan is inside the pig, they just blast the pig's head off with a shotgun. Which honestly set the bar pretty high immediately, because I was like, okay, that was fun, silly, bad. He just literally did, like, fucking middle school reverse psychology on Satan. What a fucking buffoon to fall for that one, the oldest trick in the book. It's then explained a few scenes later that this wasn't a real possession, this was mental illness, and Gabriele was just doing a bit of theater. But he really did just execute that pig right in front of that guy. in order to convince him that the demon was no longer there. And because he executed that pig, he then had to go through like a religious legal proceeding where he stood trial with these other bishops that were like, this is unnecessary. You're performing exorcists. It's not, there's no such thing as this evil, we don't need this kind of big exorcist position anymore. You're out of line, Gabriele. We don't really need you anymore. So Gabriele's like, you guys don't know what real evil is. Even if 98% of them are like mental illness and not real possession, there's still 2% that's just pure evil and you need me. So then he walks out, but not before making a goofy noise. So as he turns his back to him, and it turns out Gabriele was also like a lawyer at one point or something, I believe he mentioned. So this was actually like a Saul Goodman moment where he was just like defending himself in religious court. And it ultimately ends with them being like, yeah, we don't really need you. So Gabriele storms off, and then as he's about to exit the door, he goes, for no fucking reason, because it was something he did earlier to a group of like nuns that walked by him. I guess that was like a catchphrase they tried, or like a calling card they tried to use for the very beginning of the film and then forgot about it because he never does it again after these two scenes. But there was a group of nuns that walked by him and he goes like literally blowing raspberries at them, and they giggle and walk by. So then he does it again after that whole religious legal proceeding. And he drops it after that. But it started fun bad. It was like, oh, this is super silly, but it seems almost self-aware and I'm having fun. But then it totally loses all of that charm. The core part of the movie then unfolds where a family just went through a loss with their father and a woman's husband passing away, and the only thing they have left is this giant estate, this holy ground that they're getting like renovations done to. So there's a ton of workers, and they end up unearthing something unholy. Now, before getting to that, the family is as cookie cutter as it gets. The mom's, strong on her own. She's mentally sound, like she's doing everything she can for her children. They mean the world to her. The daughter is a rebellious teen who, I'm not exaggerating, first thing when she gets in the house is goes up to one of the workers, grabs a cigarette, asks for the light, gets a light with the cigarette, then sits on the balcony over the front porch, and the mom's like, put that cigarette out, what are you doing? And she's like, ugh, and then walks off, storms off, mad at her mom. So this was as cliche as it gets with a teenage girl and teenage angst. And then, of course, she's always listening to, like, loud music and hates her mom. Like, oh, Mom, you're being such a square. Get out of my room, Mom. I'm busy listening to music. So that's her whole character, which means nothing because after, like, 10 minutes, none of this shit matters. But that's her, and then they also have a son, a younger brother. He's like 12 or something, I don't really know. But he's traumatized because he watched their dad die. So it wasn't like some kind of normal passing or anything. It was some kind of car accident that wasn't fully explained, but he ended up getting impaled through the head, and the son sat there and watched it. So he was traumatized from it and refused to talk. Now, after all of this is established over the course of like a 5-minute speed run of getting across the most two-dimensional characters of all time, that child is exploring the house, and he goes into the basement and he sees like this glory hole, and he takes a peek through it, and there's like a door with symbols on it, and it ends up kind of possessing him. It sinks its fangs into him. This is how the demon gets in. He literally comes in through the fucking glory hole in the basement. So the child ends up immediately getting possessed within the first couple of minutes of being there. And then some of the workers go into the basement, and they also notice the glory hole. They're like, oh man, this is absolutely absurd. Is there no decency? Where's the class? So they're peeking through the glory hole, and one of them lights a flare and was going to put the flare through the glory hole, but it ends up turning into a flamethrower and cremating them, which scares off all the other workers. So then all the other workers leave, and then it's just the family left in the house with their child who is now possessed. Everything I've explained right now happens almost instantly. Like, all of this was so quick, there was no build up to any of it, no tension at all. It was done as quickly as possible to get to, like, I guess what they deemed to be the scary parts, with the child having like a demon voice and saying crude, creepy things. But anyway, after the possession, the Vatican gets word about this, and then they send Gabriele out there, like, Gabriele, I've got real scary stuff happening at this location. He's like, I'm on it, chief. Give me my badge and my gun, I'm going in. So Gabriele is then sent there like some kind of fucking religious assassin to take down a demon. And I really thought he was gonna roll up in like some kind of Justice League jet, like or something right out of the X-Men where they have like crazy fucking jet. I thought he was gonna fly in on some high tech shit, but then he rolls up in a moped. So he just kind of scoots on in on his moped, shows up to the house in order to start attacking the demon. And the demon, which is possessing the boy, is a real wacko. Like, this guy's a goofball. So before Gabriele gets there, like right before he gets there, the mom notices something's wrong with the child. He's kind of bedridden and he looks pale. And then he starts talking in a not really deep voice, but you know that like goofy voice you'd make as a child growing up, like the like that kind of shit where you like vocal fry yourself and then try and make it deeper. That's the voice, the very cliche horror movie demon voice. And the mom then hugs the child in order to, like, you know, calm him down. And while that's happening, she looks down and it turns out the child is squeezing her titty. And then she's like, oh, goodness gracious. And he's like, you didn't breastfeed me enough, mommy. I shit you not. That is what he says. And she's like, oh God. And she, like, covers herself up even more. And then he starts laughing about, like, squeezing her tit. And then he says, bring me the priest. So they brought in a priest that wasn't Gabriele first. His name was Thomas, and it was a bigger mismatch than when Krillin tried to fight Frieza. Thomas shows up and immediately gets fucking ragdolled by that demon. He gets thrown out of the room, and he's like, good heavens, this is a little much for me. We're gonna need the big guns. So he leaves, and then Gabriele shows up. So then it's the two of them, and they try to tag team the demon in order to, you know, solve this situation. So Gabriele gets in there, and he starts his interrogation, and the demon immediately showcases that he's more powerful than all the other ones Gabriele's seen because he knocks a cross off the wall. Like, I'm so tired of seeing that in horror movies where, like, this really powerful demon can only do, like, a couple of trivial things like blow over a vase or move a chair slightly or throw a bucket of dirt against a wall. It's like, who cares? It's not intimidating. That's fucking embarrassing. But Gabriele's like, oh, jeepers creepers. And then he's like, what's my name? And the demon gets it right. He's like, you're Gabriele Amorth. Then he gets blasted with memories from his past, sins that he hasn't fully forgiven himself for. So there's like a moment where he's in a war, and then there's like a lady, and then the demon pukes up a bird, and then Gabriele's like, oh, I'm out of here. So then he fucking waddles out of the room, goes up to the other priest, Thomas, and he's like, okay, that guy means business. So then he instructs Thomas to confess his sins to him so they can't be used against him when they go, talk to the demon again. So Thomas is like, all right, it's been 8 months since I went to confession. And he starts to confess his sins. And Gabriele's like, 8 months? Okay, this is going to take too long. He's like, okay, Lord, all of his sins are forgiven. He's very sorry, trust me. So he literally uses a cheat code to forgive his sins on behalf of God, which I thought was like almost disrespectful. It's like, what the fuck? Can you do that? Like, are you allowed to do that? Like, do you have the power to just say, like, all of his sins are forgiven without him actually confessing it? It's like, damn, that was weird. He had no interest at all in hearing, like, the sins he was going to confess to. He's just like, yeah, whatever, you're fucking good. Literally just gives him the stamp of approval, and he's like, all right, time to go. And when they get into the room, unsurprisingly, the first thing the demon does is show Thomas his sins that he has clearly not been absolved of. It looks like Gabriele didn't have the authority to do that, so he immediately just gets blasted with his sins, and the demon calls him Panty Sniffer. He says that he fucks the daughters of members of his congregation. And then this makes Thomas very upset that he'd mentioned that. So Thomas goes over to him, the child that's possessed by the demon, and two hands strangles him and shakes him like Homer Simpson strangling Bart. It was so goofy. And Gabriele's like, please, Thomas, no, don't do it. That's what he wants. As the child's like, getting fucking strangled by Thomas. That was a good fucking silly scene. But after that, then the demon laughs and then he targets Gabriele. And he's like, you know what I want to do, Gabriele? I want to fuck you. I want to fuck you so hard that when you start coming, you're going to feel ashamed by the release. I'm not kidding. That was his statement. Like, when asked about his main goal, it was to fuck Gabriele. And not, like, in a literal sense, to fuck Gabriele, at least from the way he was speaking about it. Which was jarring to hear that. It was so weird. It was so fucking weird. And then they start trying to get, like, the religious artifacts out on him, like, the power of Christ compels you type shit. And it's not working. The demon then turns off the lights, which for some reason makes them stop immediately. And I'm kind of just giving you like an overall plot summary of everything that happens here, but I want to stress, and I can't stress enough how there is at no point any attempt to even build tension or show you unnerving things or make anything scary. It's like AI generated a script of a horror film without figuring out how to execute on the scares that they're copying from all of the horror films before it. Like it is so bland. But anyway, after the lights go out, Gabrielle and Thomas split up. Gabrielle then goes outside and notices that there's a seal of the Vatican on like a well. So he ties a rope to the top of the well and then his moped and drives it, and then which takes the lid off the well. Thomas is still inside, posted up, making sure like the demon child's not up to any silly stuff, any fishy business. But then things start popping off. The mom has like a giant arm come over her while she's sleeping, and I don't even know how she's able to even like fucking find the time to go to sleep with the demon child always yelling and screaming and like throwing things around the room. Well, that's an exaggeration. Knocking things around the room lightly. But she's like in bed trying to sleep, and then a giant hand comes over her face and drags her into the mattress slowly. And then the daughter, who's in her rebellious stage, is trapped in a closet with like a bunch of like scratches going across the wood next to her. And Thomas is there, and he approaches the demon about it, like, "Stop it, demon." And then the demon bites his ear, like full-blown Mike Tyson bites a piece of his ear, and Thomas is like, "Oh my, you didn't just do that." Like, he didn't yell or scream or anything. He gets his ear bitten off, and he just looks more like inconvenienced than anything. He's like, "Ugh, there goes a piece of my ear, zoinks, god damn it." And then he just like walks back out. So Gabrielle then realizes that there's a lot more at play here than they originally thought. There's a bigger mystery afoot now that he's opened this well, and he sees a bunch of like skeletons, and then he drops a piece of fire paper in there to see how deep the well goes, which of course causes it to erupt like a goddamn volcano again, just like what happened with the glory hole. And then Gabrielle rushes back in, sees all the chaos. He pulls the mom out from the bed, and then he opens the closet door where the daughter was getting attacked by little scratches, and he's like, "This is not a good place to do that, so please stop. Cease that foolishness." And the demon stops, and then the girl leaves the closet. And then we have the most generic plot device when it comes to horror films ever. Gabrielle reveals that all they need to do in order to save the day is learn the demon's name. This is something that has been used in every fucking horror movie that deals with demons or possession since the beginning of fucking time. It is so lazy and boring, but that's the major plot point. It's them then needing to find out what the demon's name is. So they start exploring. They also confront the demon again, who reveals what his real plot was: to possess Gabrielle. He didn't want to just possess the family, he wanted Gabrielle. So they're exploring the premises. They eventually find that glory hole and they bust it open. They go inside the area. Turns out it's a catacombs where there's a bunch of these skeletons all over the place. And then while this is happening, the like super high tier bishop, like max level bishop that sent Gabrielle here in the first place, then starts having a panic attack. He's like, "It's worse than we thought." He read like a letter or something from like a book of reports that they keep getting about the situation. He's like, "Oh my goodness." So he starts freaking out. He's like, "Ah." And then he has like a little mini heart attack. He ends up in the hospital. And as they're exploring the catacombs, they're learning like, wow, this dates back like fucking 400 years ago. Like, this demon's been around for a long time, and the Vatican tried to seal it off and cover it up. And then while that's going on, the priest is laying, like the high bishop is laying in bed, surrounded by some of the priests that were part of like the religious legal proceeding. And then he pulls off his oxygen mask and just pukes up blood on one of them. So I guess he was starting to get like possessed too to some level, or he was really just stressed out about the situation. But they eventually find this almost ritualistic chamber. I can't remember exactly what it was for, but it has like a torture device in there. It also then has like what was a very strong priest back in the day on like a throne, and they read his diary, and in that diary they learn the demon's name. It's Asmodeus, and he can possess a lot of different people. He's like a fucking puppet master. And Aaron, I saw this with Aaron as well as Ridley, Eli, and Tiana. Aaron made a great point. If the whole thing is you only need the demon's name in order to win, that super strong priest must have been really lacking. Like, he must have been fucking, overdosing on Xanax or something and really dropped the ball, because he literally had Asmodeus' name not only written down in the diary or written down in the book, but had a full fucking picture, hand-drawn painting with like a stylized Asmodeus name under there. So like the name was readily available and was still unsuccessful in the exorcism and saving the day. So that guy must have fucking sucked. He must have been terrible at his job. So they learned the demon's name is Asmodeus. As they learn that, one of the other priests that was really mean to Gabriele walks through and sees that the Lord on the crucifix is bleeding a little bit, and he's like, no! And then he takes a sabbatical and leaves for some reason. So now they have the demon's name. They then confront the demon. They're trying to like win, but the demon, starts possessing the daughter. He still has the son. He's like writing things on his chest like, God isn't here. God is not welcome. No God allowed. This is a demons only club. And he's like, strangling someone with Thomas with his tie. The demon girl that he's now possessed is like slapping the mom around. And then Gabriele, in order to stop the madness, is like, all right, fine, just possess me. So he does. Asmodeus then possesses Gabriele. His plan was to infiltrate the Vatican in order to cause mayhem and wreak havoc. And so he goes downstairs into the throne room and he grabs a giant scepter, and Thomas walks in like the fucking action movie hero. And then he sees the girl that he fucked from the congregation. She's got like her titties out and shit and starts fighting. They get into a fist fight. She's covered in blood. Gabriele is still trying to fight back against Asmodeus, but it's not winning. Thomas then has like this little coin or something that he pushes on the forehead of the girl, which blows her up, literally insta-gibbs her like it's Team Fortress 2. And then Gabriele's in like a one-on-one battle with the demon. I also totally forgot a core component here because I'm getting lost in the sauce explaining it. But one of Gabriele's big sins that the demon keeps showing him is a long time ago, there was a lady who they thought was possessed. Gabriele went there and learned it wasn't a possession, it was a mental illness. She was just talking about like sexual abuse, trauma and stuff, and Gabriele's like, I'm not really equipped to handle that. And then she bit the head off of a bird in front of him, and he's like, yeah, this is just mental illness. And then she ends up killing herself right in front of him, and Gabriele feels immense regret for not helping her and working on the mental health side of exorcisms. So that's why he swore to like do that from that point forward, but he never forgave himself. So the demon's showing him that, and then after Thomas blows up that girl, they also, the sound effect they used for the blowing up was fucking fantastic. I'm actually pretty sure it came straight from Counter-Strike after you armed the bomb. It sounded outrageous. So after that, Gabriele is wrestling with that girl, shaking her around, and then Thomas throws him like a powerful religious artifact, and he fucking sticks it on her head, throws her into like this pit of water, and then starts reading the demon's name to it and vanquishing it to hell, and saves the day. Family's safe, demons back in hell, and then we have the ending of the film, which once again brought it back to a silly bad state, where the high bishop that puked blood, I guess, is totally fine now. Maybe that's just something he does when he's stressed out, I guess, but like he wasn't even possessed or anything. He's just like totally fucking fine. The other priest that took a sabbatical gets replaced, and then they bring in Thomas and Gabriele, and they're like, yeah, this was a serious situation, but it's 1 of 200. You've only solved 1 out of 200. There's still 199 more to go. Are you willing to take up the task? Like actual Marvel Avengers, Nick Fury recruiting them level shit. And Thomas is like, let's get to business. And Gabriele reaches back for a handshake and says, let's go to hell. And that's where it ends. Literally setting it up for sequels, like a fucking Men in Black style universe for this, where they're just going to different places and performing exorcisms. So that was the whole film in a nutshell. The reason I wanted to explain all of it is because explaining it makes it sound far more fun shitty than it is. Everything I explained in theory is fun bad, but in execution is fucking awful. I don't really know what the purpose of this movie was, because like I said, it doesn't even really try to be scary or unnerving. it's actually just kind of a genuine waste of time. There are entertaining moments, like I said, there are times where it is goofy, fun, bad, but that's not the overall experience with the film. Like, there were times where we laughed at the silliness, but most of the time it was just sitting there in silence, wasting time watching it. It just didn't do anything in general. Like, it just didn't do anything. It was just kind of a fucking mess of a film where it had, like, DNA of all of the horror films before it, but didn't even bother to execute it in any meaningful way. It didn't even try. Like, it literally feels like they didn't try at all. That just they had some kind of contractual obligation to fulfill, so they just fucking pooped this out as quickly as possible. It really seemed like it was very rushed. But yeah, I wanted to talk about it because I was very excited to see this movie. I've talked about it on stream a few times about how, like, I'm really confident that this will be a fun bad movie, and I was just wrong. It really wasn't fun bad. I wasn't always this fearless, hulking testosterone tyrant that I am today. It's embarrassing to say this out loud, but actually at one point in my life, I was a child. And as a kid, I was really afraid of horror movies, if you can believe that. Nowadays, I find them to be enjoyably bad. I really like horror movies a lot, but mainly because they're so bad, they're good. But this wasn't always the case. When I was in middle school, just some Lunchables eating, algebra studying little idiot, I couldn't stand even the idea of a horror movie. I used to cover my eyes during the commercials for horror movies during football games, or I'd just leave the room till the horror movie advertisement was over. It was too much for me. And I did finally nut up one day, and I went to the mall with my friends in probably 6th or 7th grade and saw my first horror movie, One Missed Call. It's widely considered one of the worst horror movies ever made. I think it still has a 0% on Rotten Tomatoes, but it was a movie that scared me to my very core. It changed me. It's probably the reason why I'm not afraid of horror movies now, because I got all of the possible fear one could experience across their entire life out within those 2 hours of watching that film in theaters. It was traumatizing to me. And to make it even worse, I saw it with a girl I had a crush on at the time, and I was like, okay, this is going to be big for me. She's going to see how strong and cool I am when I'm not afraid of this. I'll just fucking buckle down and make it through it, no problem. Pretend it was easy. But that plan fell apart, went straight in the shitter almost immediately. I was screaming at every jump scare. I was even tearing up at one point. My blood pressure must have been at 500, and my heart was probably close to exploding with how fast it was beating. It was miserable, and there's no way she thought I was cool. She probably thought she was going to need to call 911 or something. Like, my whole group was probably concerned. I was the only one reacting this way. I was going nuts. From outside that theater auditorium, people must have thought there was a kid being tortured in there. It must have sounded like that scene in Casino Royale when James Bond is getting his nuts fucking blasted by the villain. I was going crazy. And the horror movie, like, looking back on it, wasn't like a good idea or anything. One Missed Call is basically you get a phone call, they leave a voice message, and it's the sound of you dying. And then as the movie goes, the person who receives that voice message does die in that same way that they heard on the phone. Not the scariest of ideas for a horror movie ever, but this was during a time when the Motorola Razr was still new and I had one, so I had like my own custom ringtone, which was Let Your Shoulder Lean by them Franchise Boys, and you know, technology was this like weird and wacky new thing, so that idea was enough to scare me. And then the movie itself had a lot of jump scares, which also like I'd never experienced a jump scare before, so when that shit was happening, I couldn't contain myself. So I found a video that I actually recorded, I think almost 2 years, maybe even 3 years ago with Jackson, where we went back and watched One Missed Call, kind of like as a way of going back and conquering my fear, because it was time for revenge. Like, this movie scared me one time, but not this time. So Jackson and I went back and watched it. He wanted to see what movie actually scared me, and I wanted to see if the movie was even scary to begin with. So I'll just show you some clips from that.
So wait, were you scared because of the contents of the movie, or did the quality of the movie scare you? Which one?
It was definitely the movie itself. Like, it set out to scare people, and it certainly worked on me. It wasn't like an ironic thing.
So do you remember anything about this? They tell you how you die, but it plays your last few seconds.
Yeah. Oh yeah, it's another thing. They always leave behind that little ball.
Why is no one helping them?
They're not paid to help. Wow. Yeah, I just saw the Winnie the Pooh horror movie, Blood and Honey, and it is without exaggeration one of the stinkiest horror films I've ever had the pleasure of watching, and undoubtedly in the top 10 worst films I've ever seen in theaters, which is truly an honor because I've seen all kinds of worthless, absolute trash. Now, I'm sure you all know Winnie the Pooh's public domain now, which is why this film was able to be made in the first place. This isn't like an official Winnie the Pooh production. It's not canon. This isn't going to be part of the established Winnie the Pooh lore. The property went to the public domain Thunderdome, meaning anybody could use and abuse it freely. So a lot of people tried to latch on to the tit and suckle some milk out of the power of the IP. And this led to this production here. It was a very cheap one that was haphazardly thrown together, clearly trying to capitalize off the wackiness of its concept. What if Winnie the Pooh killed people? And that's about it. That's as far as the creativity goes. And it's very clear they rushed the fuck out of this because nothing works. This is the laziest, most unapologetic cash grab I've ever seen in my life. But it doesn't even have the decency to be self-aware. It is bad at everything it tries to do, and it doesn't even do it with like a smile on its face. Of course, I knew going into this it was going to be bad. Anyone with eyes could see that this would be dog shit. I mean, just look at the costume. They didn't even bother putting any effort into Winnie the Pooh or Piglet. They just found the cheapest masks available at Party City, and then just had two guys wearing the masks. That's it. They also have human hands. And also, a lot of times the mask kind of rides up a little bit, so you can just see like a normal human actor underneath the mask. It's just a disaster. This is one of the few films where I actually took notes during it because I felt like I was so insulted and I couldn't believe what I was watching. So I jotted down a few notes during this, also because it was basically just me and Aaron in this movie theater watching it together, fucking stunned by what we were witnessing. It is truly a catastrophe on every level, but I will openly say it was fun bad. It was. I'm happy to report it wasn't boring bad. Its sheer incompetence and its inability to do anything right while not being self-aware made it a fun, enjoyably shit film. So I'd like to walk you through a lot of what happens here. Clearly we're going to get in spoiler territory, so fair warning, though I don't know why you give a fuck about spoilers for this kind of movie. It's not exactly heavy on the narrative at all. So let's go ahead and dive in. Just to give you a quick example of how much they cared about doing this cheaply, they don't have Winnie or Piglet talk. They clearly wanted to save money on the budget by not having additional voice actors try and impersonate Winnie or Piglet, so they came up with this. During a harsh winter, Winnie the Pooh hatched this genius idea to eat Eeyore in order to save the rest of them. So they sacrifice Eeyore for the greater good, they eat him, and then take a vow of silence because they were so traumatized by what they had done to their friend. So they never speak. So that saved them some money. The story is as follows. Christopher Robin meets Winnie and the gang in the 100-acre wood. They're friends for a while, but Christopher Robin goes off to college, and during that time, the group goes fucking hog wild. They go insano style. Their minds break. They turn to madness and they become these ferocious killing machines for some reason because they felt abandoned by Christopher Robin. But Christopher Robin is now engaged and he wants to bring his fiancée into everything that was important in his life, which includes Winnie and the gang. So they visit the 100-acre wood looking for them, and his fiancée doesn't believe him. But then we get like Darman level acting throughout the entire film, but immediately it starts to shine because his wife is like, "You are so successful because you are creative. And even if these are imaginary friends, that business that you have made and you being as creative as you have been has led to you being one of the best people in the world, Christopher Robin. But I'm not sure if they're real." And Christopher's like, "But no, fiancé, these are real." And then sure enough, they eventually stumble upon the cabin, and then Piglet grabs a chain and strangles his wife till she dies. And then Christopher Robin gets cornered by Pooh and Piglet, and he drops what I believe to be one of the most iconic lines in horror movies now. He says, "Pooh, you've got to help me. Something's wrong with Piglet. He killed my wife." and then that's when it sinks in on Christopher Robin that they're all, off their gourd. So Pooh and Piglet start closing in on Christopher Robin as he's yelling and screaming And he's saying, we were friends, but we were friends. We were friends. What happened to us being friends? And then they kidnap him, and that's the intro. A fierce and fiery start to this one. And I'd like to mention that the two actors in the Winnie and Piglet costumes, I wouldn't be surprised to learn that they're like 80 years old. Because they move around so fucking slow. Especially Pooh Bear. Pooh Bear fee-fi-fo-fums around like he's carrying 1,000 pounds on each ankle. I thought for a second every time they moved, they slowed down the footage by like half. Like they moved at 0.5 speed. It really looks like they're riddled with arthritis. Every movement they make is extremely stiff. When they kill somebody, it's almost like animatronic to a certain degree. Like, it's so jarring. I would have expected them to be a little more limber since they're supposed to be like these crazy, agile, unstoppable killing machines, but my god, they are painfully slow and stiff. It's weird. But anyway, moving on. So that's the intro done, and then we get to our main characters, and I couldn't even tell you any of their names because it just genuinely wasn't important. They are actual just meat balloons for Winnie and Piglet to pop. So it's a group of girls that go to this cabin in the 100-acre wood for a vacation. And this is a no technology vacation. They want to go off the grid, you know, like in fucking witness protection, basically. So they turn their phones off and everything is when they get to the cabin. But unfortunately, one of their friends was a little late, so when she was calling them to ask for directions, they didn't answer. So she pulled over outside, like next to the cabin a little far down the road, and was trying to get like them to answer. And as she's calling, Pooh Bear spots her. And this is very bad because Pooh Bear's got a taste for blood and he's gluttonous. So Pooh Bear starts chasing her down like this. The girl's screaming. She eventually makes it to some kind of like warehouse and takes cover underneath a wood chipper. You can see where this is going. As she's hiding, Pooh happens to find her. And I shit you not, I swear this is going to sound like I'm making up, but I'm not. Pooh grabs her and then rips her shirt off. And then her tits are flopping all over the place for a minute, and Pooh's like moving her around so her tits kind of jiggle. And then he starts slamming her head against the wood chipper till she dies, and then he puts her in the wood chipper to make a blood sundae out of. So it's shooting all of her blood and guts out of the wood chipper, and that's it. I don't understand what the point was in Pooh Bear stripping her nude, basically. Well, I guess not fully nude, making her topless. I don't really get it. I thought this was going to be like some kind of narrative plot point where like he sees her tits and his eyes just go like awooga or something to indicate that he's like a pervert, like truly just the most, you know, reprehensible menace of all time. But it played no role in anything because Pooh doesn't talk, he has no emotion, he has no real character, he just kills. So what the fuck was a point in just like having her tits all over the place for like 20 seconds? And that's another thing. All of these kills, the directors confused tension with just general time and dead silence and dead space. So when she's hiding, it is painfully long of her just sitting there and Pooh's feet by the door. It'll go on for like 45 seconds of nothing happening. It's not building tension, it's just overstaying its welcome and it's just dead space. It's fucking worthless. And that's for every single kill. The director really just thought like holding a still frame of something in the background is building tension, and it's just not. It was just really mind-numbingly boring, and it really lasted a long time. Like in the intro, when Christopher Robin was saying, but we were friends, and Piglet and Pooh were coming in, that scene was probably about 2 minutes of them standing there, slowly getting closer, as Christopher Robin repeated the same 5 lines over and over again, like it was an NPC malfunctioning in a video game. It was painful how long those scenes would drag. But anyway, moving on, so that girl got thrown in the wood chipper. Back at the cabin, one of the girls is an Instagram model, so she's in her downtime playing music in a hot tub, and while Pooh Bear is dispensing of like this corpse, this skeleton of one of their victims, he hears the music, so he looks around, and then he sees the hot tub. So as she's taking Instagram pictures, you can see Pooh in the background, and the girl notices that too, and she's like, oh, what the fuck is this? That's a weird looking creature back there. So then she turns around, literally knows Pooh is there and knows that it's some kind of fucked up abomination back there, and she's like, I know you're there, but you're not gonna ruin my vacation, or what was the line? You're not gonna ruin my hot tub or something? I don't know, it was a terrible line, but she recognizes that there is a complete stranger in these fucking woods, this giant fucking animal recognizes that, and then just says, you're not gonna ruin my time, so she gets back in the hot tub, where she gets chloroformed by Piglet and Pooh Bear. So then they fucking hog tire on the front porch and then steal one of their cars. And Piglet puts his foot on her while Pooh Bear slowly drives over her skull. And then you get a close up of her skull slowly exploding, so her eye pops out at the camera, and then blood starts squirting. And they're using the worst CGI of all time for the blood squirting. And eventually her head just pops and blows up. The genre that this movie's in is torture porn, pretty much. Like, that is basically all it is. It's just Winnie and Piglet torturing and killing people. I even forgot to mention that Christopher Robin is being tortured by Pooh. He was hitting him with Eeyore's tail, just like fucking flogging him with it. And this is what I'm talking about with a lot of things they try, they didn't even bother to follow through on. There's a moment where Christopher Robin's like, I know you're still good in there, Pooh. This isn't you. You killed my wife, but I know you're still good in there. And then Pooh has this moment where he, like, cries, and then he breaks some boxes, and then he looks at himself in the mirror, and then he goes back to hitting him with Eeyore's tail. And it's never explored again. Like, ever. At all. Like, there's just this brief moment of vulnerability, but then he goes right back to just being this two-dimensional killing machine. So now, back to the cabin. They blow up that girl's head with the car. It turns out all of the other girls, for some reason, spread out across the land, so two of them are by, like, a pond talking. Another two of them are literally, like, doing nothing. Just standing around doing nothing. But they hear their friend scream, and they all run back to the cabin. They see her corpse. They freak out. They go inside, and Pooh is written "Get out" in blood on the window. So now they recognize they're being hunted. They're under attack, and they're trying to find things to defend themselves with. And then the main girl remembers that she brought a gun with her on this vacation. Her backstory is she had a stalker, so she's been a little scared of things, so she has a gun. And when she mentioned that, both Aaron and I thought it was going to be like a Glock or something, like a normal gun, you know, like a normal kind of gun that you see in movies. Well, it turns out the gun she brought is a fucking revolver. But not just any revolver. It's like a goddamn six-shooter straight out of Overwatch. Like, she was fucking McCree. She had this giant goddamn revolver. She came out here with that big iron on her hip. So she pulls out this massive revolver, a fucking 50 caliber hand cannon, and they're like, okay, now we can defend ourselves. But then they still split up. And so the girl with the revolver and her friend, they get into like a sniper's perch, and Pooh is just standing in the middle, like looking down, looking all confused, as they have like a clear shot on him, but they're not taking it for some reason. Then Pooh walks into the kitchen. So then we go to the other group of two girls that for some reason split off near the pool, and Piglet's over there, and they freak out. One of the girls falls in the pool. The other one, Piglet pushes, and she gets knocked unconscious. And then Piglet... Fuck, it is so hard to describe how awful this is. Piglet is after the girl in the pool, and he has a chain and a sledgehammer. And he starts, like, slapping the chain against the pool water, trying to get her, and the girl's, like, moving backwards, like, slowly in the pool as Piglet's hitting the water. And this goes on for, like, 2 minutes. It's terrible. And then eventually he's like, this isn't working, I'm going to get the sledgehammer. And while he's getting the sledgehammer, the girl, instead of like getting out of the pool, like a normal logical decision, like getting out of the pool and running away while he's getting the sledgehammer, she instead like gets closer to him in the pool. And I thought this was going to be like a fight back moment where she's going to like grab the chain and yank him in and try and kill him. But no, she just gets closer to him as he gets the sledgehammer. Then he gets the sledgehammer and she starts backing up again in the pool, like slowly swimming her way back. And then Piglet hits her with the sledgehammer and kills her. And then the girl that got knocked out from the push, they take and chain up back at their camp, and Winnie the Pooh slaps her after eating some honey. So he's eating some honey, the girl wakes up, he notices she wakes up, and he slaps her, and he slaps her again, and then he slaps her again, and then he slaps her again, and then he slaps her again. It goes on for like a fucking minute. That's what I'm talking about. All of these scenes last for so long, and it's so unnecessary. It does nothing. It doesn't make it more tense. It doesn't make it more brutal. It just makes it really fucking weird and uncomfortable. Anyway, that's another one of the vacationing girls dead. Don't even know her name. None of these characters had any level of depth to them whatsoever. The other two girls that have the revolver and her friend, they try and, you know, track down where her friend got taken. They eventually track it back to Winnie the Pooh and Piglet's hideout. And there's now another girl that's been captured, and she's screaming. So they free her, and she's been mauled by Piglet, so her face is all fucked up, and it makes her mad. Then they free Christopher Robin as well at some point, who's still alive, just being tortured. So now they have Christopher Robin freed, and this completely random girl that also happened to get tortured by Winnie the Pooh and Piglet. And the girl whose face is all messed up from Piglet grabs the gun and says, I'm gonna make that bastard pay for this. So then she shoots a shot in order to lure Piglet out, and he comes out from a fucking trailer, and he's got his chain, and they're circling around a fire in what I expect they thought would be a cool action moment, like a cool action shot. So they're circling this fire. He's got a chain, she's got a gun, and she's ready to go fucking John Wick on him. But then she tries to shoot him, and it's out of bullets. It turns out the girl only packed a single bullet in that revolver, which leads me to believe that her plan for the vacation was to play fucking Russian roulette with her friends. Why would she only load a single bullet into the revolver? And that's not even the stupidest part about that scene. Because they freed that girl, they freed Christopher Robin, Piglet and Pooh had no idea that was going on. I think they both went to sleep for some reason. They could have all left. But when the girl took the revolver and said, I want to make Piglet pay, the other two girls, well, three because they had freed her friend, the other three girls just decided to watch. So they get in the closest proximity they can to this showdown, which happens to be a single keg, like an actual beer keg they hide behind, and they're watching it, like peeking over the side while this complete random woman has their gun and is about to shoot Piglet. They all just came over to watch. For no reason. They could have just left. They could have left, and they would have survived. They would have been fine. But they decided to be spectators here, and it's like an episode of Scooby-Doo. Like, they couldn't help it. They're just peeking over to watch it go down. So once it's clear that the girl's out of ammo, Winnie the Pooh comes up behind her, knocks her down, pours honey on her face, and Piglet eats her face off. And that's when Pooh notices that the three other girls happen to be behind that keg of beer watching. So then he's like coming at them like this. And two of the girls run away, but the other one hides and grabs a sledgehammer and ambushes Piglet. And she hits Piglet twice in order to get revenge for the friend that she killed. The other two girls are running through the forest, which is, I believe, miles away. Like, they ran miles, like, in a matter of seconds, and Pooh's following them like a goddamn robot. But after Piglet gets hit twice, he screams, and Pooh hears this miles away, and somehow Pooh instantly teleports back to the camp, and right after that girl delivers the killing blow on Piglet, Winnie the Pooh kills her by stabbing a machete through her throat and hanging her up on a post. Every character in this movie has super speed or like Dragon Ball Z level instant transmission because they're teleporting all over this place. They'll teleport from the cabin to the Pooh hideout to the woods, back to the cabin, all in a matter of actual seconds. It's fucking crazy. But anyway, now we're down to our last two survivors. Piglet's dead. Pooh's very upset about all of this. Sorry, just checking my notes, making sure I didn't miss anything. I'm skipping over some other shit. Like, it's so bafflingly fucking terrible. But anyway, the next important plot point is the two girls make it to a road, and there's a pickup truck of some goofy dudes in there. One of them comes out looking like the fucking crypt keeper, and they're like, what's wrong with you girls? You're not making any sense. What do you mean you're scared? Who are you scared of? And then Pooh's on the road, and they're like, you scared of this joker, this clown? All right, we'll get in the car. We'll take care of this. And they march up to him with baseball bats, beer bottles, and a crowbar. And they're like, hey, bub, what did you do to scare these girls? You're not a nice guy, are you? So then they start beating up Pooh Bear, and he's just tanking all of the shots. And then I wrote down how he kills them because it's so wild. So after it becomes clear that what they're doing is ineffective, Pooh slaps the entire side of someone's face off. Like, literally turns him into Harvey Dent, Two-Face, slaps the side of the guy's face off, which kills him, and then he karate chops another guy's arm off, and then curb stomps him. Then he karate slices another guy's throat open, killing him. And then the last guy, he summons a swarm of bees to kill. So Pooh Bear can control bees in this universe, I guess, and he uses that to kill that guy who runs away. Then the girls freak out, but they have a car now, and they try and get away in the car, but Pooh's latched onto the back, and then they brake real hard. Pooh flies off, but for some reason they broke so hard that their heads hit the dash and they pass out. So then one of the friends gets grabbed by Pooh, and then he rips her head off and then throws it on the windshield. And then our protagonist turns on the windshield wipers because the blood was gross, I guess, which is so stupid, so fucking dumb, because I guess she was still going to try and get away and couldn't see with their friend's head in the windshield. But she wasn't able to clean it off fast enough and start the car, so Pooh grabs her, and he's about to kill her, but then Christopher Robin comes speeding in another vehicle and hits Pooh, which stuns him, but it doesn't kill him, so then Pooh grabs that girl one more time, slits her throat in front of Christopher Robin, and then says the only line that Pooh and Piglet have, and he says, "You left us." And then after, kills the girl, slits her throat, and then just starts stabbing her a million times as Christopher Robin cries and runs away. Roll credits. I just summed up the whole movie for you. That is the whole movie. I am convinced that they were padding for time with all of those very long, drawn-out sections of, like, nothing happening. I think that was in order to fill time, in order to make, like, the bare minimum for a feature-length film, because this movie is fucking short. Like, way shorter than I would have ever expected. It's over in, like, a single blink of the eye. And everything that happens is so half-baked and terrible. All of it looks terrible. None of what they even attempted to do lands in even the singlest, slightest capacity. I thought this would be self-aware goofiness. It's not self-aware. It is goofy, but for all the wrong reasons, which almost makes it better. Like I said, it is enjoyably bad. It is fun bad. It's no Moonfall, unfortunately, but I did enjoy my time watching it. It was something special. Like, oh bother, I tell you, this one was a super stinker. And I just had to come home and vent about it and talk about it because holy shit. It has a 5% on Rotten Tomatoes, which I actually agree with. It's very rare I agree with Rotten Tomatoes scores. That one's right on the money. 5% sounds about right. The audience score of 51%, though, I can't understand because it is enjoyably shit. Like, it is a fun... It's pretty rare that I see a movie that's so abominable, so atrocious, that I actually feel embarrassed for even having wasted my time watching it. And that phenomenon just happened with the new horror film, Tarot. I was squirming in my seat. I was getting so mad at what I was watching. Like, I was steaming. My body performed an involuntary gesture of shaking my fist. Actually got him with a why I oughta. I was fuming. I started fucking Fortnite emoting in anger. That's how bad this movie was. So it's got a 5% on Rotten Tomatoes, which sounds about right. And I knew going into it was going to be irredeemable garbage because it is written and directed by one of the 3 writers of Moonfall. I sing the praises of Moonfall at least once every couple months. It is one of my favorite films of all time because it is objectively one of the most dog shit films ever produced, but in the most entertaining way possible. I think it is a masterpiece disaster of a film. It is so trash that it becomes immaculate. So I love Moonfall, and Spencer Cohen, who helped write Moonfall, wrote and directed Tarot. So I knew this had no chance of being good. But I didn't expect it to be this bad, like mind-numbingly bad, in a way that sucked all of the joy out of the room. Watching this film was like a Dementor sucking my soul out for the entire hour and a half that it played. Now, of course, it was basically an empty auditorium because no one cares about this movie. No one's really, fucking jumping out of their seats to be first in line for tickets to Tarot. But it was a pretty much empty theater. And man, I was embarrassed to just be there watching it. And it was painfully obvious that all of the actors in the movie were embarrassed to be there as well. It seemed like they were ashamed that they accepted the paycheck to appear in Tarot. None of them tried at all. Especially Jacob Batalon. You probably know him as Ned in the Marvel Cinematic Universe. He's in this film, and oh my god, it felt like he was giving the most sarcastic performance ever. Like, all the material he was given to work with is all really shittily written, but he took it and made it like a complete flat joke throughout the entire film in a way that I think was him just giving like a subtle wink and a nod to the audience that he knows that this is a bad movie he's in. To give you an example of what I mean, Jacob, while he's being hunted by the scary clown, is trapped in an elevator, and the clown's doing his like scary routine, which ends up kind of looking like it was more of like a flash mob that the clown was doing. It wasn't even scary. It just went on for so long of him doing different bad dance moves. It's like it was trying to mimic my choreography that they see me bust out at the club, which is horrifying, no doubt. But here, in this context, man, it is so stupid and goofy. So the clown's doing all that choreography as the elevator doors are closing and opening, and Jacob's character is just going, ah, 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 almost exactly like that, until eventually the clown ambushes him and he goes, ah. He just couldn't even be bothered to pretend to care at all about the performance. Like, unironically, Matt and I's acting in our green screen merch shoots is better than anything you'll find in Tarot. And I really think that's because the actors were probably so deflated once they got the material to work with, they were probably like, oh boy. Oh, brother, this guy stinks. Damn it, Steven, you've swindled me into this one. But they've already signed the contract, so now they have to commit and continue. So anyway, let's get into like the meat of the movie. It's about as generic as you will ever see in the horror movie genre. And I mean that in the truest sense of the word generic. It literally starts with them at an Airbnb, just as like a group of college friends just doing a getaway. We know nothing about these characters, only that one of them has a birthday and now they're at this haunted little Airbnb. And they happen to find this box of tarot cards, and our main character is really big into astrology. So she does this tarot card reading for the entire group using these really creepy cards that are hand-painted tarot cards, and she goes through all their signs, like, oh, you're a Capricorn, you're a, Leo, so this, that, and she gives them all their horoscope readings. And I really feel like Steven, or whoever helped them with this movie, must just be big into TikTok astrology, because it just starts borrowing a lot of things TikTok astrology enthusiasts are always talking about that's just very silly stuff, like, if you use someone else's tarot cards, oh boy howdy, you better brace for a bad time. Or, the most powerful combination of divination is using tarot card readings on top of I already forgot, a wet blanket. I forgot what the other thing was. But they mentioned that multiple times, like, doing tarot readings on top of blank is the most powerful form of divination, not to be taken lightly, type shit. So it feels like this was made for TikTok Zoomers almost. But even they, I think, are going to be extraordinarily bored by this film because it is not scary and it's just really, really dumb. I think these are the stupidest characters I have ever seen in a horror film, and I do not say that lightly, especially with horror films like Wish Upon and Slender Man. I think the characters in this movie are even stupider, if you can believe that. Now anyway, she gives everyone their horoscope readings, and it turns out that the deck is cursed. There was, back in the 1700s, a woman who was wronged and decided to place a curse upon those tarot cards where she took her own life, and now anyone that uses those tarot cards and does a horoscope will be cursed and die from it. So the horoscope readings that she was giving are starting to come true in twisted ways. So for example, one of the readings was, you'll make some money, your financial situation will improve, but then don't follow the hermit because he might lead you down the wrong track. And it turns out he gets visited by the hermit after winning $700 from a lottery scratch-off, and the hermit starts chasing him around the subway station until eventually he falls onto some train tracks and gets hit by a train. So it's like the worst diet Final Destination concept imaginable. So now they're all being hunted by their horoscope here, and they're getting killed by it, and it's so underwhelming. Oh my god, it is pitiful, the attempts that they try and make here to scare the audience. Like, there's a couple of jump scare attempts, but I feel like maybe that was like a little icky for Spencer, so he's like, no, that's too loud, that frightened me. Tone that down a bit. So not even the jump scares are enough to frighten or startle anyone, because they're not even like loud or anything, and they're not even like startling, as weird as that is to say. For example, one of their jump scare attempts, they have one of the evil creatures lurking, and he pokes his head out in front of where this girl was hiding, but it's like completely muted. It's like super muted. So it's like in slow motion. And I know it's supposed to be a jump scare because then it kicks on the music right after that happens. But like it completely missed the timing of the jump scare. And that can be said about a lot of things in this movie. So Jacob's character, his name is Paxton. He's supposed to be the comic relief character, and he draws the fool card, so that's why he gets hunted down by the evil clown. And his jokes are the worst timed jokes ever. Like, the comedic timing in this film is non-existent. Like, anytime Paxton is going to make a joke where he's like, yo, you guys are fucking, I gotta go, well, I can't think of anything he said, actually. That's about par for the course for Taro. Just had myself a Jimmy Neutron brain blast. I remember one of his jokes was, as they're doing the tarot card readings, she's asking, who wants to come up next? And he goes, I'll go to the bathroom, and then walks by her. And like, that's like the timing of that scene right there. It's so bad. And then like the whole group laughs at him like, ah, Paxton, you got her. Oh, fried. Nice. Like, that's the level of humor they try and insert in here. It sucks. It super sucks. Oh my god. Like, everything in this movie fails. Like, all of it falls so flat on its fucking face. It's almost impressive how they couldn't even accidentally get something as simple as a jump scare right. So anyway, let's talk about why I actually started getting heated, because usually these kind of things I'd find to be like fun bad and maybe even a little bit charming, but this one was actually just making me upset. So they figure out early on that those tarot card readings that were done is most likely what's killing them. So like the birthday girl dies, she falls off a ladder after her prediction was she climbs a ladder, but be careful because there might be a crushing blow from the high priestess to, do this and that, and she dies by falling off the ladder. And then the high priestess, which looks like some kind of Party City costume that was trying to emulate like the nurse from Dead by Daylight, comes out and starts hitting her with a ladder, and she dies. And then after that was the guy who got hit by the train from the hermit, and they're like, oh, that's interesting. They're all dying kind of the same way the horoscopes said. Weird. That's probably the cause. And all of them except for one guy immediately buy into it, but they still go and visit like this old lady who they found through a Google search. The most stereotypical horror movie cliche ever. Just like a random old lady who is just the exposition vomiter. She just is present because the writer wasn't able to figure out a way to convey this story in a way that made sense. That they just have this random character that knows everything, so she explains to them and the audience exactly what's going on. And all the characters confirm, like, okay, that's 100% what's going on. Now we know. So in the readings, she kind of says, like, what you need to do to avoid being killed. Like, oh, maybe don't follow the hermit's light because it might lead you down the wrong track. So basically it would be, all right, don't let that light scare you and lead you in different directions and you wouldn't have fallen onto the train track, that kind of thing. So they all know this now. It's the horoscopes. And they're all very well aware of what their predictions were because one of the girls actually filmed her prediction. And their car breaks down, and the prediction was, technology might stop working, but don't be alarmed, just sit tight. There's no reason to run away, because else you might find yourself hanging. That kind of thing. So her card was the hangman. So the car breaks down on this bridge, and the girl is remembering, like, oh, okay, I need to not panic, and I need to not run away. But then, like, on, like, the glass, the hangman draws a hangman, and she's like, ah! Opens the door and starts running. The thing that they just reminded her and herself reminded herself of to not run, she immediately does in this inexplicable panic when what was just established seconds prior is to just sit tight and wait it out. And then she just fucking freaks out, starts running, and then ends up getting caught by the hangman and hangs. And then, even after that, Paxton, who now knows beyond a shadow of a doubt that all he needs to do to survive is to not do what the horoscopes said. And his horoscope was, don't be bullheaded and make rash decisions. And then after that hanging thing, the group gets together and he's like, I'm gonna go back to the apartment, fuck you guys, this is it's PG-13, he doesn't say fuck you guys, he's like, poopy to you guys, this is a bunch of baloney, I'm not gonna be caught, out and about because it puts me at risk, so I'm gonna go back to the apartment. They're like, no, listen, Paxton, you're being bullheaded. That means you're gonna die if you go through with this. You are being bullheaded. Remember with the horoscope reading? And he's like, patooey, I'm going this way. I'm gonna be bullheaded. You don't know what you're talking about. Even though, minutes ago, he just witnessed what happened when it's crazy. It's actually crazy. It's like every character here is like Drew Barrymore in 50 First Dates. They just keep forgetting things that have just happened. So he goes being bullheaded, and what do you know? He gets attacked by the evil clown, the Fool. I actually was so mad. I had no reason to be as mad as I was, but it really felt like Spencer himself was just giving the middle finger to the whole auditorium, like, you guys are stupid for paying money for this, ha ha ha. Like, he was the ultimate evil tarot card slapped on the table here. Like, we just saw these characters describe in detail exactly what not to do, and then two characters do exactly what both of them said they will not do immediately. One of them, I guess you could write off because they got really afraid and frightened, so they stopped thinking rationally. I think that's a lame excuse for it. But Paxton, he was cool, calm, and collected, and then still just said, alright, I'm gonna go die anyway. Like, what? Huh? Like, there's so many things I could really pick apart here, but who gives a fuck? No one's seeing this movie anyway. I know none of you watching this had any interest in it, but man, this one is actually worse than Imaginary and Night Swim. I didn't think we'd find any horror movies for the rest of the year that would compete with those, but man, this one does it. This one actually does it. It is worse than both of those films. Leave it to one of the Moonfall writers to strike a new low in the horror genre, of all things. Like, I didn't even know it was possible. But I will talk about one more thing in the movie, because it was another thing that just got me heated. So that old woman that I mentioned earlier, well, eventually the crew goes back to that house to get the tarot cards, because they eventually deduce that, hey, if we destroy the tarot cards, we probably break the curse. So they go there, get the cards, try and burn the cards don't burn. They're like, oh! They do like a fucking Mr. Beast thumbnail shock. And they're like, okay, let's call the old woman. Which, you know, I guess that's a fine idea. But you know what happened like 30 minutes before that? They tried to call that old woman, and it turns out her phone doesn't work. Like, it just goes straight to voicemail because her phone doesn't exist anymore, which is why they drove to her fucking house and you know, snuck up on her in the middle of the night because she doesn't have a phone that works. Yet somehow, during this moment, not only were they able to call that old woman with a phone that didn't exist or didn't work, but she shows up instantly. She literally Goku instant transmissions to the front door there in a matter of seconds, even though it took them like an entire day to drive themselves to her previously. Like, this is just such a poorly made movie from top to bottom. Nobody gave a shit at all. Like, I don't know what you were thinking with this one, Spencer. I really don't. Moonfall is a beautiful disaster. This one is a tragic disaster. It's so shit. So the old woman shows up, and I'm like, okay, she's going to be like really helpful here. She's going to be instrumental. So she sets up like this ritual where she was going to reverse the tarot card readings to try and flip it on the evil entity, the old woman who was wronged and cursed the deck. And as she's doing it, the old woman immediately just gets possessed. Like, she gets force choked by the evil entity and then stabbed with 6 swords. Because the evil entity did a tarot card reading on her where she drew the 6 swords card, whatever the fuck that is. And she's like, uh-oh, whoops-a-daisy. So then literally force grabbed and then drops her corpse with 6 swords in it in the middle of like the hallway. And that was the entire role of the old woman. That's it. She showed up just to get stabbed 6 times and contribute nothing. So eventually our main character's like, what if I get a horoscope reading for the evil entity? And like, yeah, that kind of makes sense if you turn your brain off. Why would that work? It's her tarot cards. She is the curse. If she doesn't want to curse herself, she won't. It doesn't matter if you do a horoscope reading. She is the tarot cards. But anyway, she does this reading on the evil entity, and she draws death as the final card. And the entity looks down, I shit you not, as she's strangling the main character. She looks down and goes, and then immediately just gets fucking deatomized. So somehow her reading also killed her, even though she is the reading. It's so stupid. It's so dumb. It's so dumb. And it's even more criminally trash with the way that it wraps itself up, because it turns out Paxton didn't die. So Paxton cruises up in his car in the middle of the night after they defeat the evil entity by giving her a horoscope reading. And he's like, hey guys, I'm like actually totally fine. I was trying to reach you guys. You guys weren't answering. What's up with that? And they're like, how did you survive? And he's like, oh yeah, my roommate opened the elevator door and like scared the jester away. He thought it was like super weird. He was like really wondering what was going on with me. Like, okay, so that's how you beat it? Like, you could just have your roommate come up and like throw the whole thing into disarray? Like, it's all cattywampus? Like, the whole curse doesn't work if there's a witness to it all of a sudden? Like, what? That seems like the easiest thing to do. Like, you probably wouldn't even need to turn the curse around on the evil entity. You could just have his goofy-ass roommate follow you around and save you every time. It's just so dumb. The movie was so fucking bad. Oh, I can't wait to see what else Spencer works on, because man, he's got a really incredible batting average here with terrible trash movies. Anyway, I think 5% for this movie is about what I'd give it on the Moist Meter too. I have to agree with Rotten Tomatoes on this one. 5% for Tarot, absolutely accurate.
There's a new movie out right now called Imaginary. I bet most of you watching have never heard of this film before in your life, and those of you that have heard of it, I imagine 0 of you had any interest in going to see it, because even just from the first trailer, anyone with eyes would recognize this movie had no chance at being anything even close to decent. It was doomed from the start. It's a movie about a haunted bear imaginary friend. It's as creatively bankrupt as it gets. I would sooner buy a ticket to watch the feature film of The Poop That Took a Pee than going to Imaginary. But I actually did go see Imaginary, so that point doesn't really work. That's moot. I saw it yesterday and can confirm beyond a shadow of a doubt, it's horrible. It's trash. It's terrible. This is the latest super stinker from Blumhouse, more like Butthouse because this shit is ass. I am no stranger to bad movies, as all of you know. I have a huge passion for seeing them. But man, Blumhouse is pumping out some extraordinarily boring ones. It feels like they're not even trying with anything anymore. They just know that because the budget is so low for these movies, and there's so many people in the world that just want something to do, they'll make a profit off those just curious enough to buy tickets to pass time. So they don't even bother putting in the bare minimum amount of effort to even produce something that has a single redeeming quality about it. Like, I'm pretty sure Imaginary was probably filmed in like 2 weeks because they just used the first take of everything that they shot and then just called it a wrap and said, print it, good enough. So I saw it yesterday with Aaron. Aaron and I have been seeing pretty much every bad movie of the last year or so together, and this is definitely a bad movie that we experienced, and I kind of want to just dissect it here. Not for any reason other than I saw it, so I kind of just want to debrief about it. I know none of you are interested in seeing it, but I don't care. I'm going to peel your eyes open and make you understand why this movie turbo sucks. The best compliment I can give Imaginary is it's better than Night Swim, which is a very low bar to pass, but it is better than Night Swim. That's the Blumhouse movie from January, which is all about a haunted pool. Big congrats to Imaginary for being able to beat that. What an achievement. The accomplishment cannot be understated. It's better than Night Swim. Put it on the back of the DVD box. Before getting super deep on Imaginary, I want to go ahead and thank World of Warships for sponsoring this video. Big thanks to World of Warships for sponsoring this video. I've been working with the World of Warships team for quite some time to design some custom in-game content, so I'm a commander in the game now. I go by Chuck Blast on the seas out there, and I'm an absolute menace. The name of our ship is the Blastmaster. We sail under Chuck's flag, so I help design the assets, the camo, just kind of top to bottom. It looks like me, it sounds like me, because I do the voice acting for it. Dead on target. I'm, for all intents and purposes, engaged in war out there, and it's extremely fun. Just as a reminder, sales to purchase my custom character, my commander, Chuck Blast, which has my voiceover, as well as the custom skin and flag, ends on March 24th. So make sure to get it before it's gone. You can of course still use my invite code Penguinz0 as well to get all of these goodies too. It's available for PC and consoles, and the code is for newly registered players, but existing players can acquire these items by purchasing my bundle or through the new internet's containers. So you can click the link in the description to get started. Thanks again, World of Warships. Imaginary begins with a man and a woman lying in bed together, and the woman, Jessica, has just had another nightmare where she's attacked by a spider, a big spooky spider. And in order to start combating these nightmares she's having, they decide to move in early to their new house, which actually isn't a new house, it's Jessica's childhood house. And she's forgotten her entire childhood, basically, talking about how foggy it is. She's got like amnesia, so she can't remember her childhood due to a bunch of trauma, which is a really convenient plot device. So she is the stepmom in this relationship, and the father has two children, two daughters. And they all move in together, and the older daughter doesn't like Jessica, but the younger daughter's more receptive to Jessica as like the new mother. And the dynamic there isn't really explored at all past the older sibling just going, "You're not our real mom. We were happier without you. We want our real mom back." And their real mom shows up in this movie for like 2 minutes for a jump scare. So the previous wife had some kind of mental illness that was never really explained or explored, but for one scene, the mom was having a tea party with the daughter late at night and then jumped at Jessica and fell over and then got taken away via ambulance. That was the like original mom's role in this film. That's it, and she's never seen again. This movie actually has a habit of doing that, where they just introduce these characters just for them to never be seen again for just a completely inexplicable reason. So like the father here, he barely has a role to play in this movie. So they move into this house, and within like 2 days, the dad's like, "All right, time to pack up. I gotta go on tour." So I shit you not, he puts on a fedora, packs his suitcase, and he's like, "All right, are you sure you guys are gonna be okay, Jessica?" And she's like, "Yeah, absolutely. Go on your tour. I know the Blood Farts are really killing it this year on the Billboard Top 100. Go play your hit song, fucking Drops of Jupiter. Yeah, get out there." So he's like, "All right, well, I'm going on my tour." and he is never seen or even mentioned again. He tips his fedora and then just falls into the back rooms, and we just have to accept that he's just gone. We lost him, and he will never be seen again. They don't even mention him ever again, actually. Which is, I mean, whatever, I guess. So then it's just Jessica and the two girls, and they're trying to get along. Jessica's making her best efforts to be like this superstar mother, and the youngest daughter has found a bear in the house named Chauncey. And she's talking to the bear. It's her new imaginary friend, and at first Jessica's really supportive of it, but then things start getting really sinister when Chauncey starts wanting to play a game with her where she's like hurting herself. She's about to like slam her hand on a nail, and Jessica has to stop her from it, and that's when she realizes that this imaginary friend is not good for her because it's making her do dangerous things. So that's like the main plot line there. This imaginary friend is real and trying to get the little girl to do a ritual to join him in the imagination land, which is a fucking stupid concept. But there's also a lot of other things that don't really matter in here at all. So, for example, the older daughter meets a neighborhood kid whom she's like in love with instantly. So she invites that dude over when Jessica's out one day. And the dude comes over and immediately makes enemies with the younger daughter. He's like, "You're a psycho." And then that was the end of that. And then for some reason, he's like, "So do you want to do these drugs with me?" So he pulls out a bag of pills, and then he has one on his tongue. He's like, just to show he's doing pills. And he was talking about how, like, last time he did these, his left eye could see 12 seconds in the future. And the older daughter's like, "Nah, I don't really want to do those pills. I thought we were just going to, like, watch this movie and hang out." And he's like, "Fuck, this is so lame. Let's get some alcohol." So he breaks into, like, the dad's stash of booze and immediately breaks it, goes upstairs. And this is supposed to showcase the very first time horror in this movie. To this point, they hadn't had any elements of horror outside of that nightmare she had, which was super lame, where she gets attacked by a spider. I'm going to go ahead and mention the monster design in this movie is terrible. Aaron said it best, where he said the monster creature design in this film is just marginally better than Winnie the Pooh, Blood and Honey, but it's a close match. It's like they went to Party City, and they took costumes off the rack, and then just threw some mud on it, and then added some really, really quick Adobe After Effects VFX to it, and called it a day. It looks awful. It looks like Mummy 2, The Rock, Scorpion King levels of bad when it comes to how these creatures look. Ugh. I'll get to it more towards the end of the plot synopsis that I'm going down here. But anyway, so the dude's like, "All right, I got these pills. I'm going to go upstairs now since I broke the booze to clean it up." And he's taking a piss, and then all of a sudden, the bear's there. And he's like, "Ooh, spooky." So he pees everywhere, and he's like, "Oh, man, I'm just tripping because I'm doing pills." And then all of a sudden, the bear's back again. And this is like that scene in the trailer where the ring's going, and it's like playing the sound effects, and the bear's getting closer, and then it stops. And then the like fucking first jump scare of the movie happens where the bear pops out to scare him, and he goes, "Whoa!" And then he falls over and runs away. That's that whole scene, and that dude doesn't have any role to play in this film at all. It's not like he died there or anything. All it was here for was to deliver a cheap jump scare and nothing else. So, like, Jessica comes home shortly after, and she's very disappointed in the older daughter for bringing this boy over. And then the boy's mother comes over and is like, "I'm so sorry, my son did this." And then Jessica's like, "Yeah, and he also brought these drugs." And then the mom goes, "These aren't drugs, this is my allergy medication." Which is, I mean, okay, I guess. So the dude was tripping off Allegra, I suppose, Claritin, I guess. It's so stupid, and it has no role to play in the film, but it's here for some reason. And then you never see that guy again. He's never even referenced again. So now Jessica and the two daughters are once again just home alone. The imaginary friend situation's getting worse. She calls a therapist over to try and, do something about Chauncey, the imaginary friend. The therapist is kind of odd, where the therapist is trying to get her to explore, her feelings with Chauncey, which leads to a fight between the daughter and Chauncey. And then Therapist is like, has your daughter taken up ventriloquism? Jessica's like, fucking obviously not. My 6-year-old daughter hasn't been studying ventriloquism. Why are you asking? And the therapist goes, well, because, it was weird. Because what happened during the therapy session is Chauncey was speaking in the voice of the daughter, and eventually the daughter turns around while panicked and crying, and the therapist noticed her mouth wasn't moving, but words were still coming out, so she's like, oh, it must be ventriloquism. And then eventually the therapist is like, well, I've noticed some, in previous cases, when an imaginary friend gets hostile and evil, a kid disappears. So good luck. And then she leaves. She plays a video of like some other kid talking about her or his imaginary friend who made him chop off his thumb, and then like the kid went missing right after. So after playing that video, the therapist is like, all right, so I'm out ski. Also, don't forget to pay my bill. And she just leaves, never to be seen again. But this whole sequence was extremely important to the film because it delivers the big twist. So that bear that the daughter found and has been carrying around the entire movie, talking to with her imaginary friend, turns out wasn't real. It was all in Jessica's mind. No one else was seeing the bear. The therapist recorded the session and proved that that bear was never actually there. It was nothing. It was an imaginary friend. But Jessica's been seeing it this whole time because it turns out that bear was Jessica's original imaginary friend when she lived in this house. So only she is capable of seeing that bear. It actually wouldn't be the worst twist in the world if it wasn't in such a bad movie. I didn't see it coming. Neither Aaron nor myself expected that, because why would they even bother putting a twist in a movie that has this little effort in it to begin with? But, like, admittedly, it's not the worst idea creatively to have that be like a grand reveal, like, oh, that was never real. Like, it could work, but it doesn't here, because no one cares. By this point in the film, you're already so mentally checked out, probably snoozing, that it falls flat. It really does. But, man, my voice is cracking even going over this movie. But anyway, so then she starts realizing that this goes really deep. The reason she can't remember anything is because of her imaginary friend and whatever happened to her back then. So she's connecting these dots about the never ever, and then like a door, and then she's researching it, and then the daughter disappears. So the daughter vanishes, and turns out she completed the scavenger hunt for Chauncey, which opened a portal to the imagination dimension. She's joining SpongeBob and Patrick in the imagination box land now. So then Jessica and the older daughter are freaking out. They called the police to start looking for her. And then an old woman, whom we did see briefly earlier in the film, who was previously Jessica's babysitter, starts just exposition dumping everything here. Also, that old lady, her name was Gloria. She was seen earlier in the film, but kind of just as like this standoffish asshole. So, like, Gloria's talking to Jessica about being her babysitter, and then the little girl comes over, and then the old lady immediately gets combative with the little girl, where she's like, you shouldn't really interrupt us. We were in the middle of a conversation. And then the little girl's like, oh, okay, maybe Chauncey should eat you. And then Gloria actually laughs and goes, ha, oh, children and their imagination, it's so cool, until they get violent. Basically just like I thought Gloria was about to start beating this little kid's ass. Like, she was like about to throw up a set here and get pugilistic with her. Like, Gloria was just immediately weird. But then she's seen here during the vanishing of the little girl, and she starts telling the older sibling, like, look, imaginary friends are real. Usually they're benevolent, helpful spirits that kids grow out of, but sometimes there's evil ones that latch on to a child and feed off their imagination. And Jessica had such a creative, vibrant imagination that imaginary friend didn't want to lose her, so actually stole Jessica into the imagination dimension, and Jessica eventually escaped. But now it's lived in that house for all these years and has taken Alice, the little girl, to try and get Jessica back. So we've got to do something. So now they've recruited the Avengers here. They got Gloria, the geriatric old octogenarian. They've got Jessica, and they've got the older daughter. They perform the ritual themselves, open up the portal, and confront Chauncey directly, whom takes on the form of a real ferocious bear. And Gloria reveals herself to be a villain, where she traps them in the imagination dimension because Gloria said that Chauncey gave her the directions to where they'd be promised this land of freedom where they can be young again. Their imagination comes to life. Imagination has power here, this and that. And then she eventually gets slapped by Chauncey, dragged into a room, and then blows up into an explosion of blood. So that's how Gloria dies. She's also the only death in the movie, for some reason. Sorry, my nose was running because this shit is actually making my sinuses flare up. But yeah, so Gloria's dead now, and no one cares. So they just go on and keep looking for Alice. They eventually find Alice, who doesn't want to leave initially until Jessica starts breaking things, and then Alice is like, this is fun, I'll start breaking things. Okay, I'm ready to leave. Bye, Chauncey. And then Chauncey just kind of lets them leave, but then grabs Jessica and is like, you're not leaving, I like your imagination a lot, so you're staying here with me. And again, he's still in this giant bear shape, and it looks terrible. It looks absolutely terrible. I don't know, like, I understand these movies are supposed to be made low budget, but you can do better creature designs. Like, from a design perspective, you can do better than what this has to offer. And maybe just don't show it so point blank, because then you really see all of its flaws. So she's being taken by this goddamn fucking Five Nights at Freddy's throwaway animatronic looking bear, and then gets saved by the older sibling, who grabs her and gets her out of there. But then there's another twist, because it turns out she didn't actually save her. It wasn't a happily ever after. Jessica's still there. And then they just repeat it where the girl goes in and saves her again. And then they burn the house down. I've skipped quite a bit of the movie, but it doesn't matter. You're not going to watch it anyway. No one was planning to. But I already went there and saw it, so I just got to fucking talk about it, because it's so stupid. It's so dumb. It's just, it's a movie that's made for the sake of just putting a movie out there to try and get some money in return, because it's so cheap, you will make a profit off it. Like, it's a smart business strategy, and I've always said that about Blumhouse. It's a really smart business strategy. And there's probably, like, some kind of tax write-off element for it, too, I imagine. So, like, these movies, like Imaginary, they fucking suck. Like, this one was at points fun bad, I will say. There were definitely fun bad moments of it, but it still wasn't worth seeing in any capacity. But, oh well. Yep, so that's Imaginary in a nutshell. There's nothing good about it. Like, I guess there's a couple of decent ideas, and by a couple I mean one, where, like, the twist is the bear was never really there. And then, like, I guess the fake out ending, which was totally meaningless and didn't really do anything, I guess that was a creative idea too. But they also only let that twist sit for like 2 seconds, where they get her out and then it's immediately a happily ever after, and she's like, no, I'm still here. And then they immediately get her out, and then it's the real happily ever after. It's just, I don't know, bad. 2024 has been a remarkable year for awful horror movies. Every single month we're getting a brand spanking new disaster of horror delivered to the big screen and being charged over $10 for, which should be criminal for movies that are this bad, like Tarot and now Strangers Chapter 1. It blows my mind just how frequently they're putting out these revolting messes. No matter how you look at this movie or how generous you try to be with it, there is nothing to like. It is a pile of dog shit. It's actually worse than that, because real dog shit, like the tangible poop, it's at least free. This is dog shit you're paying $10 to sit through and be bored and miserable. It's just... Point is, Strangers Chapter 1 isn't very good. I'm sure, no doubt, most of you were able to sniff that out. I was trying to be very subtle with my critique off rip, be unbiased, but it's just hard with how bad this movie was. And it's made worse by the fact that I really like The Strangers, the first movie from 2008. I actually think it's a classic. The second one I didn't like nearly as much. I actually forgot it existed until I went back and saw that they actually had one from 2018. And I was like, oh, that's interesting. I must have missed it. And then I watched the trailer and I was like, nope, I saw it. I remember this now. It like opened up a repressed memory. Anyway, though, Strangers Chapter 1 is far and away the worst in the franchise here, and one of the worst horror movies of the year. I don't think it's worse than Tarot, but Tarot was like genetically engineered to be the worst possible horror movie you could create. They had one of the writers for Moonfall direct that fucking thing. So like, it's going to be really hard for any movie to be worse than Tarot this year, but this one certainly tried to give it a run for its money. Now, Strangers Chapter 1 has a really interesting story, not in the actual movie itself, because the story is complete trash, but they actually filmed an entire trilogy
for Strangers. And I don't mean like 2008 and 2018. I mean Strangers Chapter 1 is the start of their new trilogy that they've already filmed. Apparently they filmed all 3 movies, and they're going to be releasing this entire trilogy over the course of the next year. That's very ambitious, especially when you have something as weak as this to start with. I don't know how they're going to justify the existence of Chapter 2 or the final chapter, but I'd be lying if I said I wasn't curious now, because how could it possibly get better? I know it can't get worse. This is definitely the worst I think it can possibly be for the Strangers, but what could they do to make it better? I don't know. The film ends with a to be continued, and nobody wants to continue this. But now I have this morbid curiosity with where this might go. Like, I have half a mind to expect this to start bringing in aliens and time travel or something. Like, I think it's going to get really off the rails, but let me just talk about what makes this movie so bad. And I'll actually start with this quote from the director. "Nothing is too ambitious for me. If it had been a straight remake or sequel, I would have definitely passed because at this point in my life, I wouldn't touch a classic like the original The Strangers." Hey pal, you just blow in from Stupid Town? What are you talking about? Strangers Chapter 1 is literally a 1-to-1 remake of the 2008 Strangers movie, except the characters are stupider. They're more shallow. Like, these are the dullest characters I've ever seen in a horror film. And that is saying something extraordinary, because I thought Tarot had the worst characters. But the 2 characters, the main characters here, are so unlikable and have no depth to them at all. Somehow Tarot characters had better depth. Like, what do you mean that you didn't want to just make it a straight remake and you would have passed if that's what the assignment was? You did do that. Everything that was present in 2008 Strangers is present here, but worse. It's as if AI was tasked with recreating the Strangers 2008, and it just ChatGPT threw this together to try and make it a close emulation, but lost all of the soul and what made that one so good. This movie is that. If you've seen 2008 The Strangers, you've already seen The Strangers Chapter 1. It's the exact same story. The only thing that changes is it's an Airbnb. But everything else is completely intact, including some of like the iconic scares done 1-to-1 but worse. It loses all of the tension of the 2008 Strangers. It's trash. You did remake that movie. Whether or not you set out with that goal, ultimately that's what you delivered. The best thing I can say about Strangers Chapter 1 is that at least it's only 91 minutes. So it's nice and short. You get in there, you get frustrated, you get bored, you leave, and you forget about the movie entirely because it sucked. At least it's not long. So thank you for that, I guess. So the story revolves around a man and a woman. They've been dating for 5 years. The guy hasn't proposed to her, which is a plot point that really doesn't do anything. It never leads to anything except for like a single line here and there about that. They're deeply in love and they're on a trip. They're making their way out to Oregon, but they encounter some car trouble and they end up getting stranded in a place called Venus, Oregon, and they get directed to an Airbnb to stay for the night while they wait for a guy named Rudy to fix their car. And most people in this small town are real sketchy, so it puts one of the main characters on edge, the guy. I already forgot his name. That's why I'm just referring to him as the guy. I actually don't remember their names, and I really don't feel like looking it up because it's not even worth remembering their names. So the guy and his girlfriend, they go into a diner because they're hungry. And the guy immediately just starts rolling a 1 on every charisma check. So everyone he interacts with for the entire first half of the movie ends up hating him because he tries to be like quippy with everyone and nobody likes it. So anytime he makes like a little quip, like for example, one of the diner waitresses said like, "Oh, you've been dating for 5 years? Why haven't you put a ring on it yet? What are you waiting for?" And he goes, "Well, right now I'm waiting on my turkey melt." And nobody laughs, so he just says, "Tough crowd." And he does that like 6 fucking times. He's so annoying, and every character hates him. This guy has negative charisma in his stats. So, anyway, whatever. Point is, he's unlikable by everyone in the movie, and everyone watching the movie too, because he has nothing to do. Like, he's not interesting. He has no real writing around him. He is just this hollow character that spits out a couple of bad quips and makes terribly stupid decisions. So, they're now staying at this Airbnb, and things are getting a little weird because there's someone that knocks on the door. They're banging on the door, and they're asking for Tamara. They're like, "Not here. Go away, weirdo." So they go away, and they come back again. "Where's Tamara?" "Hey, I already told you there's no Tamara here. Fucking scram. Take a hike." And him and his girlfriend, they're like trying to make the best out of the situation. She seems to really like it. And the guy takes his 6-pack of beer and he tries to put it in the fridge. He's like, damn, fridge isn't working. So he takes it out, and then his girlfriend finds a number to call if they need assistance with anything for the Airbnb owner. And I shit you not, it's like 1 a.m. And she grabs this number and calls the Airbnb owner to leave a message to send someone out to fix the fucking refrigerator at 1 a.m. so they could cool their beer. What an inconsiderate guest. Why would you do that? You're there for like maybe 6 hours. Why are you going to have someone come out at 1 a.m. to fix your fucking refrigerator so your boyfriend can put beer in it? But they end up just drinking all 6 beers anyway without them being cold. Like, it's so dumb. This is so stupid. I'm all over the place in breaking this down because this movie just really sucks and there's a lot I want to complain about. But, okay, back to that person knocking on the door. Eventually, the boyfriend realizes that he doesn't have his inhaler. His girlfriend says that she forgot to put it in the car when they got to the Airbnb because someone drove them there. And he's like, all right, that's fine. I'll just scoot back into town on this motorcycle I saw outside. So this Airbnb has a motorcycle. I want you to make a very strong note of that. A working motorcycle that the boyfriend, with no trouble whatsoever, takes into town, which is like 5 miles away or something like that. So he goes to get his inhaler, and she is now left alone in the house, and creepy stuff's happening. One of the strangers is singing "Rockabye Baby." Like, all of the cliches you can possibly imagine for a horror movie are in this movie. Every single possible horror movie cliche. And they're done so much worse than you've ever seen them done before. So she's getting, like, on edge. She's hearing these things, and you see, like, the stranger creepy people are standing behind her, and she doesn't see them, but we see them. Whoa, spooky, frightening, and then jump scares out the wazoo. And it eventually culminates with them turning the power off, and she's got her phone flashlight out, and she sees one of the strangers in her mask standing right in front of her, so she runs upstairs and closes herself in, and then her boyfriend zooms back around on his motorcycle. He's got his inhaler, and he's got a cheeseburger. Well, I also want to make note, while he was in town, he actually encountered some not weird people, because the town was all sketchy. They were like really nervous around, outsiders, but when he went back into town, everyone was super friendly, like normal young people. And they were talking like, hey, why don't you just like hang out with us? And he's like, nah, I gotta get back to the house. So I want to make that clear that there are normal people there. He goes back to the house with the inhaler and a cheeseburger, and he's like, hey, what's going on, lady? What are you sitting on the floor for? What's going on, girlfriend? That's so weird. And she's like, no, there's someone in the house. I saw someone standing in the house. And he's like, someone in the house? Really? Have you been smoking? I shit you not. He says, have you been smoking? And she's like, well, yeah, a little bit. And he's like, show me where this person was standing. So she takes him downstairs to where the stranger in the mask, like, frightened her. And then he looks around and he sees a picture on a wall of a clown. And he's like, oh, I know what happened here. Does this look familiar? And he does this in front of her, blocking the clown photo and then unblocking it. And he's like, this is what you saw. It wasn't somebody standing in this house. You just saw the picture of the clown. And you're just so high that you fucked up. And then he goes, the Freaky Brothers is strong stuff. That's a line in the movie. He says the Freaky Brothers is strong stuff, referring to what she was smoking. I have to imagine the director was on the Freaky Brothers when he was making this movie, because it is so fucking stupid. It is so fucking stupid. How in the world would you be like, hey, listen, it was definitely this picture you saw, not a human being standing here. That makes a lot more sense. You could be on PCP and probably not mistake a photo of a clown for a human being standing in front of you. And yet this goober gaslights her and convinces her that that's what it was. So then they go about the rest of their night. And if either one of them was thinking logically, what should have happened there is they both get on the motorcycle and they ride into town and just spend the rest of the night around the normal people. Because there's normal people that invited them to just hang out. So they would have just rode back into town and been like, yep, Airbnb was fucked up. There's some creepy people scaring my girlfriend. Let's go back into town with these normal people and just stay there till the car's repaired in the morning. That would have been the logical thing because they have a working vehicle that they just used, and it would have immediately ended the movie on the spot. But that's not how it plays out because no one was thinking. So instead, they just sit there, they listen to some records, and then eventually one of the strangers wearing the mask, like basically the scarecrow mask out of Batman Begins, slams his axe through the door, and that's when it hits the boyfriend like, oh, my girlfriend's not crazy. Oh, we're in danger. So they run into one of the rooms, duck and cover, and just wait for everything to blow over where the One of the strangers with the axe just busts through the door, looks at them, and then walks away. And immediately after he walks away, like maybe 5 seconds, the boyfriend goes and he's like, "All right, they're gone. We're safe now." It's actually like an NPC out of like an Oblivion or something, where the second you break line of sight, they're like, "Oh, must have been the wind. Just cease to exist." So the boyfriend and the girlfriend are like, "Okay, we need to get some weapons. We need to like prep just in case they come back." Because fucking obviously, like, it's not like they just vanished. So they start looking around for weapons to no avail. Eventually, the girlfriend, like, busts off one of the grates. And man, there's another thing I want to point out. The room they are ducking and covering in, there was a window right behind them. They could have just went through the fucking window and then just taken their chances in the forest. But they don't do that. Instead, I also skipped something. When they do get out of the room, they immediately go to the motorcycle. Way too fucking late for that, because now all the strangers are there, and the motorcycle blows up. So, motorcycle's gone, they run back into the house, they go into another room, and that's when the girlfriend takes like the air vent grate off the wall, and they both climb in there. Now they're under the house, crawling around, trying not to make noise, and the girlfriend hits her hand on a nail, and a nail goes through. A scene that we saw 1-to-1 and done significantly better in A Quiet Place. So now she got a nail in her hand and she can't scream because obviously the strangers would hear them. So now she has to deal with that. He takes the nail out and they crawl around under the house and eventually make it to like this little door that opens up under the house. And they open it up, get outside, and immediately start talking at full volume. What the fuck? Like, they've only gone like maybe a couple of feet, and they just start talking at full volume. And obviously the strangers can fucking hear that. They just recognized that they needed to be quiet. They couldn't make a peep. She couldn't even scream with a nail going through her hand. And then 2 feet later, it's like, okay, now we can just use our outside voices. It's so dumb. They're so stupid. But what's even stupider is, now they're outside, they could just run through the forest, and their odds are pretty decent there since there's so much land. It'd be hard for just 3 strangers, to locate these 2 individuals who are both in fine shape to be running. But instead of just doing that, what they decide to do is go to the shed next door, which is something obviously the strangers are going to be checking for. The shed, right? But whatever. Stupid decision. Number 20 already. They go into the shed looking for a weapon. I don't know why they thought there would be a weapon there, because obviously if the strangers are there, they probably would have gotten rid of the weapons, or at the very least been guarding them. So they go into the shed, they start waiting, and the guy goes upstairs and finds a fucking shotgun. So the strangers are stupid too, because they clearly know the property, and there is a stranger in the shed who keeps stalking them, watching them pick up the shotgun and everything, just lets them have the shotgun, and then the guy starts like blasting at some of the strangers, of course missing every shot because it's a horror movie, so they can't have good aim. And now the boyfriend and the girlfriend start having a little more confidence, so they're wandering around, they're creeping around the house, and they hear someone banging on the front door. They're like, okay, we've got the jump on them. We've flanked them, and we've got a shotgun now. So the boyfriend says, "Stay here. I've got this." So he turns the corner, and just like out of Gears of War, he pops out of the corner and fucking blasts him. Literally, like, blind fires the guy. And he's like, I got him. And the girlfriend goes over and looks and is like, damn, that wasn't one of the strangers. You blasted Joe, the owner of the Airbnb. You remember earlier when they called about the fridge? Well, Joe got their message, scoots out here at fucking 4 a.m., starts banging on their door, ready to fix a refrigerator, and gets hit with a shotgun in the face. Literally just blows his brains out. And then the guy's like, oh no. Oh, Joe, I'm so sorry, Joe. She's like, no, don't worry, you're trying to protect us, I get it. It's okay. And he's like, wait, his keys. He drove a car here. So they get into Joe's car over his lifeless, dead, fucking cold corpse and start trying to get out of there with the car. But one of the strangers happens to be in his truck, and he starts hitting their car with his truck, and then he pins that car against the tree and his truck, and he keeps hitting it. And then the guy's like, go, save yourself, girlfriend. Go, lady, please, save yourself. I've got this. I'll be okay. And then he remembers that he has a shotgun in the car because he took it with him. And then he gets the shotgun out and he's ready to shoot the guy, but the stranger's gone. Because he fucking waited until he stopped moving, like he stopped hitting his car with his truck to get the shotgun out. Why wouldn't that be the first thing he would do the second he got hit by that truck? The shotgun is next to him. Literally, like, as close to me, as close as I am to my mouse is where the shotgun was. And he gets hit by this truck like 20 times. He just backs it up, like the scene in Austin Powers, backs it forward into his car. lets this happen like 20 times, and he's like, all right, just get out of here, girlfriend. I'll, save yourself. I'll sacrifice myself for you. Grabs the shotgun, and then when he's finally ready, obviously the stranger's gone because it's been so many hits, and the stranger got bored. But if he had just done that, like maybe 10 seconds sooner, he could have just easily had the cleanest shot ever and killed that guy with the shotgun. So anyway, eventually he crawls out of the car. The lady's running through the forest. She, buries herself under some sticks to hide. Then one of the strangers looks down, doesn't see her in the sticks, so the stranger walks away. And, immediately after that stranger leaves, de-aggroes, she gets a cell phone out and calls the police. While the stranger is still, maybe at best 5 feet away. She would hear that. But whatever, she gets the call off to the police and then starts running through the forest again, but now the stranger sees her. And the guy's wandering around the forest with a shotgun trying to find the girl. Actually, the guy flanks one of the strangers, puts the shotgun to the back of her head and says, Where's my girlfriend? Drop the knife. So the girl drops the knife, doesn't say anything, just starts laughing. And he's like, give me one reason why I shouldn't kill you. And she just keeps laughing and is shoving the gun in her face. And he doesn't fucking shoot her! This dude just blasted an innocent man in the middle of the night who was coming to repair a refrigerator, and he won't shoot the fucking people that are trying to kill them. It's painful. It's painful! So, he doesn't shoot her, and instead he gets knocked out by the guy. The girl gets knocked out by another one of the strangers, and then the strangers end up just stabbing both of them in the house, and then the police show up, and the girl survives and gives us a to be continued for chapter 2. It's so bad! It's so shitty! It's so shitty. There's so much more I'm sure I could vent about if I really stopped to think about more of the scenes, but it's just not worth it. It's just bad. And to think that they filmed 2 more of these, that's crazy to me. So yeah, anyway, can't wait for Strangers Chapter 2. If I was to plug this into the moist meter, I'd probably give it a 15% maybe. That's even that.
I love horror movies and horror games, but not for the reason most sane people like things. I like them because 9 times out of 10, they're laughably awful, and that always puts a smile on my face. I'm built a little different, where when something is so trash, it becomes a treasure to me. I have the most fun watching or playing horrible garbage. And that sounds a little weird, but I've been thinking about it recently, and it's something kind of like color blindness. You know how some people process colors in different ways, they don't see them the same way? That's kind of me with quality. I'm quality blind, where when something is so bad, I perceive it as being a masterpiece. I have so much fun with bad movies or bad games. They always make me happy. Happier than a normal good game or good movie sometimes. And I know I'm not alone. It's a very real phenomenon. It's called fun bad. It is always enjoyable to just sit down and watch or play something that is objectively not good and just laugh at it, make fun of it. Point your finger at it, shoot spitballs, make jokes about it with your friends. It's a good time. And for years now, horror has been the main genre that's been pumping stinker after stinker, blessing us with some timeless classic fun bad content. There is more shit in the horror genre than there is in the scat fetish genre. Horror has just become the go-to cum dumpster of absolute abominations when it comes to entertainment in movies and games. But unfortunately, sports fans, I think we're starting to enter the dark ages of the horror genre, where it's no longer making fun bad content, it's just making boring bad content that's no longer got anything redeemable about it at all. And the best example of this is the newest Insidious movie, The Red Door, which I saw last night. Now, before getting into that, I want to thank today's sponsor, Call of Dragons. Huge thanks to Call of Dragons for sponsoring today's video. Call of Dragons is a beautiful new MMO fantasy conquest game developed by the creators of Rise of Kingdoms, and they've been working on this project for over 3 years now. It's huge battles, tons of strategic freedom, and it's PC and mobile crossplay.
Big coolest feature now is the behemoths. They're these massive beasts that you can use to crush your enemies in PvE and PvP. You can fight with your alliance in guild versus environment. So, to tell you about a few of them, we brought our whole alliance here with us today.
Call of Dragons! Yep!
The Thunder Rock!
The Thunder Rock.
Ancient magic bear!
Mighty Red Dragon, baby.
There we
Yep.
go. Thanks, guys. Really appreciate it.
Anytime.
It's contagious when it's called dragons, baby.
There's ancient giant bears, thunder rocks, red dragons. There's actually 8 unique behemoths you can collect, and you have to enter their lair, take them down, and you can actually own 8 or as many as you want, and you train them up. They've got their own skill trees, so you give them the skills and powers you want so that you can take them into battle and crush your enemies with them.
Huge thanks again to Call of Dragons for sponsoring today's video. You can download it today by clicking the link in the description, or by scanning the QR code on your screen, or by using code CODMonster.
Yeah, if you use code CODMonster in-game, you'll get special rewards. So thanks again.
Magic, monsters, mastery.
This is the 5th Insidious movie, and it is long overstayed its welcome. The party's over, the music stopped fucking 2 movies ago, and yet it's still here trying to party, and it's just embarrassing now. The 4th movie was already overstaying its welcome, people were already fucking tired of it then, and now it's just sad and desperate. They've got this franchise propped up like Weekend at Bernie's. It's dead, and they're just like puppeteering its corpse right now. Insidious the Red Door has no story to tell whatsoever. It has no reason to exist other than try desperately to milk a little extra coin out of the property's name, because most people remember the first 3 movies very fondly, especially the first one. I remember that being like a phenomenon when that one came out. So the name still has weight to it, and they're trying their best to just get a little bit more out of it without anything left in the tank. So the reason I'm not making a moist meter on this is because I really want to dive into just what makes a horror movie no longer fun bad, and it just becomes a sad, worthless experience like Insidious the Red Door. So I will be getting into spoilers a little bit in this. I'm not going to spoil the whole thing or anything like that, but I do need to get into specifics in order to make the point that I'd like to make. Now, Insidious the Red Door is again the 5th entry in this franchise, but the beauty of that is you don't need to see any of the other ones to be caught up to speed on this, because it doesn't really tie into anything, and the only thing that it has is loose connections in the same characters from the previous films. You don't need to know anything about their history. You don't need to know anything about the world that it's in. It doesn't even really need to give you a refresher course on it, because everything that happens starts after a hypnotic memory erasing moment. So they get their memories sealed away, they get amnesia in order to forget all the trauma of their past, and then this movie is them slowly like realizing that something fishy happened. Well, why can't they remember like a whole year of their life? And then that's kind of what the movie picks up on. So you don't really need any of the other Insidious background information, which is good because I don't think there's a single person in the fucking world who remembers Insidious 4. I feel like we all got memory erased with how bad that movie was, because absolutely nobody I've seen online talking about this, or anyone I've talked to about it, like Tiana and I saw it together and I mentioned Insidious 4 to her and she had no fucking clue what I was talking about. I sounded like a crazy person to her, and I don't even remember a single plot point from it other than like a jailer jingling keys like he was trying to entertain like a Twitch audience or something. So this is one of the few compliments I can give to the Red Door. At least you didn't need to see the 4th movie in order to understand what's going on here, because everything that happens in this film is already nonsensical and self-contained to begin with. So the film is all about them getting their memories sealed away. You know, they've got it trapped, and then it's slowly getting back those memories. Dalton, the son in the franchise, is going off to college, and the dad, Patrick Wilson, he's kind of an absent father. He's been pushed away, and he's always foggy, as he calls it. His memories aren't what they should be, and it makes him upset. So he basically abandons his family in order to exist in this perpetual trance of confusion. So he's not a great dad anymore, and Dalton resents him for it. But he eventually lets his dad drive him to college. And he's an art student, and he gets a new art teacher who's a real hard ass, and she basically brings the demon out of him. He goes into like a meditative state under the instruction of the art teacher, and then he draws the Red Door. And once the Red Door is put on the canvas, all hell breaks loose. And by that I mean 2 jump scares happen, and pretty much nothing else. This movie is not even a horror film. That's the big plot twist. It is legitimately like a CW supernatural thriller, at best. There are very, very few horror elements in here other than just very loud jump scares occasionally, but even that's pretty rare. They ordered a horror movie but forgot the scary. They said, hey, can we put the scary on the side? And forgot the side of scary. This shit is so flat and goofy. So, Dalton, after drawing the red door, a hand like slaps his hand. He's like, oh no! So then he rushes back to his dorm in order to keep painting it and figure out what this means, because now he's starting to see things. Also, he has a roommate, and her name is Chris. And she doesn't make any sense in this film because she is like the complete antithesis to a character you'd expect in a horror movie. She is constantly joking, and I think that's fine as a character trait, and I think it would work in other movies, but here, she does not stop joking. She doesn't take anything seriously. So when something that's supposed to be somewhat scary happens, Chris will immediately just get rid of all the tension with a joke like, hey, what are you doing on the floor? I just put a bottle rocket in the frat dude's toilet, and I think it went straight up his asshole. And, like, come on, get up. You gotta see this. He's walking around with a firework in his butt. And it's like, oh, wow, okay, so now there's, like, no tension left and there's no scares left. Like, I don't even dislike Chris as a character because she was entertaining, at the very least, whereas nothing else in the movie was. At least she was trying to make something out of nothing with this film. But it does not fit in what is supposed to be a horror film. Because when she's on screen, you know that it's just going to be a bit silly, because that's all she does is just have fun. Even in the most tense of moments, she gets strangled by an invisible demon. And right after that, like within 2 scenes, she's back to joking and gets a bunch of like night lights and makes jokes about it. So it's just a character that doesn't take the movie seriously, so how the fuck is the audience supposed to? You have a character that is actually just like making fun of the film that they're in. But anyway, so Dalton paints the red door. Patrick Wilson's character's in his own home and he's trying to go through these like memory things. And he's doing like a matching game on the window, which is a goofy idea to begin with. And they're trying to do like subtle scares. So I'll like lift up one of the things and you see like someone wearing an orange shirt in the background by the tree and it's out of focus and you're like, oh goodness, that's horrifying. And then the scene will drag on for like 2 minutes of nothing happening. And then just like the glass explodes for a cheap jump scare. Like it doesn't even really build tension. All it does is it'll show you something a little out of focus in the distance. And then all of a sudden, a fucking cannonball goes off. Just a really loud explosion noise. And that's the scare. So then that, the glass blows up and Patrick Wilson's jogging around his house going, oh, no! And then he like shuts a door. And then a ghost man pushes him against a wall and he finds a box of important lore tidbits. But not really, because the lore tidbits don't really mean much of fucking anything in this film, because there isn't a real narrative that they want to tell. But anyway, I'll just fast forward a little bit here. After learning about his dad, Patrick Wilson, he then goes to his wife, who has divorced him, and she reveals all the bad stuff, the stuff that he wanted to forget through the hypnosis. She reveals that while under the possession of the demon, he attacked the family and traumatized the kids, and his wife really couldn't look at him the same way anymore. She just felt fucking sick by his presence. So that's why they sealed off the memories. That's also why they divorced. And now, since Dalton has drawn the red door, everything's starting to flood back, and the family's getting those memories returned to them gradually, and they're seeing things. So Patrick Wilson keeps seeing a couple of ghosts. And that's when it's revealed that the reason all this is happening is because the dad, Patrick Wilson, and Dalton are able to astral project themselves into the spirit realm, like fucking Aang from Avatar: The Last Airbender. So the entire half of this movie is spent astral projecting for the most part. And it's not like this is new for Insidious. We've known this for a long time. This has been a core component of the story. But here, it doesn't even bother to be horror. It is mainly like that astral projection in the smoky spot. It's literally just a room with a fog machine and that's it. It's not like very interesting to look at. It's just barren, empty wasteland. Dalton is the first one to realize that he can do this, and he does it at his college dorm in order to like scare Chris. I shit you not, when he learns that he can astral project himself out of his body, first thing he does is go to Chris's room, grabs her little mouth piano, the melodica, and he plays a little wonderful symphony. So he hits her with like the beep, beep, boop, boop, beep. Like the actual electric zoo out of fucking SpongeBob, which startles her. And then she like goes downstairs and she's like, were you in my room? He's like, no, I was actually in the spirit realm in your room. She's like, oh,
interesting. So then he does it again at a frat party in order to talk to a frat douchebag who died from alcohol poisoning because he thinks that he has clues about the door that needs to be closed because he'd seen him once before and he's like, close the door. He's like, wait, what do you mean by close the door? So he goes back, this time in the spirit realm, to ask him more about the door. And that's when Chris gets strangled by the big demon. So in the Insidious franchise, the main bad guy is the lipstick face demon, I think is what he's called. He's that goober goofball who's like kind of red, but also just kind of silly looking. And his signature move in the spirit realm is he always puts a Tiny Tim record on the player. You know, the guy who sung the song like Living in the Sunlight? Living in the sunlight, loving in the moonlight, having a wonderful time. That guy. He always plays that music in the spirit realm, and it's supposed to be unnerving, but it is so cringe. That kind of shit is in horror movies and horror games out the wazoo. Tiny Tim, like the music from Tiny Tim, has become a horror movie and horror game staple for low budget, low effort productions. And I feel horrible for that. That's so unlucky for Tiny Tim's music. But yeah, that's what the demon does in the spirit realm. It's that guy. And he's breaking into the real realm because Dalton keeps astral projecting. And I don't want to get into like really deep spoilers, so I'm just going to be a little broad here. But eventually, Patrick Wilson learns that Dalton is in trouble because lipstick-faced demon is taking over his body. So Patrick Wilson, astral projection to the spirit realm, tries to find Dalton. Dalton's struggling, and his body in the real world has now been taken over, and he might hurt Chris. So the movie, within the last like 20 minutes, very desperately wants to be over. It very, very much tries to speed run through everything in order to just end quickly and be done. It didn't want to be a long movie because it didn't have a story to tell. It was already running so thin. So they really just shoehorned in the most cliche shit imaginable at the end here. So basically, Patrick Wilson's spirit projects himself, or astral projects himself, somehow immediately finds Dalton. It breaks his chains with a fucking hammer. Also, I'm just getting into fucking full spoilers here. I'm sorry. I said I was going to be broad, but I actually just can't talk about how silly this is without just being specific. So major spoilers here for how the movie ends. I'm doing you a favor, though, really, because I don't recommend seeing it because there's nothing redeeming about it. It's not fun bad. But anyway, Patrick Wilson swoops in like a hero. Dalton has still hated him all the way up until this point, and now Dalton's memories have unlocked, so he remembers that his dad tried to hurt him. But Patrick Wilson breaks the chains with a single fucking hammer hit and frees Dalton from lipstick-faced demon's control. And then they both run away and close a door behind them, to which Dalton then puts paint on it and seals it forever, like a fucking sarcophagus, just entombs the demon back in that record-playing realm. And that's so fucking dumb. Like, I think that is so lazy, because everything just is a plot convenience. Patrick Wilson somehow astral projects and gets to the exact spot he needs and finds Dalton, who is buried under a bunch of chairs, and is able to break his chains very easily with a hammer. And then the lipstick-faced demon, for some reason, is following them very slowly. And this is the worst fucking trope in horror films. The demon is always just so fucking lazy. He had unlimited opportunities to stop them and thwart their escape, kill them, anything, possess them. But for some reason, he's more than content to just watch and do nothing. And even when he has Dalton's body completely under his control, instead of killing Chris, he just does goofy smiles and bobs to the side like that, and nothing else. The horror movies of the modern age just make the big bad demon or ghost or whatever seem so fucking incompetent, like actual bumbling imbeciles. They have an unreal amount of time and opportunities to kill these people, or at the very least just stop them from thwarting their plan, but they choose not to. They must enjoy it to some level, because again, the demon in this movie actually watches him free Dalton, slowly waddle their way around this realm, and he just stands there watching, and he goes, ah, like just makes a loud noise, and that's it. Nothing else. And then when they finally close the door, then the panic sets in, so now the demon like punches a hole through the door, and he's like slapping him around like, let me out, even though he could have just stopped him fucking 5 minutes before that.
an unlimited amount of opportunities. It's just so stupid. Like, it's not fun bad. It's just kind of frustrating to sit there and watch it because it's boring. It's fucking boring. This happens a billion times in horror movies. Like, it is the most cliche shit ever. I'm so tired of seeing it. Like, I love fun bad movies, but Insidious the Red Door and movies like it are no longer fun bad. They're just copy and pasting the homework from other horror movies of the past and doing nothing different or interesting. And it's so lazy that it's not fun bad. And it makes me upset. It's just a waste of time. It is a cash grab off the Insidious name, and it has nothing to offer. It is just a waste of your money and waste of your time. So I wanted to rant about that a little bit because I'm a little concerned that horror movies going forward aren't going to be fun bad anymore. They're going to follow the Insidious Red Door formula of just doing the exact same thing a million times over. And it's going to lose all of its luster. Horror games have already been going this direction. A lot of horror games that come out these days are just the same old walking simulators that do nothing different. It's just the same jump scares, same walking simulators, so they're fucking boring now. It's very rare that you get a fun, bad horror game. But now it seems like movies are starting to go that direction too, and I think Insidious, The Red Door, has really set the bar for what I think a lot of these are going to look like. Which sucks. Not too long ago, Winnie the Pooh entered the public domain, meaning anyone's welcome to use him and the characters for their own work as long as it's somewhat original. The only character that still remains forbidden is Tigger. They're keeping that copyright under lock and key, but every other beloved character in the 100-acre wood you're welcome to go hog wild with. You can make your own Winnie the Pooh cinematic universe if you'd so choose. I absolutely love the public domain. Sometimes you get decent stuff out of it, but 9 times out of 10, something going to the public domain leads to the absolute most abominable, revolting creations humanity is capable of producing. And I think it's just delightful. And we're already seeing this effect in full force because there's a new Winnie the Pooh horror movie on the horizon called Winnie the Pooh, Blood and Honey. Let's go ahead and check out the trailer here. The plot, I think, is outstanding. Seems like something that'd be written by Stephen King himself. Christopher Robin has abandoned Pooh and the gang, and they're upset. So now they're coming for skulls. They've gone rabid. So one thing you'll probably immediately pick up on is the budget looks like it was $40. That's kind of standard for works that use public domain for some reason. You never really see huge budget works that borrow from the public domain, at least not as like the core focus. But that doesn't matter. You see, there's always a certain charm to these things.
We need to go. Laura's dead. There's someone else outside.
Now, there's no CGI here. This is all practical effects, if you can believe it. This is a real costume and someone underneath it, but it looks so good you probably thought it really was the actual Winnie the Pooh come to life. I love the costume design here. This seems like something they found in a Party City dumpster that vaguely resembled Winnie the Pooh and then hatched the idea for a horror movie centered around it.
What was that?
Winnie the Pooh out here looking like the original Sonic the Hedgehog design from the movie. It actually kind of reminds me of the SpongeBob porn parody, SpongeNob Square Nuts. Now, you know me, I'm a real positive Patty, so I don't like to be the one to nitpick things, but if I was to critique this masterpiece here, I would say that my biggest problem with it is that it doesn't really look like Winnie the Pooh and the crew hunting down and murdering people. It just seems like people found things that vaguely resembled Winnie the Pooh's team, and they're dressing up in costume and killing people at the house. So it loses the effect of Winnie the Pooh, like the actual Pooh Bear, killing people, and just becomes like, oh, it's someone dressing up like him. So it's not as cool, I don't think. It probably would have been better if they just did shitty CGI or even like hand puppets. You know, that could be kind of wild. Claymation, even. But just having like regular looking like human bodies with a Winnie the Pooh mask, it's not really the same thing as like Winnie the Pooh's no longer addicted to honey. Now he's addicted to blood and cum, you know? It loses all of that mystique. I realize I'm not doing a great job of explaining what I mean. I just sound like someone that believes Winnie the Pooh is real. What I'm trying to say is, all they're using is a mask, right? Like, the body is still very human-like. Like, they just have normal clothes on. Like, Piglet's wearing a fucking trench coat, you know? He just looks like some edgelord from a video game, but he has a pig mask on. You know, nothing tells me that that's Piglet. I wouldn't see this trailer and immediately think it's Winnie the Pooh and Piglet. I'd think, oh, it's just a normal slasher movie and they're using a pig in bear mask. They should have done at least the bare minimum of giving Piglet, like, little hooves, you know, instead of just, like, normal hands. Because, like, when they have the sledgehammer or the axe, whatever it is, like, it's just normal hands. He's got gloves on. He's got fucking 5 fingers and gloves on. You know, instead of, like, little piggy stuff. You know, little piggy appendages. So, again, it just feels like it's normal people and wearing masks. It doesn't feel like it's fucking Winnie the Pooh's team, you know, that's come together to purge. And I feel like that's what they should have gone for.
Be friends, why are you doing this, please? I would have never left, I swear.
Yeah, overall, I know this movie's gonna be a big stinker, but I can't wait for it, because I'm thinking it's going to be, like, enjoyably bad. It looks like it's made with a high level of self-awareness that they know that it's fucking stupid, but they're fully embracing it, so I can respect that. I, again, just wish they had sold the idea that it's Winnie the Pooh and his friends a bit more, instead of just having it be people with Winnie the Pooh cheap costumes from Walmart. You know, there's definitely a better way of doing it, I think. But I'll try and remain somewhat optimistic here. Winnie the Pooh is a property that's awfully close to home for me. I, of course, used to watch the cartoon. I even had a couple of the games. I had a lot of Winnie the Pooh merch, so I was a big Pooh Bear fan. And I'd love to see him really make the leap into the big screen in a big way. A way that I haven't seen him before, you know? It's time Winnie the Pooh adapt. Maybe they make this a really deep plot, like something really interesting, a compelling narrative where they ran out of honey in the 100-Acre Wood, and honey was the only thing that, like, calmed the mind of Pooh. Like, Pooh entered the 100-Acre Wood as a serial killer, piling up mangled corpses for years, like one of the biggest war criminals this planet's ever seen. But once he found that special honey in the 100-Acre Wood, it calmed him down, you know, simmered him down, and, you know, he became a really nice guy. But now that they're out of honey, he's gone back to those primal instincts, and he's back killing again. There's really just a lot they could do here. Maybe Christopher Robin revisit the 100-Acre Woods after Winnie the Pooh's killed his wife and his friends at the house, and he's trying to figure out, how do I beat this manic, fucking bloodthirsty demon? And that's when Eeyore falls out of a tree. He's missing all of his limbs, eyes popped out of the socket. There's blood, viscera everywhere. He's got tears in his eyes, and he says, as he's crawling his way there with his one limb, using it like a peg leg, he says, "Christopher, the only thing to stop Pooh is Pooh himself." And that's when it connects in Christopher's mind. The neurons start firing. He's like, the honey. That's what Pooh loved the most. So then Christopher Robin has to biologically engineer new honey and then beat Pooh with it. I don't know. There's just plenty they could do besides just use cheap fucking costumes and sledgehammers in a house, right? Like, they could get a lot more creative with it, and I hope they somehow do, but this trailer just seems like the most generic, low-budget slasher ever invented, but with Winnie the Pooh's mask. Unfortunately, I'm pretty sure that's exactly what we're going to get, something that just capitalizes off the shock of Winnie the Pooh being a killer. So just trying to use it as like a little marketing thing, like, here's a pretty standard horror movie gore fest, but look, it's Winnie the Pooh. Give us some money. And I'm sure they will be profitable, because if they sell more than 10 tickets, I'm sure they made back their budget. And I'm going to be one of the people watching this movie. So, you know, I'm going to give it a try. I love to see shit enter the public domain, especially something as influential as Winnie the Pooh. This is a huge one, so I'm excited to see the first use of it here, and hopefully it's a fun, bad movie instead of just, like, a boring one. Or maybe I'll be completely surprised and it's an amazing movie. We'll have to wait and see. Yeah, I saw Night Swim tonight. We'll talk about it. I don't think there's a single human being on this planet that saw the trailer for Night Swim and said, that looks good. I think everyone knew it was going to be bad, so I got excited. It seemed like it could be fun bad. Aaron and I went and saw it tonight. It was fun bad to an extent. So if you don't know what Night Swim is, it's a haunted pool. Family moves into a house, their pool is haunted, they got a demon in the pool. And it's... Conceptually, I don't think you could come up with something more boring. That is such a lame idea for a horror movie, just, ooh, spooky pool. I'd have to really struggle, like really try to think of a dumber concept for a horror film. Like, a single haunted light bulb. Like, over the staircase, one of the lights flickers because there's a demon. A lady fell down the stairs and died, and now she haunts the light because it was too dark to see, and now she can flick it on and off from time to time. That's basically the same fucking concept as this movie, in terms of how scary it is. It doesn't even really try. There's like 3 jump scares in the film, but they don't even bother setting up tension. They just make a loud noise 3 times and call it a day. It's so fucking boring. Does anyone care about spoilers? I don't know how many of you are planning on going to see Night Swim tomorrow. Just gotta hop in the car right now, scoot in sideways to check this puppy out. Don't want to ruin it for you, but it looks like most of chat is saying no. So, right away, we knew this was going to be special. We saw it in Dolby, which is basically like seeing it in IMAX, but with comfier chairs. It almost felt sacrilegious to even put Night Swim in the Dolby theater, the auditorium, because, man, it was something special. Aaron and I both love bad movies, so we both came to the conclusion that if we're going to see poop, we want it to stink. So we bought the extra, paid the extra price for Dolby to experience it. And I went in first, and I was like 15 minutes late, but usually that's fine because there's about 20 minutes of previews for most movies. This movie started instantly. They wanted to get you right into the action immediately. And Aaron was getting a drink because he thought he had time. And on his way in, he told me that a group of teenagers laughed at him on the way in to see Night Swim. And that really set the tone for the rest of the movie, honestly. It was embarrassing. It was shameful sitting there in Dolby watching Night Swim. So the story is, the dad was a former baseball star. Well, I don't even know if star is really the right word. He was a baseball player, major league player. He then came down with an illness, and the family relocates to this house that has this really nice pool. It's a really cool swimming pool, and they're super happy, and they get obsessed with the pool. But the pool's got a secret. It's got magic water, and the magic water is haunted by a fat guy. I'm not kidding. Like, that's the scare. The water has a fat, sloppy monster, and it's just a fat man that sometimes pop out, and he goes, and the reason he's there is because that pool was once a spring, a magic spring that can grant a wish, but it comes at the cost of needing a sacrifice. So you're led to believe that like seaweed monster guy is one of the people that was sacrificed, or basically he's kind of like the incarnation of the pool's evil. And so the dad is swimming in the pool and his illness is getting better, but his family starts seeing the fat guy. He's like in the drain one time, like the scene out of It, which you see in this trailer. And he's like the weakest monster ever. Like legitimately the weakest monster ever. This isn't even him, this is somebody else that came in for a single scene and never was saw again. Hold on. Wasn't it in the trailer where the kid sticks his hand in the drain? Because they borrowed that shot for shot out of It and did it significantly worse. And also, every single scare in the movie seems to be in the trailer. In everything it tries to do. And it doesn't even really try, to be fair. But yeah, it grants wishes, the dad starts feeling better. And he's like he's kind of a douchebag. So his son wants to be a baseball star like him, and the dad wants his son to like bask in his glory, so he takes him to like baseball practice, and he's trying to teach his son to hit, and his son gets a hit and he's so proud, and he's like, that's a great hit, son, but don't worry, we'll work on it because it could be better. And then the dad's like, let me show you how it's done. So he steps up to bat at the practice with these 8-year-olds, and he's like going through it. He's like, this is my moment, this is my fucking glory. And he fucking cranks a heater and he hits a home run. And then he comes home and immediately starts relaxing in the pool again, which, again, summons the demon to his family. I guess he doesn't know that, but it doesn't matter. Because it's still so fucking silly how they wrote this guy. You're supposed to care about him, but he's just kind of an asshole. So one of the kids ends up getting his home run ball and asks him to sign it. And he's so proud, he signs the ball, and he's like, hold on to that. It's going to be worth a lot of money one day. Because he believes the pool's going to get him back into baseball shape or whatever.
I don't even know why I'm so fixated on this because it's not important. Really, none of the story is. Pooh just summons a couple of dead people occasionally and they go boo. It sucks. Movie fucking sucks. I don't even know how to really talk about it without just describing all of the worst scenes. It also has that standard horror cliche where it can possess people by getting into their mouth. So one scene, the dad gets the pool in him, and then he gets possessed. So then he starts doing scary voice and like slapping his daughter. And then the daughter hits him with a baseball bat. And then it's just so dumb. I'm not going to spoil the ending, I guess, but it's fucking terrible. Thanks for the membership, Josiah. It's so boring, too. Like, I'm making it sound much more entertaining than it is, because most of the film is just spent with them just idly swimming in the pool, or his dad reliving the glory days of being a baseball player. Spoil the ending, bro? Okay. After she hits him with the okay, I have to set up the scene. The dad's getting better, he's getting magically healed because the pool is actively drowning his son. The dad's possessed, so the pool is inside of him, the pool demon. And he's slapping his daughter around, trying to buy time so his son can drown. His wife is in the pool swimming to save her son. And it turns out her dad was a Navy SEAL and taught her how to be a Navy SEAL super swimmer, so she's swimming to the depths of hell, because inside the pool it goes to an alternate ocean dimension, so she's swimming to like the bottom of the abyss. Meanwhile, there's all these spirits of people that were sacrificed in the past for other people's wishes that kind of like yell at her, but they don't do anything to stop her. So she gets her son, brings him to the surface, and he's been down there for like 10 minutes by this point, but brings him to the surface and gives him CPR and revives him. And the dad comes out there after slapping his daughter a couple times, and then the daughter hits him with a baseball bat, and it makes him puke up the goo, this pool goo. And then immediately he delivers one of the worst lines I've heard in horror movies in quite some time. This had Aaron and I cackling. After doing his horror movie voice where he's talking about how Elliot, the son, has to die, and he gets hit by the baseball bat, then he just goes into like wimpy man mode and he starts whining and he goes, "Elliot, you okay?" Like, that's his last line pretty much too. And then he's like, "I know what I have to do. In order to save Elliot, I have to go back in the pool and die." So he just swims out into the pool and disappears. And then it rolls credits. It's so stupid. His line wasn't, "Elliot, are you okay?" He says, "Is Elliot okay?" But in like a really wimpy, whiny voice. You know, it almost sounds like he's blaming his wife for it. Like, what is going on here? What's happening? What are you doing to Elliot? I knew I couldn't trust him around you. But like really whiny. Just drain the fucking pool. You see, they thought of that though, because if they drain the pool has like a will of its own, so it doesn't stay drained, basically. It would fill itself back up with the original spring water. The mom visits the previous owner who sacrificed her daughter so her son could feel better, and she explains that the pool's water needs to kill, and then it'll sleep. So the only way to make it sleep was by the dad swimming out there and dying. Just sell the house. They can't leave because the pool won't let them leave. The pool gets into the dad's body, and then when they try and leave, he goes... He starts coughing and choking. So it would have killed him had they left. I made it sound far more enjoyable and action-packed than it is. Again, most of the film is just spent with them idly swimming in the pool and putting together the worst mystery ever. There's no reason why the pool doesn't just immediately drown Elliot in the first scene, by the way, because the dad goes in the pool instantly. The dad goes in the pool, his wish is to feel better so he can be back to being a baseball player, and then pretty much right after that, Elliot is the next one who goes in the pool completely alone. It could have easily just killed Elliot right then and there, but inexplicably it decides not to. It waits until the mother figures out that the pool is evil before making its move. There's no reason for it at all. It could have done it right away. If the dad dies in the end anyway, why does it matter if he dies if they leave the house? Well, because after he pukes up the pool goo gets inside of Elliot. So then he needs to kill himself to save Elliot. So the autograph wasn't that good then. No, the autograph won't be worth anything in universe. Also, the scene after he signs that baseball... Man, I'm getting into like the more useless scenes, but they're just so bad I can't help but talk about them. So he's not like outwardly disappointed that his son Elliot isn't as good at baseball as he is, but when he goes to practice to show off, the coach's son is really good. And he like fist bumps the coach's kid, and Elliot's clearly a little jealous, and then they throw a pool party at their house,
And for some reason, the dad, Elliot, his dad, the main character, well, I guess he's not really the main character, but the baseball player, he starts talking to the coach's son as if it's his new son. Like, he basically adopts him. So he points at one of the other dads in the pool with a kid playing chicken, and he goes, hey, I don't remember his name. Hey, Junior, you think we could take them in a game of chicken? He calls him Steroid Shrek. He says, do you think we could take Steroid Shrek? And then he's like, yeah, we can take him. And it's like, why are you playing chicken with a kid that's not even yours? Elliot would love some father-son time, but instead, you're with the coach's son. So he straps the coach's son to his shoulder. They play chicken. And then he goes into the deep end of the pool. He starts drowning. And then the pool goo gets in his body. This is how it infiltrates him. And then he tries to kill the child by grabbing onto his legs during chicken and drowning him. It's so stupid. It's so fucking stupid. It's a horrible scene. And then, like, the coach's dad jumps in. He's like, what the fuck are you doing, Ray? Ray, what are you doing? Let go of my son. You're drowning him. Ray, stop it. You didn't appreciate the movie? It's a metaphor, peasant. Yeah. It's a metaphor for don't swim, I guess. Oh, God. You just reminded me, in the very beginning of the movie, there's a pool guy who comes out because Ray cuts himself in the pool, and he's like, this is a weird one. So he calls out a pool guy to get the job done, and he's a real character. He's so quirky. He comes out and he starts leaning on the diving board, and he goes, pools. It's weird, right? This one's got like a natural spring attached to it. Never seen one in person. Isn't it interesting how we evolved from water, yet there's something deep inside of us that makes us afraid to go back. Maybe that's why we're so obsessed with taming water. And that's his whole statement, then he leaves. Never to be seen again. It's like the worst line ever written to be profound. So maybe the whole movie is a metaphor, perhaps. This is just the annual Blumhouse super stinker. I mean, it's January. I can't imagine a horror movie coming out the rest of the year that's worse than this. I don't think it's possible. Because again, it doesn't really have anything scary about it. It's very, very lame. Like, super, super lame. I know it's fuck you, it's January, but even still, this one's pretty awful even by that standard. Who the hell made this movie and what was the budget? The budget was probably like $2 million, and who made it is actually James Wan was one of the producers. Night Swim box office prediction, will it flop or succeed? My money's on succeed because it's a low budget. It's definitely less than 15 million. They're just speculating. It's 100% less than that. It's like the director went for a record in how many eyes they could roll. I don't think your eyes wouldn't even roll. You'd just be falling asleep. It's just bad. It's just not very good. There's fun bad moments, sure, but overall it's just kind of uninteresting. But yeah, that's the Night Swim review. Trash. But which everyone knew it was going to be. That's not shocking, but it's very, very bad. Worse than I expected it to be, for sure. What would I give Night Swim on the moist meter? Probably comfortably a 15. Without a doubt, the movie I just watched is the weirdest film of the year in the best possible way. It's called The Substance, and I think it's flown under a lot of people's radar because this hasn't generated nearly as much buzz as it deserves. I only heard about it because during streams, people were telling me I need to go see it. It's an incredible body horror movie. So right away, I went in this with pretty high expectations with all of the glaze it was getting. This shit was getting basted like a Thanksgiving turkey here in compliments. So I had high expectations of this film. I knew nothing about it going in, didn't even know the concept of it. I was blown away. I thought it was extraordinary. It's super self-aware in its campiness. So the concept of the film is a woman who's getting older is really struggling to come to terms with not being like the beauty standard, being the beauty girl, because she was a TV star for the longest time and she was used to everybody just suckling farts out her butt. And as she was getting older, people stopped doing that. Her ratings were starting to drop and she was really struggling to come to terms with that. So she gets this opportunity to try something called The Substance, which promises to bring a better version of herself forward. Prettier, younger, this and that, the whole kit and caboodle. Now, while this idea has been explored numerous times, the pursuit of perfection, unrealistic beauty standards, and all kinds of things that this movie thematically explores, it has never been tackled in a way that The Substance has done. It is so, so good. And I really think it's elevated by how self-aware it is. Very clearly, there's a lot of Cronenberg influence on a lot of what you see and a lot of what you experience with this movie, and I love it. It was so refreshing, it was gross, it was yucky, and I'll get into the nitty-gritty of it for sure, but I really do think this was a pretty special film, but not everyone is going to like it. We went with a pretty large group, and I'd say 60% loved it, and the other 40% were repulsed by it. They hated it. Drew was livid. There was steam coming out of his ears. He hated sitting through this movie so much. He wanted to be neuralized by the Men in Black just to get it out of his mind because he thought it was just that trash. And I feel like that's going to be an experience for a lot of people. There are going to be people that can really appreciate it and those that are just going to be super put off by it. I guess another thing worth mentioning that some of the people that hated it pointed out is that probably a good 20% of this movie is spent naked. So there's a lot of titty and ass and close up of booby and ass. Sometimes it came out of nowhere like a jump scare with bang, honkers. And there is a lot of that for sure. I don't think it's needless nudity or something. When it's there, there's a reason for it, but there is a lot of it there that maybe some people might find to be excessive, because there were moments where it was actually softcore porn to a certain extent, especially because one of the big things is, I'm not going to get into that because I think that's probably too big of a spoiler, but the sexuality of things does play a role in the actual plot of it all. But me personally, I was smiling ear to ear from start to finish like there was someone tickling my armpits. It had me in such a good mood. It was so fun. It was silly in all of the right ways and at all of the right moments. It was serious at all of the right moments. And the body horror is so good. Typically when something tries to be body horror in 2024, the modern age, they just do the laziest, cheapest shit ever where it's CGI blood coming out of orifices and maybe an eye poke or something. This film, it goes hog wild. It was like watching a live action Meat Canyon film. I thought it was so good. And it also does play around with the blood too. There is eruptions of blood. There's tons of guts and gore and everything. But that's not the bread and butter. This whole film, from the way it's filmed to what it presents you with for the monster creature design, is stellar. I love how everything in this film feels like it's under a microscope. So even something as simple as the Hollywood big shot smoking a cigarette, it's super zoomed in on the cigarette and his pores, and he's got saliva dripping out of his mouth while he's smoking it. He's eating some prawns and it's really yucky sounds, the worst ASMR ever. And you just sit there and witness all the grossness of it. Even when it's not body horror, it's just filmed in a way that just puts you on edge effectively. And I just thought it was great. Now, like I said, a lot of people hype this movie up saying that it's one of the better body horror films and the best horror movie of the year. And I agree, it is definitely up there. And interestingly enough, there was a sizable chunk of people that thought I'd really appreciate it because it's eerily similar to a concept that I wrote about years ago. I had an idea for a short story that I put a tweet out about 6 or 7 years ago, and I had even told a piece of that short story on our album, The Evolution of Tears for the Gentle Men, just kind of as a silly little track, so we put it to music, and it was just a short summation of the story. And fundamentally what it was just this dumb dog shit idea I had where a woman achieves immortality through birthing a clone of herself. So she gets to her octogenarian era, she's senile, she's about to buy the farm, but before she dies, she spontaneously gets pregnant and births an exact copy of her younger self with all of her current self's memories. And in the substance, it's actually kind of similar. So when she gets the substance, she collapses, her back splits open, and she spawns a young version of herself. So the big thing is, she is the Matrix, and this new person, this new being, is actually her. You are one, but it is two separate people, the old you and the new you. And the thing is, you have to keep switching bodies every 7 days in order to not have any bad side effects from it. I'm trying not to spoil anything, but all of this I'm pretty sure is going to be in the trailers because it's the entire premise of the film. Now, if you've got your thinking caps on and you're using all the neurons up here, you're going to start to connect dots that my short story and the substance, they share some similarities. Now, I'm not necessarily going to be knocking on their door with a lawyer with some papers drafted or anything, because obviously my short story did not inspire this in any way, shape, or form, and they are drastically different. But I couldn't help but actually laugh once the birthing of the younger version of herself happened, which was a really good scene, by the way. But I couldn't help but laugh because I immediately drew that connection of, oh, this is like actually my short story that I'm watching right here, this one moment. Because that is fundamentally what I was writing about for it, in a much worse, stupider way. It's done significantly better in this film, but I just thought that was so interesting that it was like even remotely similar at any stage. So I just wanted to point that out. I'm not asking for royalties or anything, I just wanted to put that out there. Yeah, I just thought this movie slapped. As I mentioned, I think it is a very self-aware film in a way you don't really see that often. It's campy in the best ways. And let me give you an example. Dennis Quaid. Dennis Quaid plays this Hollywood guy. He has the television station that our main character was once the star of, and now the younger version of herself is now the star. Of course, no one knows these are the same person or anything. Like, to everyone else, they're two separate people. And he's a huge scumbag. He's a pervert. He's a bad weirdo. He's a degenerate. And Dennis Quaid leans into the idea of like Hollywood sleazeball so well. So, for example, when he's like just traversing the world, he's in these like steel-toed boots. When he like if he was walking down the hallway in any scene, it sounded like Sonny from iRobot jogging. Like it just sounded like metal clanking against metal every time he made a move. And the way he moved is like Vince McMahon. So he's always doing this. So every time he's walking, he's hitting him with some of this right here. And he, like, his mannerisms are so silly. So, like, towards the end, where he's like, pretty girls should always smile. And then he starts walking away doing this. Like, it's so over the top, but not in a way where I was like, damn, that's cringe. Like, he's doing too much. It was like, that's perfect. Like, that's so good. It had me laughing, which I'm pretty sure was the idea with it. And it's not just him, I just think he was the best shining example of it. They'd introduce characters sometimes, like Fred, and it's just so in your face, but not in a way where it feels dumb. Like, it just feels like, oh, they're in on this being a joke, and it's supposed to be campy. But I will say, there were moments where I think they expected the audience to be stupider. So, like, a big reveal, they did a subtle moment where it reveals it, and you're like, oh, I'm picking up on that. I see what they're saying with that. That's what that means. And then, once you have that realization, the movie immediately beats you over the fucking head with a hammer with what it is. They take all the subtlety away with, like, a flashback or showing you something, like, you know, behind the curtain with, this is what it is. This is it right here. Showing you, telling you, instead of just having any level of trust in the audience to piece it together themselves with what you've shown them. So that was a little upsetting because that happened a couple of times, and I just thought it was unnecessary in a film like this. Like, you set it up well, and you had a good execution of, like, this subtle reveal. I don't think they needed to take the extra, like, 5 minutes to give you, like, the monologue, and this is what it means, and this is why I did it, and this is who I am. I just thought that was a little much. But I just thought the film was super good. I love the monsters. When the monster stuff starts happening, again, not getting into spoilers, I thought they crushed it with the design. I thought it looked great. It did a good job of being unsettling and gross. People in the theater were audibly, like, recoiling, going like, oh no, you know, actually emoting during a film, which I have not heard in so long in a movie theater. So I think it accomplished its goal. And it's the perfect amount of weird. Like, one of the monsters pukes out a whole titty. Like, it actually pukes out a breast, a single boobie. It just plops onto the ground, a disembodied tit. It's like, whoa, wow, that was interesting, you know? I just think The Substance is a pretty special film. I thought they crushed it. I really did. But again, I think there's going to be a ton of people who hate it. This is not a film I think that's for everyone. It is a weird movie, and I think you need to go in there ready to accept that it's like cartoonishly over the top. And once you do accept that, if you call yourself a fan of The Nun, I'll call you a liar. Find me one person in the world who actually thinks The Nun is a good horror movie, and I'll find you a deceiver, a teller of fibs. I just don't think it's possible that there is anyone out there on this entire space rock that thinks The Nun was an actually good movie. Now, I'm sure there are plenty of arguments you can make that it's an entertaining one, like a fun, bad, enjoyable movie. I would agree with you there to a certain extent. But anyone that would actually think that the movie was good enough to deserve a sequel, I just can't imagine that being the case. I don't think there's a such thing as fans of The Nun. There's probably more fans of eating paint chips than that movie. And yet somehow the Hollywood soulless suits, these zombie husks that control the pipeline of big budget movies, deemed this franchise worth a new entry. So we got The Nun 2 somehow. I just came back from watching it because I'm a sucker for bad horror films, and I thought maybe this one stood a better chance of being fun bad than the previous one, which I wasn't a huge enjoyer of, even as a so bad it's good flick. I gave that puppy a 25% on the moist meter, so the sequel had some big shoes to fill. And unfortunately, the only thing that was filled was my water when I finished drinking all of it to keep myself awake. Every single scene in this film, except for maybe one or two, is a scene that they have literally used 1,000 times by now. In their own franchise, in the Conjuring movies, in the Annabelle movies, every scene in The Nun 2, I'm pretty sure, is copy and pasted with a different skin for this film. They're not even trying. There's not even an iota of effort put into this. I'll get my only compliments out of the way right now. There are two scenes that stood out to me as actually being creative. And one of them was about the main character, Irene, whom you'll remember from the first film, having visions. And the visions in this film work like Genjutsu in Naruto. So fucking Itachi here traps her in a Genjutsu, and she's seeing The Nun on a billboard. There's crows flying by. It's actually very much like Itachi. Maybe that's who the demon is. And so she's looking at this board that has all of these magazines on it. Wind blows in, it starts flipping the magazines around, and the magazines flip to a bunch of different pages that eventually form something that resembles The Nun. And then she jolts her arm out and strangles Irene. And it was pretty cool. I was like, that's very interesting. And the jump scare was pretty effective. Not that jump scares are something to be proud of per se, but if you're going to do them, at least do them well. You know, a jump scare is basically just like a quick, loud noise in the middle of quiet in order to trigger that brief little startle sensation, because our caveman brains are hardwired that way. It's the best comparison, and the one that always gets made, is a comedian going out into the crowd and tickling someone and calling it good comedy. It's just cheap for horror films, but if you're going to include jump scares, make sure that they're done well. And that one was executed decently. And then the only other scene that I thought was cool was actually the very first scene. It's in a big church, and then it ends with someone getting lit on fire. So the priest just gets cremated after encountering the nun. And it was very, well done. That whole sequence leading up to that, I actually thought was kind of a banger. And then it never reaches that level of quality again. It's like they put all of their effort into the intro, and then that one scene with the magazines, and nowhere else. Now that I've got all the compliments out of the way, let's go ahead and dive into the rest. I am super tired of every single story in mainstream horror films being the exact same fucking thing. I'm gonna get into spoilers. I don't think anyone cares about the narrative of The Nun 2. This isn't exactly something that people are going to for a deep, intricate lore, I don't think. It does loosely tie into the Conjuring universe, but only because there's a post-credit scene that works like the Avengers, where the Warrens get a phone call and he's like, "How can I help you?" "I'm on it." That's the only tie-in. Other than that, there is nothing here that even connects it. So anyway, the film's narrative is the exact same plot to about 5,000 other horror films. Almost to a T. I'm confident now that these are being written by AI, because it's just taking the same DNA of everything else and doing nothing different with it, not even a unique spin. And like all other horror movies that have come before it, if you stop and think about the plot to this for even just 2 seconds, the entire movie falls apart. Let me explain how that works in this film. So, the first scene that I mentioned, the one that I like, the nun lights that priest on fire, literally just burns him alive with no effort at all. and then never does it again. Falls into the same tropey horror garbage where once the demon is doing what they want to do, all of a sudden the extent of its power is opening and closing doors, or making a scary face appear to spook somebody, or moving some chairs around, or something like that. It's just, it becomes so weak, even though, like, at the very beginning of this film, which in real world time of the movie, well, that's the opposite of real world time, in movie time was only like a month ago, we saw it light someone on fire effortlessly. And now all of a sudden, all it can do is lightly push things around. It has about as much force as a light breeze in the summertime wind. Like, how? Like, what could have easily happened is the demon goes to the place it wants to go, lights everybody on fire, kills them instantly, and then gets what it wants. And what does it want? It wants an ancient artifact. So, the demon was able to find where the ancient artifact was, and it infiltrates a school. And at the school, it starts scaring kids. For no reason, really. Just starts startling children. And nothing else. And before doing that, it had actually just snapped the neck of a woman who gave a delivery to where the demon was staying. So the demon is still perfectly capable of killing people, yet for some reason when it comes to that school, with the main objective in that school, it decides not to kill anyone. Why? It easily can. It just demonstrated that multiple times, like, and now all of a sudden it's a pacifist? It just doesn't make any sense. There's no explanation for why the demon doesn't just kill everyone at that school and then get the artifact, because it knows it's there. It could just get it once everyone's gone. The only argument I can see for why it wouldn't want to do that is it doesn't know exactly where that artifact is, so it's trying to lead people on a wild goose chase to accidentally locate it. But I think that's kind of a weak theory, and it's one I'm just making up to try and justify bad writing here. But let's assume that is the reason. It's still fucking stupid, because if no one's around, there's no one to foil their plans. In every single horror movie, it seems like the bad entity, the bad thing, is always more than willing to just let everyone in the film stop it. Like, it wants to be stopped. It has a humiliation fetish, and it wants to be beaten for some reason. Because it just lets everyone solve the mystery and do the only thing that can defeat it. In fact, sometimes it just leads them to the thing that can beat it. For no reason. Like, why? Why? So, the demon is at the school now. It's incognito, and Irene from the first film, as well as a new character, are working together to try and track down the demon because the Vatican has been alerted to its presence, that it's back. It wasn't actually defeated in the previous film. The Vatican in this movie works like the Men in Black. They have like this really deep network of like intel and operatives that keep everyone up to date on demon activity. So they get the scoop, they figure out what the demon wants and where it is, and they go to the place. I'm just really speedrunning through all of this because most of the film is spent with just really lame, cheap jump scares and a complete absence of suspense or any real reason for what's unfolding. It's just the demon goofing around, scaring children at a school. That's it. So the good guys get to the school, they confront the demon directly, and the demon, for some reason, just starts walking off after they figure out what it's there for. And keep in mind, this demon has shown that it can basically teleport and be anywhere it wants. But at the end of the film, all of a sudden, all it can do is walk or jog a little bit very slowly, which is another trope in horror films where for the entire movie, the demon can be everywhere. And now all of a sudden at the end, all it can do is walk at the speed of like an 85-year-old woman. Doesn't make any sense, but that's exactly what happens here. And the good characters are trying to stop it, and the demon punches one of them, which sends her flying against some glass, and then force pushes another one and keeps walking. Why not just kill them? The demon has superhuman strength. That punch sent her flying. Could have easily killed her, finished the job. Like, there was no reason the demon wouldn't do that. And the force push, again, could have easily just killed her instead. But makes the decision not to. They catch up to the demon after getting pushed away. They all together get the artifact, and it's a big struggle between the demon and the humans. Even though I don't know how that can even be a contest, because the demon has superpowers. It could just push them away, but it scarcely uses that, and when it does, it's like a very light push. So they engage in this struggle over the artifact, and eventually the demon starts slamming one of the girls' heads onto the concrete, and I was like, oh, he's about to kill her. And then doesn't. After slamming her head on the concrete, the demon lifts her up in a chokehold, like he's about to perform a cane choke slam. And then one of the students grabs the artifact and runs away, and the demon looks, sees the girl running away, and for some reason just lightly drops the main character. When earlier in the film, he did something similar with a complete stranger and snapped her neck effortlessly. He could have easily done that to the main character and would have solved every single one of the demon's problems. Like, there would be no one left to stop him. But inexplicably just lets her go. And also, I forgot to mention this, a goat man gets summoned, which was actually kind of hype. This is another compliment, the goat man. I'm a huge fan of cryptids, and they legitimately made goat man here. And he chases people around on all four. It's really silly, and it made me giggle. So I did appreciate the goat being in here. That was cool. Actually looked like fucking Mr. Tumnus out of Narnia. It was a great character. So the goat's chasing some of the little children while one of the other nuns is there trying to protect them. And then the main character, and one of the other children are struggling over the artifact to defeat the bad demon nun. And it ends in an anticlimactic showdown where the demon finally once again uses the light someone on fire move, but instead of just immediately lighting up the main character in flames, slowly starts like a small fire on like her bottoms, which slowly goes up instead of just immediately lighting them entirely on fire like we saw the demon do at the beginning, which gives the girl just enough time to remember that her mother, whom she had mentioned a little earlier in the film, had superpowers basically, and thus the main character has the superpowers. And an explosion of wine happens, which is changed into the blood of Christ, and it melts the demon, and the day is saved. I've summed up the majority of the film there. I left out a couple of details, of course, but it's so fucking dumb. It's so dumb. It's insultingly stupid. There's not even really that many fun, bad moments in here. It's just such a snooze fest because it's every single horror movie trope ever rolled into this film. Unapologetically. Like, if you're going to do that, at least get creative when it comes to your jump scares, and it actually builds some suspense and do something fun there. It doesn't even try outside of a couple of scenes. Damn it. So yeah, I don't know why they even bothered making a sequel to The Nun. The first one was terrible, and this one I'm actually going to say is a little better. Like, objectively speaking, I think this movie is a little bit better than the first one, but it doesn't make it enjoyable. Like, it's just slightly better than a piece of shit. It's like a less stinky piece of shit. But yeah, I just wanted to rant about this movie a little bit because I am still shocked that it even got a sequel in the first place. Yeah, hopefully the next Conjuring movies. What's more brave, running into a burning building to save the life of a family trapped inside? Or offering a controversial take on a beloved horror movie that just released? I think both are equally as brave, but there's only one that I'm courageous enough to actually do. And that's giving a horror movie that has the entire film world going gushing grannies mode over it a less than perfect score. Less than 100%, which is controversial, it seems. Long Legs. I already know me name-dropping this film and stating that I'm giving it a less than perfect score has probably already had a few people spitting out their Budweiser while cracking their knuckles, turning to their keyboard going, no more Mr. Nice Guy. But I want to be clear up front, I think it's a good movie. But I don't think it's anything special. I think it is dreadfully overhyped. I went into it with really high expectations because all the reviews, it had like 100% on Rotten Tomatoes, and everyone that I was reading from was saying things like, scariest movie humanity's ever produced. This one's gonna keep you awake for the rest of your life because you won't be able to think about anything besides how frightening this film was. It's gonna have you looking over both shoulders anytime you pass a dark corner. Like, crazy praise. Which is rare for a horror movie. So, I saw it last night, and I gave a little pseudo moist meter on stream last night. I'm going to play that for you here, but be warned, it's a bit of a hot take because it seems like not many people feel the same way I do about it. Now, I already know there's plenty of people that aren't actually going to bother hearing what I have to say about the movie. You've already made your minds up about me that I'm some brainless Cro-Magnon that just couldn't understand Long Legs, which is why I wasn't scared by it. I promise you that's not the case, because Longlegs itself is a film that I feel like you can't walk away without understanding at least the majority of it, because the very end of the movie drills into you exactly what it was all about and what was happening. So it's not exactly like the subtlety was lost on me. I appreciate the cinematography. The cinematography does so much heavy lifting in this film. It's actually beautifully shot. The performances are great, but it really felt like a ton of other horror movies I've seen with much prettier packaging around it. Especially... I'm not going to get into spoilers. This is completely spoiler free. I want to make that clear up front. And also, I already know there's other people that'll use some other kind of explanation for why I didn't like it. Oh, Charlie only likes horror movies with jump scares, which is a crazy take, considering I hate most modern horror films. I think the vast majority are irredeemable dog shit, and a lot of that is because they have an over-reliance on jump scares. My favorite horror movie is Hereditary, and by all accounts, that movie is a slow burn. It's an unrelenting, eerie, tension-building film, and the jump scares don't really come in until like the last 10 minutes, which is my least favorite part of the film, because it kind of just devolved into normal horror cliches in like a 10-minute montage. They just speed run every jump scare ever, which I thought was kind of silly, but I still think Hereditary is a horror movie masterpiece. So the pacing of the film being slower in Longlegs, I actually think is a very big positive thing. So that's definitely not any kind of complaint I have, and I hope no one gets that twisted. Anyway, I get into more specifics on stream, again, while avoiding spoilers, but I kind of just vomit out my thoughts a little bit more there, so you can really take in this hot take for you. I'm gonna give you a little live moist meter on Longlegs here. I was extremely excited for this movie. It had so much hype, like all the headlines were, "This is the scariest movie ever, you won't be able to sleep without a nightlight on, hope you got your mom to give you some warm milk on standby after seeing this one, because it's gonna scar you." It's the scariest movie in decades, certified masterpiece, 100% on Rotten Tomatoes, and all the trailers looked amazing. So it came out today, and I just got back from it. Overhyped. I'm sorry to tell you, it very overhyped. I don't know what the marketing budget was, but they must have really sold it in a big way to the critics. Because it is good, like it's not bad by any means. It's better than most horror movies, but that's like, that's not a very high bar. Most horror movies are irredeemable slop. But it is better than most. But it's just, I don't know, it's not special. And I went into it expecting something like Hereditary level, where I'm like, I haven't seen anything like this. This is genuinely unnerving stuff. And the movie's shot beautifully, the acting's great, the story is good. It's just not scary. Like, really at all. I see tier 1 12-bit. Pretty much all of the scares are the exact scares that we've seen a million times in every other horror movie ever. They're just packaged a little bit better. Nicolas Cage was great. Everyone was great in it, but I don't think like a good performance can save a not scary horror movie. Like, there's a couple scenes that do a good job of building tension, but the tension never goes anywhere. They just let it peter out. So you'll have like a really long scene. It's like, oh, this is going to build to something like crazy. There's going to be something really, eerie about this. And then it just slowly fades. I don't know, it never got under my skin. I never felt like on the edge of my seat or scared, chattering fingernails on my teeth or anything. I just didn't think it was all that great. It's good, but it's not great. Why did they hype up what he looks like so much? Because Nicolas Cage looks like a super weirdo in the film. And he looks weird, but he doesn't even look that much different than... You know what he looks like in this movie? He looks like the grandfather from Holes in the flashback scene with Kate Bartlow, where she's like, "I'm tired of this, Grandpa," and he goes, "That's too damn bad!" That's what Nicolas Cage looks like here. It's not, like, it's nothing crazy. He looks exactly like this guy. So he just, like, progressively gets more and more like this guy as the movie goes on with longer hair. This movie also has a really lackluster ending because they treat the audience like they were too stupid to piece together what was happening throughout the whole movie. So there's like a montage that explains all of it and just beats you over the head with it. It's not bad. Please don't misunderstand me. Like I said, this is better than like 90% of horror movies that come out. But it is not the masterpiece that I thought it would be. Like, I was ready to expect another Hereditary, which I guess is unrealistic. but it really wasn't close. So you just set your expectations a little high? Yeah, I think it's part of that. I definitely think that's part of it. And I think the hype around the movie does it a huge disservice once you actually see it. Because it's not the scariest movie ever made or anything. But it is a good movie. Why didn't you like the ending of Hereditary? I think it's so unique. I think it's the opposite. The problem with Hereditary's ending to me is that it's not unique. The rest of the movie was. The final 10 minutes is just every jump scare ever shoehorned into a 10-minute speed run. The mom, like, banging her head on the attic. Then, like, a bunch of people coming out going, boo! 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 Like, the theater started laughing when the coat, or whatever it was, like, flew across the room. Like, it was so silly. So good as a film, but not scary, right? Yeah. That's kind of how I'd classify it. I think for certain people it will be unnerving, depending on how you respond to the themes. So it just wasn't one that I personally found to be frightening. I have to know what Longlegs is about. I'm not going to spoil it. Like I said, I think it's probably best to go in not knowing what it's about, because the trailers do a good job of keeping that a mystery. So, I won't ruin that. What would I give Longlegs? If I was to put Longlegs on the moist meter, I'd probably give it like a comfortable 75%. Like, it's good, like I said. That's probably where I'd land. Somewhere in there. I don't remember if I mentioned this on stream, but I watched Sinister the other night, because it's one of those, like, horror movies that everyone gives a lot of flowers to. They're like, Sinister really is one of the best. And it's one of them that I hadn't seen before. So I watched Sinister for the first time. And the movie's pretty dog shit for the most part. But what it does really, really well is when it's going through the old home movies, the sound design is great. Like, the sound really fucking sells some of it. And then when it gets out of the sound, like when it gets out of the tapes, they just have like the really silly stuff with the guy who just goes up to the camera and does this. So, dog shit's being... Look at me. Do I look crazy to you? I didn't think so. So then, why does it feel like I am? I'm sure you've seen the headlines right now. Winnie the Pooh Blood and Honey 2 has a 100% on Rotten Tomatoes. And that really piqued my curiosity here. That really stirred my spaghetti. I had to wonder, how? How is such a thing possible? The first Winnie the Pooh Blood and Honey is just a complete throwaway waste of time pile of garbage. It was purely banking off the shock of making a Winnie the Pooh horror movie since the property went public domain. It felt like they just speed ran to be the first ones to make a horror movie with it. It's a very low budget and it seems like it was rushed out as quickly as possible, and there's just nothing redeeming about it past the silliness of its concept. And really, there's only one good scene in the film, and I'm using the word good very loosey-goosey. There's only one really entertaining scene in the film, and it's pretty much the opening scene. I mention this every time I talk about this movie. Winnie the Pooh rips some lady's top off and her titties start jiggling around like it's an NVIDIA physics demonstration, and then he throws her in a wood chipper, but not before giving her like an ooga face. It's like the most emotion Winnie the Pooh showed in that entire movie. But regardless, that film is horrendous. And yet, its sequel, which came out, has a 100% Rotten Tomatoes. Granted, it's only 7 reviews. Like, I didn't think such a thing was possible. Like, you know, I guess maybe there's 7 paid reviewers. They were shilling it. Maybe the director of the film gave them strippers and blow for the advanced screening, so they had a great time watching it. But that I couldn't imagine that being real. But the audience score is also pretty high. And I've always said you can't trust Rotten Tomatoes, but still, this is interesting. So, I went and saw Winnie the Pooh Blood and Honey 2 today, and I have to wonder if I'm suffering from psychosis, because there's no way I watched the same film that they're reviewing. It's still bad. Now, I will say, it is an astronomical improvement over the first film. But that's like saying solid poop is better than diarrhea. Like, you're not wrong, but it's still shit. And maybe that's a bit too harsh. I wouldn't say it's shit, it's just not good either. Like, I know they're creating the whole Poohniverse out of this, so they're making like the Twisted Childhood universe or whatever, where it's taking property like Winnie the Pooh, Pinocchio, Peter Pan, Bambi, and they're making horror movies out of it and tying it all together into their own horror cinematic universe with all of it. And I think that's like a really fun idea. Like, I conceptually, that makes me laugh, and I think that's what they're going for here with all of that. But right now, they're just starting to find their footing on how to make watchable movies, because the first movie is unwatchable. This movie
is definitely watchable. It's just not a great film either. The movie does try a lot harder. It's still low budget, but you can tell it's a higher budget and they put a lot more effort into it. So, first of all, I'm going to get my compliments out of the way here. They actually do a much better job with the character design this time around. Winnie the Pooh looks a lot better. It no longer just looks like some kind of fetish costume with Winnie the Pooh. It looks like an actual character now. It doesn't look like just a man in a mask. It actually does look like a mutant abomination, which it's supposed to be in the universe. They absolutely did a much better job this time around with the monsters here, and they do bring in a new face, a new villain, Tigger. So they bring him in from the Winnie the Pooh property, and he is... he's probably my favorite part of the film, just because of how over the top they had this character play. They also bring in an owl, but Tigger was a standout because every time he's on screen, he just calls women bitches. So he goes on a killing spree at like a nightclub. It very reminiscent of like the scene from Blade, or even like John Wick, but if there was no one fighting back, just executing people in a nightclub, really. In fact, it has nothing to do with John Wick. I'm just thinking of scenes with nightclubs. But anyway, he goes to a rave and he starts just murdering every person there just because. He's piling up corpses. And every time he's about to murder a woman, he makes sure to call them a bitch. So it'll be like, hey, bitch. And then like slash their head off. Or if he's like going on like a stabbing spree with his long fingernails, his claws, he's like, I'm gonna disembowel you, bitch. To every single one of his female victims. Every single one of them. It's his most used phrase. And that definitely did have me laughing a little bit. It's not exactly the most highbrow writing or anything, but it also shows that the movie didn't take itself too seriously the entire time. And that's when the movie's at its best, when it's not being super serious. There's a couple of referential jokes and meta jokes that they make that I actually did think land. Like, I thought they did a pretty good job when it came to, like, some of the humor they interject in here. But unfortunately, that's all overshadowed by trying to tell a really serious, dramatic narrative. So, in the first film, there's no story whatsoever. It's just random killings, and they're not very creative either. It's like the most stereotypical slasher-type killings, like getting hit with something in the head and they die, or getting run over by a car. Nothing too creative. In this movie, another compliment I have for it is the kills are significantly more creative. They definitely had more of a budget to work with, so they showed you some more interesting and more gruesome things. The very first scene, like Winnie the Pooh starts breaking every single one of this woman's appendages, and then puts her head in a bear trap and slams it on her, and it's fucking gruesome. And someone else is like burning to death in the background, and Owl is spitting like acidic venom on people as their face is melting. Like, there's a lot more creativity to the way that they kill. But I do actually have a statement on that I'll get to when I talk about the negatives. In fact, I don't even know why I'm alluding to it here. One of the things that takes away from that, though, is that because it's a low budget, they know that if you could see everything in broad daylight, you'd immediately tell how phony baloney it is and it'd take you out of it. So instead, they obscure all of it with like the darkest and most close-up shots imaginable. Sometimes when you're watching Winnie or Tigger or Owl kill someone, it looks like you're looking at it through a fucking microscope. Like you're looking at their goddamn cells. Like you can't really tell what's happening sometimes. All you know is someone is being brutally murdered. Because you can hear it, you can kind of see like inklings of something on screen. But it is so fucking dark half the time you can't make out what's going on. So that is a big complaint I have. Because they do try and get more creative, they do succeed in being more creative, but still they're betrayed by their budget because they have to keep showing you it in a really hard to figure out what's going on way. So shaky cam, super dark, cutaways, all this type of like nauseating like camera work ruins some of the scenes. And they do use CGI occasionally in here, and hooey, is it rough. There are some scenes that look straight up N64 era, like Tigger's tail, for example. Goodness gracious. Also, in the opening scene, when someone is set on fire, I'm pretty sure that was just JPEG fire that they moved around a little bit. There is a lot of times when they try and integrate CGI into this film that you can really see they did not have the budget for those special effects. That it was just not there for that. But when they're using practical effects, for the most part, it looks pretty good. Back to what I was saying, the first film didn't really have a story at all. Just random killings with things that vaguely resembled Winnie and Piglet. Nothing else. Just, that's the whole story in a nutshell. Here, they did bring on a real writer. and they wanted to tell a real story. But it just does not match the tone of the film. The film is at its best when it's being over the top and goofy. When it's trying to be really serious by telling the story about Christopher Robin, who his brother got kidnapped and he's going through hypnotherapy to try and remember his brother. Kind of actually reminds me of the plot to the Five Nights at Freddy's movie in a certain way. But he's trying to figure out what happened to his brother. If I could only figure out who this man was that took him, because I saw a piece of him in my memories, then I'll know what happened and I can get my brother back. So it tries to make you care about that story and care about these characters in a different way by giving you this emotional narrative about guilt that Christopher feels for not being able to protect his brother, and it sets up a bit of a mystery there on, what happened to him and how it connects to everything else. And it's not like a bad attempt or anything, but it just really feels out of place because it doesn't exactly land when it's fucking Winnie the Pooh and the gang just killing people for the vast majority of the runtime. So the emotional story that they're trying to weave in there, like jump scares to this killing montage, really conflicts with that because it just doesn't work. No one's gonna care about that storyline. Not that it's poorly crafted or anything, but that's just not the focal point of the film. The film is focused entirely on killing. And they established that immediately upon starting this film. They don't even really have a good reason for why Winnie the Pooh and the crew go on this killing rampage. Like the scene where they just start killing people at a rave, Owl just says, "I hope you're ready to party." And then Tigger and Pooh start executing hundreds of people. And the reason? Because fuck you. That's why. I mean, there is like a light reason that Owl sprinkled in like 2 sentences, where he's like, if the humans keep coming to us, eventually we're just gonna have to roll over and die. So let's take the fight to them and just kill them all. So that's why they're out here hunting everyone. But yeah, the story here, like, again, I don't even think it's bad. Like, the backstory is simple but effective. Also, the entire plot, like the actual story, is extremely predictable. I think you will figure out everything the second that it starts introducing those narrative plot threads, because it's very obvious where all of it goes. It's simple, it's not bad, but it just doesn't add anything to this film besides just being like this side quest outside of just surviving the killings. It just, I don't know, it's very underwhelming. Like, they could have just doubled down on the over-the-top goofiness of everything. Instead of making like a story that tries to take itself seriously, make a story that doesn't. Luckily, it's not a long movie, so even though a lot of time is spent with this story, which is a fucking snooze fest, it at least doesn't bore you to tears because the movie is so short that you're still mainly getting tons of like over-the-top violence in this film that keeps you engaged with it, because that's really all the film offers. It's just a bunch of mindless killing in creative, yucky ways. So while I may not agree with the experts at Rotten Tomatoes that this is a 100% certified fucking fresh, and I don't even agree with the audience score that it's an 80%, I still think that it's definitely better, just not good. If I was to put this film on the Moist meter, I think I'd give Winnie the Pooh Blood and Honey 2 a 40%. And maybe that's being too generous, but I really can't stress enough how much better this one is than the first one. Which again isn't saying a lot, but I at least appreciate they're going in an upward trajectory here. It's showing that they're learning from previous mistakes. Their past sins are being rectified. They're trying to bury that and be better from it. But yeah, I think I'd give it like a 40%, I guess. Yeah. I'm going to show you an image, and I want you to tell me how it makes you feel. What does it say to you? Now, I don't want to scare you. This isn't meant to be frightening, but it will be a bit distressing. Think of it like a therapy session, and this is a Rorschach. You ready? Here it is. BuzzFeed Studios jump scare. Don't worry, it's gone now. It can't hurt you anymore. I know that seeing BuzzFeed Studios elicits a feeling of sadness and despair. I honestly didn't even know BuzzFeed was still around. I thought we had eradicated that plague many years ago, but I guess it's still got a heartbeat, no matter how faint, and they're going all in on this horror movie called Dear David, which is based on a Twitter thread. I shit you not. That is the most BuzzFeed shit imaginable. They're making a Twitter thread horror movie.
A stunning, brave, and bold twist on the horror genre here. Innovation at its finest, and that's what BuzzFeed is known for. I really can't wait to see what's next for the creative minds at the BuzzFeed Studios basement. I want to see what else they'll cook up in that cursed kitchen. Perhaps a Netflix original thriller about a bubbly blogger who's now facing her worst nightmare when she goes to Starbucks and was served a grande instead of a venti. Fucking teeth chattering. Chills, I tell you, chills. BuzzFeed Studios, they're aiming for the fences. They're swinging for a big home run, and god damn it, I think they might just hit it. This trailer for Dear David is impressively awful. Before getting into the trailer itself, I'll just go ahead and show you what it's based on. It's from this thread in 2017 where a comic artist named Adam was documenting a series of hauntings he was experiencing from a dead child named David. And this is the police sketch of David, I guess. It looks like something out of Ed, Edd n Eddy, but this was meant to be taken seriously. He tried to play it off as a very real thing, even though it's very clearly just a load of baloney, just some fish paste to have a bit of fun. But there were tons of people that were really, encapsulated. They were hooked. They tuned in every day for the latest update from Adam on David. You know, is David still trying to kill you? What's David up to? Is he out there playing with Hot Wheels again in the middle of the night? Oh my god, David's a menace! We gotta fucking kill David quickly! That kind of shit. They were really invested in the story, and now BuzzFeed is doing what they do best. Striking while the iron is completely cold and everyone has forgotten about it. Not the most timely execution here. This is 6 fucking years too late. The whole world doesn't remember this thing, and now BuzzFeed for some reason is trying to parade its corpse around to make money off of it. In a very pitiful attempt at that. They chose something that was only popular on Twitter 6 years ago, and only lasted for a handful of days, really. And they're like, yep, that's the one. That's our horror movie magnum opus. Dear David, let's run it. I just can't even believe it. Why even bother? You're already so late to it. If this had come out in 2018 maybe, then you might have a chance of getting a couple ticket sales. But this movie, Dear David, might legitimately sell 0 tickets. It's just incredible how out of touch BuzzFeed is. This is a film that wouldn't even be seen by family and friends because it looks so awful and uninteresting on a concept that no one cares about from a fucking Twitter thread. And it's integral to the film itself, too. Twitter plays a large role in the trailer. That is so embarrassing. No one wants to go watch that. If you went to the BuzzFeed office right now, I'm very curious what you would find. Maybe it looked like a dungeon where there's only one light on. It's like a single light bulb dangling from a string, and maybe 3 people on a computer still writing quizzes. What Harry Potter character are you? What does your favorite sex position say about your favorite Disney princess? I don't know who's there and who came up with this. Not even AI would generate something this out of touch. It blows my mind. But anyway, let's talk about the trailer now. I can't show you the trailer because I don't want to get DMCA'd by BuzzFeed or anything. So I'll just show you some screenshots of it and tell you what's going on. So, they immediately get into the cringe because everything with BuzzFeed is this imminent natural disaster of cringe, like a fucking tornado barreling towards you and you can't escape the embarrassment. So it opens up with the main character posting his comic on Twitter and getting roasted for it, saying it's bad, yikes, your comics are shitty now that you work for BuzzFeed. A literal self-insert with BuzzFeed here. So they're making comments like, you work for BuzzFeed, now your art's lame. And then one of his coworkers is like, it's the worst thing to do to engage with trolls online. And he's still engaging with trolls, and then he commits the ultimate sin. He summons the demon, David, by telling someone to die in a fire, DIAF. After sending that message, he then says this verbatim. Sometimes you've got to troll the trolls. So clearly this dialogue is written by actual 66-year-old men here, because Jesus Christ. So then, after saying die in a fire, this mysterious Twitter account pops up saying, why are you so mean? And if you look at the name, it's from Dear David. The shameless goofballs at BuzzFeed even had the gall to say that it's inspired by actual events. Oh, brother, it's inspired by an actual Twitter thread, not actual events. These events are about as real as the Blitzball Championship in Final Fantasy X. It's just a silly horror story that they cooked up. Nothing else. Just because it's written down in a Twitter thread doesn't mean that it's evidence that it's true. The trailer then goes into the same old, tired, generic, formulaic garbage that we've seen a million times. So here's this scary child, David, being a little goofball in the chair. He's here because I guess he didn't like the main character trolling on Twitter, I guess. He didn't like the die in a fire line, so now David's here to teach him a lesson. And of course, there's a BuzzFeed article being written about it. And honestly, this just seems like a really desperate attempt to remind people that BuzzFeed exists. So the more I watched the trailer, the more I realized that they're putting BuzzFeed in as many places as they can, and I really think that's because they recognize that nobody gives a fuck about them anymore. So this is just like a Hail Mary attempt to remind people that this is still a platform that exists. And my god, is it just awful to look at. It's so pathetic. The trailer drags on with more normal, boring trash with tiny little jump scares here and there and little creepy images. And then we reach towards the end here where he's getting out of a shower and he notices in the mirror, D-I-A-F. Die in a fire. The same thing he said to troll the trolls on Twitter, if you might remember. And now he's being haunted by the D-I-A-F statement. So this whole thing seems like David's really trying to troll the troll who was trolling trolls. Leave it to BuzzFeed to break new ground. Pioneers, I tell you. Absolute fucking geniuses. There's really nothing else to discuss with the trailer. It is literally just all the same exact horror movie trope cliche that you've seen actually a billion times by now, shoved into one desperate attempt from BuzzFeed to remind people that they're still around. So yeah, this is already shaping up to be an extremely embarrassing endeavor from BuzzFeed here. It's not something anyone asked for, ever, really, and it's also 6 years too late anyway. I just don't understand the thought process. Horror movies are always made on a very low budget, and this looks like no exception. It looks like it's a very low budget movie, so most of the time horror movies actually turn a very sizable profit because, like Blumhouse, for example, will make a horror movie for like $2 million, and then if it only does like a $8 million box office run, it still did pretty well. Like, that's still a financial success overall. That's why Blumhouse keeps churning out like pretty low effort horror movies pretty often, because they're cheap. And it doesn't have to perform extraordinary in the box office, and sometimes it does. It goes well above what it should have. It punched above its weight class, like, for example, Paranormal Activity. Very low budget and made 9 figures. So there's always so much room for horror movies to be a financial success because they're so cheap. But in this case, I don't see that happening, because who the fuck wants to watch this? I love fun, bad horror movies, but this does not look like a fun, bad horror movie. Even I'm not that interested in seeing it. And that's saying something. That's a fucking statement right there. You have dreadfully missed if you're making a bad horror film that even I'm bored by. So I might still see it out of pity. I don't know yet, but it just I just don't understand what their thought process was here. It looks like shit. It really does. I don't think it's going to save the company. I think it's only going to continue to push the time is finally upon us. Most people thought this day would never come, but it has. Mickey Mouse is public domain. Kind of, to a certain extent. Steamboat Willie is fair game now, and you're already seeing everyone with a pulse start to dogpile on it like they're trying to recover a fumble in the NFL. Everyone is scrambling to snatch up and use Mickey Mouse in the quickest things they can, like horror movies. We just saw one be announced with a trailer, horror games, and that's only the tip of the iceberg. Mickey Mouse is arguably one of the most recognizable characters ever created. So, obviously this is a pretty big deal that now it's fair game for anyone to use him. You could use Mickey Mouse to promote whatever you want. You could have Mickey Mouse doing the foulest shit ever, a 2 Girls 1 Cup official Mickey Mouse production. You could do whatever you want because now that Steamboat Willie version of Mickey Mouse is public domain. I'm not a copyright attorney, so I don't know all of the nitty-gritty. I can't really dive into the weeds of what is and is not permissible for Steamboat Willie Mickey, but as I understand it right now, and at least judging based on the horror movie that just got announced and the horror game, you can use Mickey Mouse Steamboat Willie variant for pretty much whatever your little noodle wants to cook up with them in there. Now, for those of you that don't know what the Steamboat Willie Mickey is, it might sound like a fucking SCP to you. That's like the original OG genesis of Mickey Mouse, so this is all the way back in the 20s, and that's what's now entered the public domain, that Steamboat Willie variant of Mickey. So, Disney did make a statement saying, more modern versions of Mickey will remain unaffected by the expiration of the Steamboat Willie copyright, and Mickey will continue to play a leading role as a global ambassador for the Walt Disney Company in our storytelling, theme park attractions, and merchandise. This is when they were going over what you can and can't use for this, because there is a bit of confusion since it is Mickey Mouse, but a certain version of him. It's not every version of Mickey. We will, of course, continue to protect our rights in the more modern versions of Mickey Mouse and other works that remain subject to copyright, and we will work to safeguard against consumer confusion caused by unauthorized uses of Mickey and our other iconic characters. So as long as you don't fly too close to the sun when using Steamboat Willie Mickey, you should be fine. It just can't teeter on a modern depiction of Mickey Mouse, because then Disney is gonna fucking snap on you. That company is downright evil, and when it comes to enforcing their copyright, no expense will be spared. They will put you in an early grave if they so much as sniff that you accidentally used a modern variant of Mickey outside of Steamboat Willie. It's all fun and games until you put modern version of Mickey Mouse in your Facebook ad for your vape business, and all of a sudden you got the goddamn official Disney goof troop showing up at your doorstep, breaking your kneecaps and putting a gun to your skull. So just be careful. Steamboat Willie Mickey, fair game, public domain, but not all versions of Mickey. Now let's go ahead and go over what is already been announced. So let's talk about Mickey Mouse, huh? Steamboat Willie. It's free, and it's immediately being used and abused here. As I predicted, not to wiggle my finger and say I told you so, the first implementation is a bad horror movie. Just like Winnie the Pooh with Blood and Honey. I said one of the first things that's going to be made is some absolute schlock horror film in order to immediately capitalize off shock ticket sales. And lo and behold, a Mickey Mouse horror movie is coming out. They had this puppy ready. Why is that the default? Because it's extremely cheap to make. You can pump out a horror film very low budget. Great example. I actually talked about this today on the podcast. Winnie the Pooh, Blood and Honey had a budget of $100K and it made $5 million in the box office. $5 million in the box office would be a death sentence to pretty much anything except for something like this. This made a killing. And Mickey Mouse will do the same, all just because of the concept. And this movie fucking sucks. It's not even fun bad. And they're making a sequel. Yeah. So Mickey Mouse is immediately getting the same treatment. I haven't seen the trailer, so who knows, maybe I'll watch the trailer and be blown away. My eyes roll in the back of my head like I'm just truly shocked by how great it looks, but I already know this is just going to be the most throwaway garbage. Let's take a peek. It actually even looks like the same kind of costume design for Winnie the Pooh, Blood and Honey. And I'm pretty sure this knife he's using comes from one of the YouTube sponsors for like the knife company. It really seems like this was made very quick. I'll get to the horror game in a minute. I'm singing a different tune for the horror game, I'm not gonna lie. Well, let me pull up the horror movie, though.
These are the best party that we can throw.
Oh, actually, wait. I feel like this might have, like, titties or something in it. Has anyone watched it yet? Is this Toss? Because Winnie the Pooh, Blood and Honey did. The audio is really fucked up. It's like they recorded it with their phone.
Jungle Gym. Good. Yes.
Exactly the same DNA as Winnie the Pooh, Blood and Honey. Make something for $50, pump it out, get a couple of curious ticket sales, call it a day. But now, on the flip side of that coin, this game actually looked kind of hype, I'm not gonna lie. So, the horror movie, a pile of dog shit. That sucks shit through a crazy straw. But, Infestation 88, we might have a little something here, I'm not gonna lie on this. Yeah, I already saw this on Twitter, so I know it looks good.
There's something else in here.
Okay, I think this could be a banger. Mickey laid eggs. They took some creative liberties with the public domain. Still milking the whole kid thing turned horror. Yeah, it still is. I know. But I guess the vibe I get from this is more Lethal Company than Garten of Banban. Not enough has come out to really showcase what exactly it's trying to be, but this trailer gets me at least interested. If Mickey takes off the Steamboat Willie hat, can Disney sue? If... You're talking about like in the game or in the movie? I guess either one. Probably. I don't know the particulars of how exactly Steamboat Willie Mickey is public domain and all of that. I guess if in the movie he's... like maybe he makes a noise that's not Steamboat Willie adjacent, they could probably sue. And knowing Disney, they'd probably fucking execute you for it, for stepping on their copyright. I have no idea. No, I don't think there's a release date for this game yet, is there? This is just an announcement that they're working on it. Again, Mickey Mouse just became public today. There's still so much time for people to mutilate Mickey Mouse's corpse. Steamboat Willie has only been off the leash for like 24, not even 24 hours yet. There's going to be some deplorable garbage that gets pooped out using Mickey Mouse. It's going to have Walt Disney die again. But this time of cringe. There's a really cool boomer shooter called Mouse. Oh, yeah, that's right. There is another Mickey Mouse game, isn't there? That's the one that looks like Bindi and the Ink Machine that I was thinking about. I saw this on Twitter today, but this was uploaded 2 weeks ago. So that can't legally be Mickey. This just happens to be Bad Mouse Guy. It's not Steamboat Willie, just same animation style. Oh, okay. I saw this on Twitter today, so I thought it was Mickey Mouse because of public domain. But it does look really... There's no shortage of YouTubers that try and transition from making YouTube videos into movies. A lot of channels have tried to take that plunge before, but almost every single time it crashes and burns and is always just a fruitless endeavor that is only good for pointing and laughing and shooting spitballs. But there is one channel that has done it extraordinarily well. Rocka Rocka. Danny and Michael Filippo. I hope I didn't butcher their last name. I'm never entirely sure how to say their last name. They made a horror movie called Talk to Me, which I think is an absolute slapper of a film. And now they've just released their second horror film, their second A24 horror flick, Bring Her Back, which I actually think is even better than Talk to Me. It's a very different film. It doesn't try and do the same things. It is still a horror film, but it's more akin to something like Hereditary, and I think a lot of people are going to be making that comparison with this film. And as all of you know, Hereditary is like my favorite horror movie. I think that is a masterpiece, all the way up until like the last 10 minutes where I think it kind of eats some major ass. It just goes into like really big horror cliches, which a lot of people really don't like my take on. That's a bit of a spicy take for me, but I just really don't like the last 10 minutes. It falls into just like a Blumhouse schlock fest at the end, even though I like the reason it happens, and I also like the actual final like last couple scenes. But where they just go through like the haunted house of like banging head on wall, naked dude with winky out, fucking wiener hanging. Like, I think that was a little lame. But I still think Hereditary is one of the best horror films in general. And Bring Her Back feels a lot like Hereditary did, where it's not trying to like jump scare you and get you with like a boo! You've been startled, get spooked, loser. It's going for like a very slow, constant anxiety building, tension, like unnerving, disturbing experience. It does it, I think, really, really well. It's a movie mainly focused on grief and coping with the loss of a loved one. I think it's actually like a really thought-provoking film, which I didn't expect at all going into this. Talk to Me I thought was a really good movie, but it's pretty simple. They have a haunted hand, basically, that they can dap up and take a addicting journey into the spirit realm and get possessed for a little while and then snap right back into it until something goes awry. This, though, was very, very different. And I really appreciate that they didn't just try and do the same thing again. You know, that was so good, I'll just try it a second time type deal. So to break it down, Bring Her Back is about a brother and sister who just lost their father in a very traumatic way. The sister is visually impaired. She can see shapes and lights, but not much beyond that. and they are now put in foster care of a woman who had a daughter that she recently lost, and she also has another kid staying with her in the foster program. And things are a little off about this woman, Laura. She's really sweet, like really nice, but in a way that's off-putting. The acting in this movie I actually thought was phenomenal. So when you have a character like Laura who's like really bubbly and like, oh, you got a boo-boo? Do you need me to kiss it? I'll do anything to make anyone happy. Like it's supposed, like it's everything she's saying is really nice and caring, but you can tell there's something very sinister about her. And as it continues to progress, she's very manipulative. So Laura... Hello, Io. I know. It was a good movie, wasn't it? You didn't get to see it. But I'm sure you can feel my excitement for the film. Point is, the acting is great and it helps you get invested in the characters. Like, that's what I'm getting at here, but I want to get into it more, like, deeper into the spaghetti and meatballs. So, spoiler warning here. I've been really enjoying doing these reviews while talking about spoilers, just fucking freeing the nipple and letting all the thoughts out here. So, Laura, I think, is a character. She's obviously the villain, but it's a villain that you can really kind of almost understand to a certain degree. She's lost her daughter. That is one of the worst things that can happen to a parent. And she will do anything for the chance to see her daughter again. What parent wouldn't? And she's stumbled across these videotapes that have some kind of satanic ritual that can transfer the soul of like a demon, or a demon can transfer the soul of a lost loved one into another body. So she's watching these tapes and learning how the process goes, which is why she has the other child there, Ollie. He's not part of the foster program, or at least he's not supposed to be, and she's putting the demon inside of his body so that way he can take her daughter's soul and put it inside the body of the sister. Her name is Piper. It's a plot line that we've seen explored before. Like, I have seen horror movies with a similar concept, but not executed this well, because this film does what those fail to do. It actually makes you care a lot and has a lot to say about grief in general. Plus, it's shot really well, so there's some very creative scenes here and some really good gore and grossness to it that makes it just feel kind of like almost like squeamish at times, especially with Ollie. Like, there's a scene where Ollie's like biting on a knife and his skin is tearing as the brother Andy is watching, horrified, wondering what the fuck is going on with this kid. And it presents to you a good mystery. Though, I think most people from the title of the film and immediately upon seeing these tapes will connect the dots of what the mother Laura is trying to do here. It doesn't matter, because that's not the actual, like, big discovery of the mystery per se. I think that's pretty obvious from the jump once that's established, which is early on. It's a matter of how do we stop it. She's really good at gaslighting, manipulating Piper and Andy and putting them against each other, where she starts to like frame Andy for like abusing her and kind of separates the two of them, so it puts this barrier up, so it makes it hard for Andy, who starts to get the sense that something's wrong after seeing everything Ollie's doing. Like, it is just done so well. And it's not a film that's like super slow with like glacial pacing where it feels like nothing's happening except for like trauma dumping back and forth or anything. The film is constantly moving and it's showing you disturbing imagery and disturbing scenes. Like I mentioned, Ollie with the knife, or another scene where Ollie's getting like more and more swollen, like he's starting to like fucking puff up, like he's about to explode like an Elden Ring enemy any moment now. And then he gets like really hungry, just gluttonous. So he starts like eating his own flesh, like tearing it from the bone. He starts like eating the wood countertop. And I think it was pretty great. There were a couple people in the theater I heard audibly go like, "ooh," during a couple of those scenes. So it's definitely eliciting the response the directors wanted here. I really think another thing that helped them a lot when it comes to those scenes is how they're filmed. Like, it's just so meticulous, and it like they linger on it, just letting it like marinate, letting you stew on what you're seeing and just how like gross and uncomfortable it is. I just really think this movie is like a full-blown banger. I was very impressed with this movie. I also think there's a lot to like chew on here, not even making like a joke calling back to like the countertop scene. I mean, like, there is really like a lot in this that isn't just spoon-fed to you, even though you know Laura's intention. She's studied these tapes, and she is now trying to put into practice this ritual of transferring a soul into another body so she can be reunited with her daughter that was gone too soon from her. There's a lot that happens that there's like breadcrumbs that you can start to piece together other things. For example, was Andy being drugged by Laura? We see like this creatine, she pours it out towards the end of the film when she's told, or when she finds out a social worker's about to visit, and we have seen Andy like passing out and like drooling all over himself in his sleep, and he's like wetting the bed and stuff like that. And you can write that off as like maybe trauma from seeing his father pass away in such a horrifying fashion. But then when you see that quick, literally like 2-second like blurb of her pouring out creatine when trying to clean up the place for the social worker, you start to ask, why would she do that? Well, maybe she drugged him. Like, there's just so much like that in this film. And it doesn't follow the path that you think it's going to follow. Like, I just think it's such a good movie. I was very impressed. I don't think it's perfect, though. And here I want to get into my biggest complaint. And unfortunately, just like Hereditary, it's a bit of the ending. At the end of the film, I do find that it was a bit underwhelming how after everything Laura has done for this ritual, she eventually just decides she can't go through with it. Now, I think it's great that Piper herself like fought back and was like actively, defying Laura and trying to save herself, but ultimately what happens is Laura just can't do it because she's supposed to mimic the death of how her daughter passed, which was drowning. So she is trying to drown Piper, and then after getting scratched, she just can't do it anymore. It's too much for her. After she's already killed a bunch of people and done unforgivable things, she now at the very end backs out of it. And then Piper escapes, and then the ritual is kaput. The demon gets expelled, that kind of thing. I still think it's a nice conclusion. I think it's a great ending, but I couldn't help but feel a little underwhelmed to watch her just decide, all right, we're pumping the brakes, we're done. Like, it makes sense. The reason she did that makes total sense because she watched her daughter drown, and now she is actively drowning this girl that reminds her of her daughter. So it's a very hard thing for her to do, and you can see her struggling with that as she's doing it. But she's still like committed to doing it, and she has still done all of this planning for so long to do it, killed so many people for it, and then at the very end not going through with it. It just feels like, I don't know, I would have liked, Piper to overcome this obstacle and defeat Laura, or some kind of like karmic justice for Laura, which I thought they were kind of building to when it came to what happened with Andy, but I don't know. I just couldn't help but feel like that wasn't amazing there, but everything else around it was. So it's not like a massive complaint, and by no means does it ruin the movie or even take away from the film. It's just my only like criticism of it. But yeah, I think Bring Her Back is an absolute must-watch for horror fans. I would comfortably put this up here with something like a Hereditary. I did really like it a lot. I don't think it's as good as Hereditary, but I think it's definitely in a conversation with it, at least for my personal, horror. I watched a movie called The Woman in the Yard. I was convinced that this was the lowest we could possibly sink for horror films by the title alone, but it's a Blumhouse film, which means it's going to make money no matter what, and I went yesterday, and it was a sold-out theater, basically. I had to sit in the front row. Do you understand how mad I was? I was sitting there steaming. I have had no problems for any release over the last 6 months, no matter how big. Yet somehow the fucking Woman in the Yard at 10:30 p.m., I can't get out of the front row loony bin. I'm just sitting there breaking my neck, staring straight up at it like I'm trying to catch a fucking golden shower with my mouth open. For The Woman in the Yard, I was livid. My eggs were scrambled. I sat there with my arms crossed pouting by the time the movie started. Which it's not the movie's fault. I mean, good for The Woman in the Yard. It's putting asses in seats somehow. That shit is selling tons and tons. I bet it's gonna make a fucking fortune. off of like a $12 million budget or something, I imagine, because Blumhouse, all they do is like really low budget horror films, so everything is a profit. I've said that is the smartest model, and I don't know why more Hollywood studios don't follow that model. They only ever make money. No matter how catastrophic or how boring, lazy, or generic it is, you make a low budget horror film, you're going 3x on your budget plus marketing. So I have no doubt The Woman in the Yard is going to follow suit, especially considering the turnout I saw for it yesterday, which I am still stunned by. This had more movement than the Halo 3 midnight launch. I don't know what people are seeing in the trailer for The Woman in the Yard that makes them think it's going to be good. It's not. I thought at best it would be fun bad. It's not. It's just boring. It's not even bad, per se. It's not like a horrible film. It's not terrible, but it's not good. So it doesn't get to have the luxury of being enjoyably stinky. It just is mediocre, which I think is the ultimate sin. Because again, you can be bad and charming and memorable and enjoyable, or you can just be good. But if you're neither, you go right down in purgatory and you're forgettable and boring, and I feel like I wasted my time watching it. I want to give you my review, though. As the title would indicate, there is a woman in the yard, almost immediately. They name drop the title within the first 10 minutes. So the story is about a family that's going through a loss. The mother and father were in a car accident which claimed the life of the husband. However, the mother survived and is overcome with a lot of trauma, and the family still is, of course, feeling the loss of the father. It's only been a couple of weeks since that accident, and when they were downstairs eating, one of the kids, named Taylor, said, "Hey Mom, there's a woman in the yard." So the mother goes and checks, and sure enough, there's a fucking woman in the yard. So, as you've seen in the trailer, it's a woman sitting in a chair in the yard. So, the title did not lie. It is not false advertising. You get what you pay for right away. You get a woman in the yard, and she is posting up. She is slabbed up in the middle of the yard, and it's odd because she's dressed like it's like morning attire. It's very weird and concerning. So the mother goes and checks, and of course the mother is going through a rough time, and she's taking all of her anger and frustration out on her kids. She is miserable. And she goes out. She still has an injured leg from the car accident, so she's on crutches, and she goes out. So she says, "Hey, why are you sitting in the yard, lady?" And this leads to a short and odd conversation between the two of them, with the woman in the yard eventually revealing some blood in her hands. And that's when the mom goes, "Jeepers, this is a threat now. This woman in the yard is dangerous," so she goes back inside, locks all the doors, and it turns out her chickens have been slaughtered by the woman in the yard. So, do you care about spoilers? My guess is probably not. I'm going to get into spoilers so I can tell you why I think the movie's pretty fucking boring. So you have been warned. I'm going to get into spoilers for The Woman in the Yard. But before I do that, I will say there are a couple of things I actually think are pretty solid about the film. There are some really good shots, and I do mean that. There are some actually good shots in here that I did not expect from The Woman in the Yard. They had really cool shots, especially when it came to a certain sequence that involved glass. And the powers of the woman in the yard, I think, look cool and are at least something different than you usually see in horror films, and got pretty creative with it. I also think the acting was good, particularly from the mother. So, it's all the good stuff out of the way. Now, into the spoilers. This movie is the epitome of that SpongeBob meme. He's just standing there menacingly. That is the whole film. There is nothing that happens outside of the family bickering. The mother is terrible to her kids. She is going through some horrible things, and she is taking it out on her family. The entire, I'd say 70% of the film is focused on her being mean to her kids, and one of her kids, Taylor, kind of talking back and being like, "Mom, you're not acting like yourself." And the mom's throwing glass on the floor, even throws something at her kids. And then that's the bulk of the film. Meanwhile, they'll just keep looking out the window and noticing the woman in the yard is getting closer. So that's it. There's not really scares. There's just occasional loud noises, but no scares. Eventually, as the woman in the yard gets closer, the kid, Taylor, decides to take matters into his own hands because his mother is completely incapable of protecting them at all. She has no survival instincts. So the power has been off all day, so they haven't been able to call for help. The mother's phone is not charged, so they also can't call for help there. The Jeep battery is dead, so they can't go and scram and get out of there. But Taylor is constantly coming up with other solutions. Okay, so the power's not working, we can't call for help. But what if we just start running to the neighbors to call for help to get this woman in the yard out of here because she's scaring us? And she's like, "No, you can't do that." And it's like, well, why the fuck not? She's just sitting in the yard. We've established she's not going anywhere. This kid could easily run to the neighbors, which he says he can do. He even said I could drive the car there. She's like, no, you don't drive the car. And it turns out the car's dead. But, like, he's the only one offering solutions. He's like, okay, I'm going to get Dad's gun and I'll shoot her. And she's like, no, you will not do that. And it's like, what the fuck? He's the only one with any sense in the whole film. Now, of course, I think that's the point, because, big spoiler here, the whole film is about the mother and what she's gone through with the trauma after losing her husband in a car accident that she feels she is responsible for. That's the big twist. So the woman in the yard mentioned during their conversation she had been summoned by the mother. The mother's confused on what it meant. And then we get to the last half of this film. So now we see the woman in the yard. She's standing up from her chair. Now she's using her powers, and her powers are shadow manipulation. And there's some cool shots with this, where she has, like, her arm as a shadow reaching up and she hits a wind chime for a scare. Or she's using her shadows in the house to pick up things and throw them around, which I think is the most cliche shit ever. I am so tired of that fucking horror movie trope where things just move around like, ooh, spooky, moving fucking plates and shit. But at least using the shadow powers to do it was cool looking. It really reminded me of Courage the Cowardly Dog with that episode where, like, the shadows fight each other. I love that. I love Courage the Cowardly Dog, and I can always find ways of tying it into movies I watch because Courage just had so much good shit to it. So it did remind me of that. But the shadows were a cool idea, and there was some creativity there where they started closing blinds in order to take away shadows so she couldn't use it. Like, it was good ideas that really feel worthless in a movie like this, unfortunately. So anyway, after she starts demonstrating her powers and they start countering it by getting rid of the shadows, it then goes into, like, a totally separate movie after they end up in the attic. After they've run away from the shadows and they're up in the attic. Where it just becomes a fucking totally different movie. It gets so trippy and surreal. It has, like, time-altering elements where the mother, like, she starts going to, like, the past where her husband is there, and we get to, like, see that, and it's like a happily ever after thing, but it turns out it's like the mirror dimension, so everything's like flipped. Then she comes back to reality, but now she's the woman in the yard, so she's sitting in the chair. So now we're seeing the movie play out in front of her as the woman in the chair from her perspective. Like, these are cool ideas and they look cool, but it doesn't fit with the rest of the film that's just been established. It just comes out of nowhere. Like, it seems like what happened is they had the woman in the yard and they want it to be like this really formulaic, throwaway, dog shit horror film. And then the director's like, this sucks. I really want to try something. They're like, okay, as long as we just get some tickets, some asses and seats, just put it to the end of the movie. Who cares? So he decided to get experimental. And I appreciate what he tried to do, but I just don't think it works for the movie. What ends up happening is the woman in the yard is there because the mother wants to end her own life. She's going through so much grief and she feels like her kids are going to be so much better off without her. So the woman in the yard is there to help her do that. And that's where you get to the ending of the film where she has like a gun to her head and the woman in the yard's like helping her pull the trigger to end her own life. And then she doesn't. She walks away, her kids come back, and it's happily ever after. But then it turns to one of the pictures and her name, Ramona, is backwards. Thus, the implication is she did take her own life and now she's in the mirror dimension of the happily ever after that's not real. It's a very bleak ending and it takes a lot of fucking balls to do that. So ultimately the message of the movie is she couldn't move on from her grief, thought her kids would be better off without her, so she shoots herself in the head. It's a pretty crazy message to send, really. And I can at least appreciate it tried to do something at the end here, but it takes the last 15 minutes and just crams so much shit all at once. Tons of different ideas, different imagery, all overloading you in like 10 minutes. It just doesn't mesh with the rest of the movie. So overall, Woman in the Yard is not a good movie, but it's also not a terrible film either. I really think it's just a boring film at the end of the day. That had some good ideas, it had some clever moments, it had some good acting, but it didn't really do anything. And it's hardly even a horror film in the first place. So yeah, overall, not a great movie. I just wanted to give you the little review on it. That's about it. There's a lot you could say about this film, but one thing that you can never criticize it for is that it lied to you. There was a fucking woman in that yard for over an hour.
Still, to date, one of the biggest surprises I've ever had going to a horror film was actually enjoying the first Smile movie. I went into that thinking that it might just be fun bad, but that it stood no chance of being anything even close to decent. Because it had like a TikTok influence and this and that. I thought the odds were stacked against it, but
I walked out of that theater smiling. Like, I thought it was just so good. Like, it was such a pleasant surprise. It takes a super generic concept that I had already seen a movie like in the past. Truth or Dare did something very similar with like the smiling right before death thing. And I thought this would just be another one of those throwaway slop horror films that I'd forget about 15 seconds after leaving the theater. But nah, Smile stuck with me. It's not like those other things where they just throw together something shitty, a few jump scares, and call it a wrap, you know, something like The Bag Man, or any of those other awful premises. Because everything gets a horror film these days. Literally the dumbest ideas ever get horror movies because they're cheap to make and usually turn a profit. So you have some shit come out like The Backwards Walk Man. If you see his cheeks coming at you, it's already too late. If his butt's facing you, you're already dead. But all this to say, I liked Smile. So I had a lot of expectations here on Smile 2, probably unfairly so. Yet, it exceeded them. Smile 2 is actually better than the first one. And people in stream chat that had seen it yesterday were telling me that much. They were saying that Smile 2 is actually better than the first one. And I agree. There are things I liked more in the first one, but overall I think Smile 2 is just a stronger film in general. So let me just go ahead and start glazing it like a donut real quick, but I do want to talk about some complaints that do get a little spoilery, but I'll get to those towards the end. Before even really getting into the meat of this, I do want to make a mention up top here, because I have to know that I'm not crazy. Like, maybe I'm possessed by a fucking sound demon or something, but this is the loudest movie I've ever heard in my life. I saw Smile 2 in a Dolby screening, which I've done for tons of movies that have come out, and I've never had something be this loud. Like, I'm talking anytime something happens on screen, it's like 5 sticks of dynamite get shoved into my ears, like it's some kind of Tom and Jerry gag. Like, even something like the main character opening a can of mints sounded like 5 dump trucks being thrown off of a cliff into a pile of broken glass and nitroglycerin. Everything was so loud. Now, I think the sound design and the audio was great in the film. I think they did a really good job with it. Like, I do want to make it clear, like, I think they crushed it in the sound department, but like, maybe the levels were a little too high in the theater I was in or something, where it became, like, actually painful. Like, there's a scene in the very beginning where a guy throws a sword, and it was already really loud, but he throws that sword, and holy shit, it was like I was back at a club, standing in front of the speaker. Like, that sword hits the ground, and it was like someone clapped their hands against my ears. Like what Jackie Chan would do in a kung fu movie to stun someone. It was crazy how loud some moments were here. Now, first and foremost, if you haven't seen the first Smile movie, you should know that Smile is built upon tension and jump scares. It has an unapologetic use of jump scares. It's not ashamed, and it actually gets very creative with the jump scares. Most of the time, when someone tries that shit with like a boo and like a really loud noise, like I'll just sigh and roll my eyes. It's really not exciting, and it's kind of lame. And for a long time, people have criticized horror movies' reliance on jump scares for its scare factor, and rightfully so, because it is lazy. Smile 2, though, and the first Smile by extension, they take jump scares and they use them so well. So they build tension, effectively build tension. And instead of like releasing the tension with a jump scare, it just keeps building the tension, and you're like hoping for a jump scare, and then when it comes, somehow you're still not expecting it, and it hits. It actually hits. Their jump scares here are so creative. Now, they don't reinvent the condom with them or anything. The jump scares still have like the loud noise, scary face kind of thing going on. But the way that it's utilized is so good. It's like a pick and roll in basketball. Everyone knows it. Everyone knows pick and rolls are coming. But if you know how to use them well, holy shit, are they effective. And I think Smile 2 uses jump scares super well because it does the hard stuff of building tension and actually getting you invested and like kind of on the edge of your seat this whole time. So because of that, they're able to put a jump scare in there and have it not be cringe. And another thing that helps is characters that you actually care about. So when you're watching Smile 2, I think Naomi Scott does an incredible performance here. Like, she has mastered the teardrop coming from her eyes with like 1,000-yard stare in shock. And she just sells the peril and like the hopelessness and the fear so well. Really, everybody in the movie does. Like, I was really surprised by how good everyone's performance was in the movie. So I did want to make a special note of that. But the characters do have you invested, and it's not like they give you a ton of information about them. Like they're not fully fleshed out characters, but what's there is enough. Now the movie follows pretty much an identical storyline to the first one, almost beat for beat, which is one of my complaints. I wish they had done more with maybe giving us a little bit more on, the actual monster itself. Like I understand keeping it a mystery, that is the most effective thing you can do with it, but it really does follow almost the exact same roadmap that the first one laid out. It just follows it better, like it's a more exciting ride. But I do wish they had explored other ideas a bit more. So our main character is a troubled pop star who's gone through something traumatic in the past. She's had issues with substance abuse, and she unfortunately watches one of her friends kill himself with the smile demon possessing him, which passes it on to her. This is all in the trailer. This isn't a spoiler or anything. So now it's her battling against this evil. And a lot of the things that are in place narratively were the same things that were in place in the first film, which is fine because it works and it's good. But like I said, I wish they explored a couple of other ideas and maybe did a little bit more with the universe and world building. But to counter my own complaint here, like I'm in fucking debate club, they did do something very different for the intro of this movie. They did a single take, one continuous shot action sequence. Like, I'm talking guns blazing, knives out, blood, gore, like all of that action sequence that felt like I had wandered into the wrong film for a moment. It was good. Like, they did a great job with that whole sequence. And it's very interesting how it ties into the rest of the movie. I'm not going to spoil anything, but I thought that was exceptional. And that had me hooked immediately. I just wish they had more moments like that where, like, it didn't stay the exact same course as the first film. But it's not like the biggest complaint because it still worked very well. I still really, really liked this movie. And since I mentioned that intro sequence, I do want to just point out the cinematography in this movie, I thought stood out. Like, I thought there were some really creative shots. Like, there were some really good shots and some good spins on some, like, classic shots that you've seen a million times in other horror movies that you just wipe your ass with in those films. Well, here they take those same kind of shots and they put like a nice little creative spin on it that works super well, that helps elevate the whole thing. Especially considering that a large part of Smile is playing with people's perception of what's real and what's fake. Since the Smile demon gets inside of the victim's brain and starts pulling levers and shit like that worm out of Courage the Cowardly Dog, it is changing what is real and what's fake, as well as just the flow of time. Like, how long has it been? Which is really fun as someone watching the film trying to figure out what's real and what's fake. Oh, that must have been real because of this. If it was fake, then how the fuck did she end up over there? That couldn't make any sense if it was fake. No, how could that possibly be fake when I have a boner? That doesn't add up, Like, it's a fun little game that the audience gets to play of figuring out, well, what's in her head and what's reality. And the film plays with that super well. And I think the way that it's shot helps with that too. And it's something I really appreciate. I really like the narrative to this, even though it is just kind of retreading the first one. I just still think it hits. And I like the pop star spin on it because then she's constantly surrounded by people in public. It allows for some really interesting new kind of horror scares that they try. Because in most horror films, you have the standard like haunted house shit or just like really dark shit. Smile 2, pretty much all the scary stuff happens in broad daylight, lights on. Almost nothing happens in the dark. And that's pretty fun. That's pretty cool. I also was a little worried that the pop star angle would be overplayed a bit in this film, where it focused too much on like pop music and like musical performances and stuff, and I thought it would take away from the rest, the shit that people actually care about, which is the horror. It doesn't. The pop music does clearly play a role here, but it doesn't like overstay its welcome or anything, and when the songs come on, like, it's fun, and usually something happens during it. So it's not like it's a totally separate thing. Kind of like in Trap, one of the big critiques I had of it is that it felt more like a concert first and foremost before like a movie. I was a little concerned that maybe this might have something similar. No. The pop music is there. It's a small portion, and it's not like overused or anything. It's not like the bread and butter of the movie by any means. So if anyone was worried about that, let me just go ahead and put your mind at ease there. I think Smile 2 is just really, really solid. I thought it was fucking great. But I do want to get into a few complaints now. I already mentioned the one where I feel like it was just kind of the same thing again, but better. That is still one that I have, but my biggest complaint is actually the ending. But I just feel like the movie's ending was the most predictable ending that you would have imagined when you saw that the character was a pop star. And it's something tons of horror movies have done in the past. That, well, now the genie's really out of the lamp and everyone's got it. The bad thing's everywhere now. And I just don't like that. I think that is so overdone. I recognize that when it comes to Smile, there's nothing necessarily new about it. It just executes everything better than what else came before it. However, in this ending, I don't think it did it better. It did it the same as tons of other horror movies that end with Pandora's box is open, now everyone's affected. It just did that, and not really in a new way. So I was kind of underwhelmed there. I get it conceptually, like it's a strong conclusion. I just couldn't help but feel less than satisfied. Especially when you consider that the ending of the film also nullifies a lot of the film's best moments. This is a big spoiler. I'm going to try and tiptoe around it as to not ruin this. But the way the movie ends, it kind of rewrites and undoes a lot of the best scenes from the film, like retroactively. And that kind of sucks. Like, it kind of takes the wind out of its own sail, which I just really didn't like. You know how everyone hates that trope, that cliche of, it was all a dream, that kind of thing? Well, I felt the same way with the ending of this movie. I just really felt like, man, that really kind of takes a lot of the impact away, what you've just done here. So, hopefully I didn't, say too much there that spoiled it for anyone, but I just felt really let down a bit by the direction the ending went. Like, I'm talking the very end, like the last 5 or 6 minutes, like not long. I think everything up until like the last 5, 6, whatever minutes was so strong. And narratively, I even think the last 5 and 6 minutes is a strong conclusion, like from a plot perspective, but from a viewing perspective, it just really feels like, man, that really does take away a lot of the fucking oomph with what we had been experiencing up until this point. So that's by far my biggest complaint, but I don't think it makes this movie that much worse in my eyes or anything. I still think this is a great film. I still think it is better than the first one. So overall, I think Smile 2 is 100% worth seeing. I think it is so good. So I definitely... A couple of nights ago on stream, someone proposed watching every video game movie ever made and then ranking them from best to worst to find the definitive best video game adaptation. And I really liked that idea, so that's exactly what I'm doing. And I wanted to kick this off by starting with the Silent Hill movies.
To find your daughter, you must face the darkness of hell.
It's okay, baby. Mommy's coming.
There's one from 2006 and one from 2012. I vaguely recall watching them when I was younger, but I don't really remember shit about them. I just know a lot of people consider them to be an affront to God, like a huge insult to the franchise. There's a lot of people that really hate them, but as with everything, I approach it with an open mind and open cheeks, so I was going into this with a blank slate, ready to either be impressed or depressed. I started with Silent Hill 2006.
Marker?
It's directed by Christoph Gans. He was a fan of Silent Hill and pitched this idea to bring it to life on the big screen, and interestingly enough, he is still closely tied to Silent Hill to this day and is actually slated to helm a new Silent Hill movie called Return to Silent Hill. So is that hopeless or hype? Well, if Silent Hill 06 is anything to go by, I'm pretty fucking hyped for it.
The painting was done by a scenic artist here in Toronto. His name is John Fraser, and he probably spent 3 weeks working on the painting at night while we were building the set around him. He'd come in after as we went home, and he'd put the lights on and paint away. We'd come in the morning and there'd be a little more built. We actually took pictures of some of the art department people in some of the costumes of the and painted them into the painting. You probably wouldn't be able to pick them out, but there are a few art department people in there.
I don't know why people poo-poo and spit on Silent Hill 06. Like, it's not like Sonic 06, you know, where it's like irredeemable dog shit or anything.
What the hell is even that?
This movie's pretty good. It's got tons of flaws, sure. Two things together. The film starts with Rose, and her daughter Sharon is sleepwalking. And
It's in West Virginia. I'm not giving up on her, Chris.
But I'm willing to write that off and give it a pass, because even in the games, that's become like a core part of their identity. Some of that like cheesiness in there and the way they talk sometimes being very unnatural and odd.
This town is full of monsters. How can you sit there and eat pizza?
So I didn't mind it that much in this movie, though I don't know if it was fully intentional a lot of the times. Anyway, though, Rose and Sharon are on their way to Silent Hill. A cop, Sybil Bennett, happens to take notice of something being a little off about the adventure when they stop for gas. Ash that's falling on them. They have the fog. There's even ways they film it sometimes where Rose is going through Silent Hill where they do like a fixed...
Whether it was slimy or dry or wet or crumbly or whatever. The game was like the Bible.
Once they start really getting into their own story and their own ideas and characters, that's where things get very shaky. If you're familiar with the games, you know Harry. Big role to play in the games, you could say. In this movie, he gets nothing. That man is on the bench. Played by Sean Bean, whom I'm a huge fan of. But I gotta tell you something, Mr. Bean here got nothing to do on screen, unfortunately.
Rose!
He has his wife and adopted daughter. Well, like Pyramid Head in this gun. She chose neither, instead she chose to just get her ass beaten by a bunch of pipes. After going through the nurses, Rose does meet Alessa. And I guess I should get into like the narrative parts of this because it deviates so heavily from the game. Even though they have characters that are from the game, like Harry and Alessa, of course, being like the main thing about this movie that moves it along. Alessa being this kid who has superpowers and basically traps everyone in this nightmare of Silent Hill. Well, her movie portrayal is very different than the game. In the movie, she's a witch. So she was burned as a witch, burned by Christabella and all of the followers there of the Brethren. And while burned, she is getting more and more powerful because her hate is powering her, which leads to her basically trapping everyone in this nightmare dimension where she brings her nightmares to life to kill all of the people that had a role to play in burning her as a witch, or really just anyone there. And as her hate grew, she wanted to carve off a piece of her soul that was still innocent and could feel joy and love, and so adopt it out to Rose and Harry, which is how this all comes together. In the game, it's different. While yes, Alessa still does carve off her soul into Cheryl, that whole witch thing is never really a piece of it.
I'm no man, I'm a man. If you seen this shit...
That decision to go the witch route, I don't think is a bad call, but it's not really used overly well in this movie. It boils it down to like, Christabella and the cult, burn witch, always burn witch, we constantly. Just wasn't a huge fan of that change. I don't think it worked overly well, because then Christabella just becomes a really weak villain, because she's so one-dimensional. Just always, burn it! Ah, I hit my fucking foot on this coffee table. Can somebody please come burn this? It must be a witch to have hurt me. Alessa wants to punish her either. Maybe the laundryman snuck in and blasted a haunted fart in here. Get the fuck out of there! He's doing laundry. Glory Hole Action 3, is that a horror short? Okay, she gets the... You know what, let's just get to the plot point. She gets the armoire, there it is. Now scare me. Imagine being afraid of a piece of furniture. You know, again, she clearly suspects the armoire of foul play. Why would she still trust it to keep the clothes in there? Why not just immediately get rid of the armoire? Like, hey, you know what? Spit my clothes out. I can hear the tapping in there. I'll get rid of it. Yeah, honestly, she should just call Billy the Exterminator. The man's exterminated every pest on the planet. Might as well tackle a few ghosts. Why is he doing that? Ah, it must have been the wind. Imagine being such a pathetic demon that the only thing you can possess is a fucking armoire. Oh my god!
Hey, hun!
Hey, hun, you mind if I look hot in front of this armoire?
There's a man floating above us.
Hey, don't give away his hiding spot. What the fuck?
I don't see a man.
It's just Pro Jared's dick pic on a string. It was that easy. Like, I'll be honest with you guys. If I saw a man floating above my bed, I wouldn't be able to just fall back asleep and be like, what the fuck are you doing in here?
Let's do it tonight.
And how are you doing that? Chris Angel, stop fucking floating above my bed. I've had enough.
Oh,
Yeah, it's just Billy the Exterminator in the attic checking for rats. I like to imagine all of these horror shorts have a perfectly logical explanation if you look through it. That's not Maribeth. Don't fall for the trick.
I promise.
Well, what did you expect? The worst chef in Hell's Kitchen history?
In the blue kitchen, chef.
What do I need? What did I just call out?
He seems like a nice guy, at least. They must have brought him on for his personality.
I'm talking to.
I don't even know what the hell's going on or what happened or why.
He sounds like a cartoon character.
Please, kids, how dare you condescend to me? I'm 28 years old, I've been a professional in this industry 14 years, I work at a camp and I work my ass off.
I'm a Navy SEAL, I have 500 confirmed kills. You will respect me, Raj.
You stupid douchebag. No, bro! You're attacking me.
He's like Samuel Tarly right now, but with a word. Because, I mean, Raj was done so fucking dirty. No respect for him. The man's 40.
If there was a global leaderboard for horror movies watched, I imagine I would be in the top 50. And I say that sincerely. I think I have seen more horror movies than most people have seen movies in their entire lifetime. It's a genre that I am so passionate about because it's almost exclusively awful films. Bad movies. So bad they're good. I find them to be highly entertaining to just watch something that is objectively trash but in an entertaining way. So that means that I am constantly consuming horror films. Because bad movies and horror go together like cereal and milk. It's almost more impressive just how consistently terrible this genre is. It's just saturated with the worst throwaway garbage imaginable. Just this stinky pile of dog shit for horror films that come out in recent years. Now, it's not all of them. There are some bangers out there. There's some diamonds in the rough for sure. But 99% of horror movies that come out are just not good. And I've seen like 99% of horror movies. So last night I was just going through this big rant about like Blumhouse just pumping out trash, as well as like a couple of horror movies that I really like Hereditary and Martyrs. So it was this mixed bag of just ranting about horror as a genre in general, and I just wanted to show you all of that real quick because I have seen more horror movies than I imagine most people in the world have. Movies you've never even heard of, I have seen. In fact, my least favorite movie of all time is a horror film that I bet zero of you have ever heard of past the times I've mentioned it over the years. It's called Let's Be Evil. And the only thing scary about this film is when you recognize that your time was wasted and you were directly insulted by sitting down to pop this piece of shit on the television screen. It's a movie about nothing, really. Like when Squidward goes to that empty dimension to be all alone, there was more going on in that void than there was throughout the runtime of Let's Be Evil. The plot is supposed to be like these smart kids are in a bunker and then they decide to kill their babysitters, and that's like the scariness of it. But like that barely even really happens in the film. It's actually just these tedious chores that you witness with some kids solving like fucking three-dimensional Rubik's Cubes. It's so lame. It is indescribable how bad this film is.
It's not fun bad or anything at all. It is actually one of the most miserable movies you can ever really watch. So, point is, I've seen movies in this genre that no one else has ever even heard of. This went on Netflix in like 2016, and I'm pretty sure it was taken off within the same year because I doubt anyone was watching it. I don't know if it's still there or not, but that would be my guess. If I made this movie, I would be doing everything in my power to scrub its existence from the files. I'd be erasing it like that planet the clones were made on in the Star Wars prequel trilogy. I would be trying to scrub this from the fucking archives. It is that bad. But anyway, let me just go ahead and show you this full rant. Before getting into it though, I do want to just shout out Plague Seeker one more time. This is my newest comic series. Issue 1 just dropped. It is 80 beautiful pages of carnage, a wonderful story, and just the best art you'll ever see in your goddamn life. So Plague Seeker issue 1 is out right now. You can find it at badegg.co. I'll put a link to it in the description. Pick up a copy of this bad boy. Do it for me, huh? L take on Blumhouse. Brother, look at the... What take? They pump out some of the worst movies because it's going to make them money no matter what. Because the budgets are so small. What do you mean? Look at this list of almost nothing but stinkers over the last couple of years, except for, I think it's Black Phone, Five Nights at Freddy's, and they had one more that wasn't absolute abominable dog shit, and I can't recall off the top of my head over the last 3 years. So Imaginary, dog shit. Night Swim, super dog shit. Five Nights at Freddy's, fine. Exorcist Believer, dog shit. Totally Killer, probably 3 people saw that movie, so I'm imagining dog shit. Passenger, dog shit. Insidious Red Door, super dog shit. Unseen, I didn't see that one, so I don't know. There's Something Wrong with the Children, looks like dog shit. Sick, I think I saw that one. Probably dog shit. Also came out in January, so most likely dog shit. Megan, good. Nanny, dog shit. I don't think I saw Soft and Quiet. I didn't see that. Halloween Ends, super dog shit. The Visitor, super dog shit. And every single one of these movies has such a low budget that no matter how bad it is, it's going to make its money back. Well, actually, Imaginary has a higher budget than almost all of their films combined. Their VFX team went crazy on those awful monster designs, I guess. But it's usually like $1 to $2 million, $2 to $3 million. Jesus Christ. How did Night Swim have a budget of 15 mil? No, what? That movie was shot in 2 locations. That's it. That's gotta be some kind of tax fraud write-off type deal. That is not a $15 million budget movie. They didn't even use VFX, really. I don't know where that money could have even gone. Maybe they're counting in marketing budget, because it wasn't, like, highly marketed. But, I mean, look at the box office. These all make a killing, even though they're legitimately terrible. I don't know why more people don't... I've said this a million times. I don't know why more studios don't do what Blumhouse does. Just make cheap horror movies and pump them out. They will always turn a profit. Always. Go up to their early movies, they're capable of quality. They're capable of quality, absolutely. They fund some really good stuff. Like Invisible Man, I thought was a banger. Megan, I also liked. Like, even in recent times. It's not like they can't make good movies, it's just that they normally don't, because they don't need to. So they don't bother funding something that's going to be expensive and somewhat of a gamble. Jesus Christ, even Truth or Dare. Even Truth or Dare. The $3 million budget, $95 million box office. Oh my god, even Truth or Dare. That's crazy. See, like, they don't miss. They can't miss. These things are so fucking cheap, and yet they always can turn such a huge profit for no reason. Oh my god, even Unfriended. Unfriended. $1 million budget, $16 million box office. This would be a box office disaster for every other studio in the world except Blumhouse. This is a 16x return on investment. I don't know why more studios don't do it. I'll never understand why more studios don't do it. Oh my god, Ouija Origin of Evil. Fuck, this movie was terrible. $81 million box office. They can't not make oodles of cash. No, I still haven't seen Sinister. That's one of those movies I want to watch. I've heard nothing but good things about Sinister, but I've never seen it. Apparently the sequel's terrible, but I've never seen the first one, and then everyone praises it. So I want to watch it. I just can't imagine this movie, like, actually being scary. There's only, like, 2 movies I've ever seen that I would actually consider, like, unnerving to me, to the point where, like, I was like, damn, that was a pretty startling experience. Hereditary, which I think is the best modern horror movie up until the last 10 minutes, where it just becomes generic horror schlock,
and Martyrs, which I just mentioned. I don't even know if I can type this in on YouTube and have it be terms of service compliant because this movie is so extreme. This movie, I legitimately think is one of the most disturbing films ever made. Elvis the Alien made the video on it, and he covers it, and he doesn't even quite capture everything about it that makes it so powerful. It's a French film, right? Yeah, so it's part of a genre called extreme new age French, or extreme, fuck, what the, it's been a while since I've gone over Martyrs, but it's like extreme French something is the category, and it is haunting. Like, it's not a movie that's just shock for the sake of shock like some of that dog shit like Serbian film. This is a movie that has such a deeply profound story with incredible acting and like a really thought-provoking message to it. Like I mentioned, it's a movie that I still actively think about from time to time. It was a lot. Like, at first I didn't quite grasp it, I guess, fully when I watched it, but the more that I like sat on it, the more I was like, damn, wait a minute. It's so hard to watch. It is legitimately hard to watch, yeah. Martyrs is the best movie that I don't recommend to people. Yeah, I could never in good faith recommend this to anybody, because it is a lot. Is it scary? Like, horrific. There's no jump scares, or, well, actually there's like 2 jump scares, but it's not that kind of horror. It's like a very psychological, very hard to look at kind of horror. It's disturbing, and it's known mainly for its gore. It was weak sauce, to be honest. Now, Imaginary is scary. True, this has got nothing on Imaginary. You're so fucking right. Yeah. Have you seen The Autopsy of Jane Doe? Super creepy. I think I saw that one a while ago. Is that the one from 2016? 2017? Had a lot of hype online. Because there was one of those, like, Autopsy of Jane Doe, The Possessing of Lily Manchester, The Possession of Grim Cheeseburger. Like, I've seen all of those, and they sucked ass. So if it was during that wave, then yeah, I probably saw it and didn't like it. This was during that exact wave I was talking about, like the taking of Deborah Logan, the haunting of Sally Bacon Ranch. Like, it was like all of these movies were pretty much the fucking same thing. Another like classic that I haven't seen outside of Sinister is It Follows. I never saw that one. And yeah, we already went over the Poonieverse. We were just talking about that a little bit ago. Barbarian was pretty good. I like Barbarian. Thanks for your sub, Snowman. Have you ever done a horror movie tier list? It might be a fun stream idea. That is a pretty good stream idea, actually. I'm gonna write that down. That's not a bad idea at all. It'd be kind of nice, because I saw every single horror movie that ever hit streaming services from I think it was like from 2015 to 2017. So like anything that was released during that period, I saw every single horror movie. So I've got a catalog of some of the dumbest shit none of you have ever heard of. So that's a pretty good idea. Maybe I will do that. Martyrs is torture porn. It's not, though. That is kind of what it became known for like all the gore and stuff, but it is a movie that has an incredibly unnerving and deep message and concept. It's so much more than that. If it was just torture porn, it'd just be another throwaway piece of shit schlock film, but it's not. Teeth. Teeth was another one of those movies that had such a mystique built up around it. I remember it was during the 360 era, when people were still watching like movies and shit from the Xbox dashboard. So you'd see, well, at least I'd see a couple of my friends watching Teeth, and then they'd hype it up like, man, that was so fucking disturbing, that shit was crazy, you're not ready for Teeth, you can't handle it. And then like, I never bothered watching it, but then a couple years later, I was like, oh, I remember Teeth. People used to watch that on Xbox dashboard and said it was like crazy, I'll have to check it out. And it was so fucking silly. Like, it seemed like it was self-aware in its silliness. And then there's like the gynecologist who's like, Vagina denta! Vagina denta! It was a very cool movie. And then it set itself up for like a sequel I don't think ever came. Where she was going to be some kind of vigilante superhero biting wieners off with her vagina teeth. Missed opportunity. It's not too late. They can bring the vagina teeth girl into the Poonieverse. She can fight Winnie the Pooh and Piglet by biting their cocks off. This is a super weird segue, but when I was taking a shit, I was closing some old tabs, and sometimes what I do is I write down things that I don't want to forget. and this is an older note, but I recognized I never talked about it. I went to a strip club like a little while back, and there was a stripper there who, like, during her performance, like, stopped everything, like, stopped all movement around her, like the other dancers, and grabbed one of the dollar bills. And I was like, oh, she's about to do like some kind of cool magic trick. And then she got to the middle of the floor, put her legs over her head, put the dollar bill on her vagina, and shot it out like a rail gun with an air blast. She was like air bending it with, with her pussy. So I wrote down in my tabs, stripper dollar air blast, to remind myself of that, because I wanted to talk about it, because I was so fucking impressed with it. I was like, Jesus, the distance on that. And then she went for like round 2 on it, and I was like, fuck, Jesus, she's got a cannon. And Vagina Denta just reminded me of it. Did you tip her? Yeah, Caleb and I were just fucking like throwing ones at her. Do it again! Do it again! That's my favorite trick! Whoa! How far did it go? Through the ceiling. I thought she was gonna fucking blast a hole through it. Like, you know how, you remember like in Tom and Jerry when they're spitting watermelon seeds like a minigun? That's what she was doing with dollar bills in her pussy. Well, with a dollar bill, I guess. It wasn't multiple. Though I guess if she had like started stuffing them, she may have been able to. I think I can do the same thing with my butthole. Not without shitting. I don't think so. It takes so much Yeah, I saw this movie last night. I'm sure almost none of you had any interest in seeing this, but I still have to rant about it anyway. It's not a horror movie per se, but I think it kind of billed itself as one, so I went into it expecting it to be one, and I think most people are under the impression. It's one of the sillier films of the year. I don't think it's worse than Tarot. I don't think it's worse than The Strangers. But man, this was still so bad. And what's really cute is that it actually has the old lady from Tarot. So she now has an incredibly stacked 2024, where she has now been in 2 unbelievably atrocious stinkers. And that's kind of admirable. And she plays the exact same character in this movie as she did in Tarot for the most part. The premise is cool. So I actually like the premise. The premise is basically Dakota Fanning, she finds herself in the forest after a pet delivery gone wrong. And she stumbles upon this weird building with these 3 strangers in there. And every night, they have to lock themselves in, and they get watched by mysterious entities on the outside that they can't see, they can only hear. And it lends itself well to some kind of cool mystery. But does anyone care about spoilers? I can't imagine anyone really gives a fuck. Like, is anyone to shake their fist at me? Like, how dare you? If I get into spoilers? Okay, most people are saying no, they don't care about spoilers. If you care about spoilers, my apologies. You can write a strongly worded letter to the manager. So, the film has a cool premise. And about halfway through the movie, probably not even halfway through the movie, they kind of just immediately show their whole ass and they tell you what the Watchers are. And you get to see the Watchers, and they're basically just like these generic tall slender men. And it turns out they're fairies. Like evil fairies. And then the movie dives into like actual Tumblr fanfic, where it's like, before the war, there was humans and fairies living in peaceful symbiosis. We coexisted with the fairies together, but we feared their shape-shifting abilities, how they could become us. So we ripped off their wings and we forced them underground and we locked them under a stone. And now, they can't leave this forest because we asked them not to, basically. So, what they're being watched by is fairies that study them so that way they can take their shape better. It's so fucking dumb. This is not yeah. So it's not M. Night Shyamalan, it is his daughter. This is a Shyamalan family production, basically. And in classic Shyamalan fashion, it's a cool premise that they had nothing good to do with it, past the idea, like the ideation. So let me just start breaking down some scenes for you. So, shit just happens for the sake of it happening without any explanation for why this shit is happening. So it starts off okay because the premise is fun. And then, as things start to unfold,
Dakota Fanning is rebellious, and she's got a dark and mysterious past, and she decides to start breaking the rules that the old woman has set. One of the rules is don't go into the burrows because that's where the Watchers come out. And she goes into the burrows with the help of this guy, I forgot his name. She goes into the burrows and she sees like bicycles and like children's toys and stuff. And then all hell breaks loose because the fairies start shape-shifting. But they know this. Like, there's no explanation given, really, like a good one, for why the fairies can't leave the forest. They could just walk out of the forest. There is an explanation given for why they can't leave, the humans here, because they're lost and they can't be out at night because the fairies hunt at night and they don't like the sun. They're like fucking vampires. So they can't leave the forest, I get that. That makes sense. But the fairies, the only explanation for why they can't leave the forest is because they were forced underground 1,000 or like fucking thousands of years ago. But they could just walk out. Like, there's no magical force field preventing that. They could just walk the fuck out and then dig a hole. Like, they're afraid of the sun, walk out during the night, dig a hole, stay there during the day, get out of the hole, walk out in the night, dig more holes. It turns out there was a professor who built this building and who built this bunker underneath the building because he's been studying the fairies. And this was highly unnecessary to even include in there. They just wanted to make him like an evil guy. He's like, he recorded himself with this webcam. He's like, sailor's log, 2009. I started construction on the bunker. I hired locals from the town nearby for fucking 5 schmeckles an hour to build it for me. And I urged them to stay out at night so they'd get mauled and killed by the fairies. Lord, forgive me for my sin. But it's like, brother, you didn't have to do that. Like, you didn't have to just have them die. Like, that's highly inefficient, because then you have to go get more workers every single time and recycle over their dead fucking corpses. Like, you would have to walk over so many bodies for that to happen. You could have just, like, had them do the work, and then had them go home before it gets dark out, and then have them come back. Like, you didn't need that. But it's things like that. Eventually he catches a fairy, and he's, like, training it like a pet. So they're watching these videos of him training the fairy, like learning from the fairy, and then randomly in his last entry he's like, I've got to kill it. I've got no choice. I'm going to take it behind the barn and I'm going to fucking shoot it in the heart. And then I'm going to shoot myself. For no fucking reason. It's like he spent like 100 days with this fairy in a cage, and then he's just like, you know what, I'm tired of playing with this toy. I'm going to kill it and then kill myself. So he does. Or so you think. So it turns out that fairy was actually a half fairy. Because thousands of years ago, fairies and humans used to fuck. And what happened is, they gave birth to halflings that live amongst us in secret. And that fairy that he captured was a halfling. One that could walk in the day. They called her the Daywalker. Her real name that she said was Arinthabuna or something. Arintha Rancor, Balrog, I don't remember. Something like that. But all of this is just like getting vomited at you all at once towards the end of the movie. It's just like an overwhelming amount of just nonsense. Anyway, the professor eventually in one of the recordings says, hey, I left the boat over there. You can just like go this direction, get on the boat and leave if you want. So they do. And while they're going there, keep in mind, they're fully aware that all of the fairies can change their shape into human beings. This fucking goober here, this absolute imbecile, as they're running towards the boat, he hears one of their friends in the forest and like struggling. He's like, John, help. I think his name is John. He's like, John, I need help. Please, please. And he's like, I'm coming. So he grabs the guy and turns out it's not John. So then he dies. And they take his shape. And then they sail into the town. And then, big plot twist, the old lady was a fairy the whole time. She was the halfling the professor kept as a pet. Because it turns out the professor had a wife. And the wife died. And the professor tried to train a halfling, or tried to train a fairy to shapeshift into his wife so he could keep fucking her. And that's who this is the whole time. It was a fairy. So like his whole thing was like, their shapeshifting abilities can bring anyone back from the dead. Which they can't. It's not resurrecting the dead. It's literally just cosplaying as the dead. It's LARPing as a dead person. So him having this galaxy brain scheme of bringing his wife back never had any water to it, like no salt, because his wife is still dead. You're then just, you have a puppet of your wife. That's it. At that point, just get a doll, right? Like, it's stupid. His plan is stupid from the beginning. And then she's mad because fairies hate humans because of what they did, which is why the Watchers watch them and, like, kill them if they break the rules. They study them and then kill them because they're mad. 1,000 years worth of bad blood and a grudge. But when old lady is confronted by Dakota Fanning in the climactic final battle, Dakota Fanning's like, I know what it's like to not feel like you belong. Because it turns out her dark and mysterious past is she got her mom killed because they were on a road trip and she was like a little brat who rolled down the window and the mom was like, can you roll up that window? And then Dakota Fanning's like, I hate you! I hate you! I hate you! I'm not rolling down the window! I'm not rolling down the window! So the mom's like, what are you doing? Why are you freaking out? And she's like, I'm gonna roll up the window myself. So the mom starts rolling up the window and Dakota Fanning's character puts her fingers out the window and gets them crushed and she's like, ah! And then the mom's like, what happened? And then she crashes into a car and dies. So she carries that guilt with her the entire time. And she, like, trauma dumps that towards the end. So then the halfling gets all of that information and Dakota Fanning's like, the professor never told you? You're half human. And she's like, no, I can't be. I'm so conflicted. And then she's like suffering from the revelation that she's half human, half fairy. And then her wings pop out of her butt. And then she flies away. And now she's looking for more halflings. It's pretty fucking bad. It's pretty bad. But it's not nearly as bad as some of the other trash this year. But I like, there was multiple times where I did this, like I gestured this emote, because they were just making things up out of nowhere with no real payoff or build up to it. They're just like, oh yeah, end this. Oh yeah, end this. Because I said so. Should watch a bad movie in the sub Discord with everyone. That's kind of a fire idea. But yeah, I just wanted to share that because I saw this last night. I just had to relay the information. No, I really think the Shyamalan family has great ideas. This is a cool premise for a movie. What they need, what the Shyamalan family desperately needs, is somebody to flesh out their premise better than they. I don't think anyone out there is surprised to hear that the Until Dawn movie is not good. But I do think you'll be surprised to hear that I'm getting a little haircut soon. Nothing like drastic or anything, just trimming some of the dead ends, which I haven't done in a long time. But anyway, about the Until Dawn movie, from the very first trailer it was clear this is going to have pretty much nothing in common with the game that it's based on. I've been screaming it and creaming it till I've been blue in the dick, but if you're going to be making a live-action adaptation of a video game, you've got to at least try and make it somewhat respectful to the source material. There's endless examples to pull from of movies and shows that completely miss the mark because they just decide that they know what's best for the property and have no idea what the game that it's based on is even about, like the Halo TV series. I'm not here to just regurgitate that. I only mention that because Until Dawn falls victim to the same thing here. However, I will say, to this movie's credit, the concept they come up with, while not really present in the game, is still a fun idea, where these characters, they go into this spooky house and they've got to survive until dawn. And they just keep getting killed over and over and over again. And they try and piece together the mystery while trying to survive the night so they can finally break the loop. It's more of like a Groundhog Day or like a Happy Death Day kind of thing, similar. Not really like the Until Dawn game, where if you've played it, you know you don't just endlessly retry, dying over and over again. In fact, it's all about your choices, trying to keep characters alive, and if you fuck up, if you shit the bed, you could permanently lose the character. That is not really present here. The only thing they borrowed from the game is the idea of the butterfly effect. But how about for people that haven't played the game? Will they like this? I think they'll like half of it. And admittedly, I liked half of it too. It's the first half of the film where it does try and do its own thing. They actually have Peter Stormare, I think that's how you say his name, in this movie in a role. He was in the game too. I thought that was cool. He's not really utilized that much. I'm gonna have to get into spoilers. Spoiler warning. Alright, now that's out of the way. The first half of this movie is actually enjoyable. Like, it is a fun film. So they spend the first half and there's recognizable things about it from the game, but if you haven't played the game, I think you'll probably just think that it's cool. They go here and now they're stuck in this loop where they're getting chased by all kinds of different bad things, you know. Sometimes it's a slasher movie where they're being hunted by this, you know, basically fucking Bane, and he's like slaughtering them left and right, and then they reset, and then this time it's not that guy wandering around, you know, like fucking Jason Voorhees. Then it's more of a supernatural thing where they're getting like flown around and, you know, possessed and shit like that. And then there's another one where it's more of like almost like SCPs that they're being hunted by. Like, it's cool that it kept switching up what was hunting and killing them. The deaths were satisfying, sometimes even just shocking, but like in a silly way. So like one of the times they just start randomly combusting, just spontaneous combustion, and I mean that in the truest textbook definition. They just start spontaneously combusting, like fucking meat balloons that are popping out of nowhere, which I thought, like, the theater actually laughed at that. And I'm sure they knew when they were making that scene that it would be silly and fun, and that's when the movie was at its best, when it kept doing these like wacky character deaths, being creative with the character deaths, and they were still getting like little tidbits of lore about what they're stuck in and what they need to do to get out of it, about needing to survive until dawn, otherwise they're trapped forever in like a permanent loop. They become part of the night. That's when the movie was at its best, and it was enjoyable. Yes, there were cheap jump scares. Obviously, there's going to be cheap jump scares, but the characters are absolutely horrible from start to finish. The characters are so one-dimensional. Like, they only have like one character trait, and that's it, and that's all they ever do. And now, let's get to the second half, where this movie completely falls apart, and I think even if you haven't played the game, you're going to hate the second half. This movie gets to a point where I think they just got really tired of making it, or maybe they started running out of budget. So they do like 3 nights, and it's fun. Like, it's a fun little horror flick for those 3 nights. They're showing you all these deaths and the things that they're starting to learn. And then, after the 3rd night, it skips to the 13th night, the last night. So it literally just goes, like, here's a death, and then they wake up and one of the characters says, how many nights has it been? How long have I been out? You've been out for 5 nights. And then one of the other characters, Nina's like, no, it's actually been 13. Check the book. So they check, confirm it's been 13 nights. No one ever survives past 13, so if they die here, that's the end. That's game over. So it literally just skips through all of like the interesting shit it was doing to get to the very end, so that way it goes to a glacial halt. Like, now all of a sudden nothing is happening because it's their last night, and it is a slog. Holy fuck, it's horrible. And they had the chutzpah to have one of the characters be like, oh wait, didn't I record something earlier? Because one of the characters, Abe, had like recorded when they first got there. He checks his phone, it turns out he recorded all the other nights. So then you get all the shit you saw in the trailer with like that bug in Clover's face, and then like that giant, like, spirited away guy who's going like this at the camera. Well, all of that was recorded on his phone, and we get like a little montage of it for like 45 seconds. You don't actually see any of that throughout the film. So instead, it fast forwards through all of that. The only thing that was interesting about it, to get to the second half, where it tries desperately to throw this Hail Mary of somehow loosely tying it into the Until Dawn lore, like the game lore, and it does it really, really bad. If you haven't played the game, maybe you won't be insulted by this, but having played the game, man, why did you even try with what they did here? Also, on their final night, pretty much everything they had learned meant nothing. Like, this was never a gradual buildup of how they solved it and how they outsmarted and then survived. What ends up happening on the last night is they look at those videos, and then the final video there has one of the characters being like, I'm gonna follow him, because Peter Stormare came through and she was filming him, and I guess he didn't see her, even though she was kind of just like out in the open filming it, literally like vlogging it. And so she sets the phone down and then follows him, and that was like the last video, and they're like, alright, let's go follow her. But they just like randomly start stumbling across the right way to go, not because they learned anything or adapted or evolved or got better at handling the horrors. They just got really lucky and conveniently just ass over tomato cans fell into the right path. Like, even finding her who followed that guy, she didn't get very far, but they happened to stumble across her. So like, there was never any emotional moments at all in this film. Everything was so fucking flat. But the thing it was doing well with like the creative deaths and like being over the top and silly with the deaths, they completely abandoned for the entire second half. So then it's just really boring. And then all of its problems really start to show because now all of a sudden it's trying new things that don't work. Because it's not building tension. You now know these characters, they might die for real, but they're not even really playing with that. It's very clear they're not going to. And the final confrontation with Dr. Hill, that's Peter, is so comical. So, you remember how I mentioned spontaneous combustion? Well, what causes that, the catalyst, is drinking the water there. So in the final showdown with the big bad, the big villain, Peter, he shows up with a cup of coffee. First of all, he's drinking the coffee with no problem. It's already been established the water makes you blow up. Why isn't he blowing up? I kind of mental gymnastics this explanation in my head, so take it with a grain of salt, but I just cooked up the theory that maybe boiling the water cooks out the explosive elements of it, or he completely leaves the town, like goes across state lines to get clean water and then brews his coffee there and brings it back. Anyway, Clover is talking with him and he's monologuing, the most cliche shit ever. He's monologuing and he's being all over the top and exaggerated with it. So he's turning his back to her and he's like monologuing at a wall. Trauma. It's a very powerful fear. Very powerful. And our main character Clover notices a leaky pipe dripping water, so she moves his coffee cup over it, gets some of the water in it, moves it back, and then he's done monologuing, takes a sip and blows up. And then they all escape and they live happily ever after. Kind of. During this conversation, there are things that they feed you narratively that kind of sets this movie up as a fucking prequel to the Until Dawn game, loosely. It's rough. It is so rough. I don't understand why they thought that would hit. I don't know what they thought they were cooking. It's just not very good. Like, the first half, I was having fun with. If they had just done that for the whole film's runtime, I think this would have been like an enjoyable movie. I think it would have been a fine flick. Nothing special, but it would have been fun if it's just these characters getting gradually better at surviving all of the different horror that's thrown at them until they can finally fucking survive the whole night. That would have been cool. I would have rather seen that as opposed to what they did here, where they did a few nights and then fast-forwarded to the very end and tried to, like, fill in the blanks a little bit. It was just dumb. Like, the whole second half it's so boring. It's so excruciatingly boring. And like I mentioned, there's nothing emotional about it. Like, you don't care about any of these characters here. It's impossible to get invested in them because they don't do anything. They don't have any development. They're hardly fleshed out at all. They don't get anything to do except making bad decision after bad decision after bad decision and then eventually just getting lucky. So it's just, there's nothing to like about the second half. It was a huge fucking blunder, a big fumble, because, as I mentioned, the concept itself is fine. I don't understand why you'd even bother calling this an adaptation of Until Dawn in the first place, since you didn't do that. Really, the whole thing was just kind of a mess after the first half. That was a very weird set of decisions there for the film. So, not very good, but not as shitty as it could have been, I suppose. There's definitely worse video game adaptations out there, but this is definitely in, like, the bottom of the barrel, lower echelon of those, because we also get some very good video game adaptations from time to time now. This is another one of those special cases where a movie is so shitty that I don't want to put it on the moist meter, because I really want to dive in and spread the cheeks apart even further and really get into the meat of what makes this fucking movie so bad, like I did with Cats. I'm about to do it with The Grudge, the new Grudge that just came out. I get that it's January. January is when all the movie studios just collectively dump fucking hemorrhoids on the cinema screens, and they're all bad movies for the most part. But The Grudge is something a little bit special. I saw it with Jackson 2 days ago, and I felt so embarrassed. He's visiting from Australia, he's vacationing in America, and I show him The Grudge in theaters. I thought he was going to pack up and leave that moment. He probably would have rather been deported than finish that movie. It is a bad movie. The Grudge is horrible. And I also think The Grudge as a franchise is super fucking weak. I think it's not good. The only good Grudge movie is the original one, and it's not even good. It's only decent. It's okay. It's not great. But every movie that's come after has just been abominable. Especially the 2016 Grudge vs. The Ring. They did like a Freddy vs. Jason style movie with the Grudge and the Ring character. It was a Japanese release that I watched, and it was absolutely atrocious. But that movie, The Grudge vs. The Ring, was comically bad. So it was at least enjoyable in that respect. You know, when the little kid Grudge was coming around, he actually made cat sound effects. There's a scene where a woman headbutts a man so hard that his face turns into a fish, literally transmogrifies a human being's face into a fish because he got headbutted so fucking hard. It's a goofy, silly movie that's bad, like all Grudge movies, but again, that was comically bad. The new Grudge is so boringly, insultingly, offensively bad and bland that I just need to really talk about it and warn you about how shitty the goddamn movie is. Also, I love that old movie trend of taking one character, making them fight another popular character, Alien vs. Predator, Freddy vs. Jason, shit like that. It's so goofy. I love it. I hope they keep doing it, you know, fucking mix different genres. John Wick versus Mr. Bean. I want to get that out there. That is just some really fun stuff. All bad movies, but always enjoyable. But The Grudge, 2020. It is potentially going to be the worst horror movie of the year, if not one of the worst movies of the year, and let me explain why. Well, the first problem is it relies entirely on jump scares, as you'd expect from a modern horror movie, but it can't do that very well because the movie, as it is currently, has an audio issue, where during the jump scares, the audio actually gets quieter. Now, if you're familiar with horror movies, and I'm sure most of you are, or at least jump scares at the very least, if you've fucking played Five Nights at Freddy on your elementary school's computer at some point, you understand what a jump scare is. Things get loud, it goes woo, makes you kind of go, whoa, that was loud and startling. That's how a jump scare is supposed to work, but in The Grudge, it doesn't do that. Instead of getting loud, it's actually kind of like a lullaby. You'll see it coming because it's going to be really tense, you know. Music goes out, there's no sound effects, it's just ambient noise, total quiet, darkness, silence, and then all of a sudden, like a whisper, and that's the jump scare. It is weird. Like, I've never seen that because, you know, that's what most modern horror movies rely on, and for some reason they fucked it up so badly that the audio just doesn't play properly. It's like it's being strangled by the Grudge characters. Like, no, we're not letting audio into this movie. When there's jump scare, the audio sounds like it's being farted through a walkie-talkie. So the jump scares won't even startle you, not even by accident, because they're so quiet you won't even register it as a jump scare, which is very unique, and maybe even a directorial decision, a very avant-garde design choice. I'm not sure, but it fucking sucks. The story is garbage. It doesn't even really pay respect to the original in any good way. It doesn't even use the main character from the original Grudge movies, the staple character. It relies entirely on a new little girl character, and it's so boring. The movie is structured in a way where in this house the Grudge is existing in, people are dying there constantly, but no one's ever really connecting the dots as to why or what's going on. So the movie is structured around a detective going in the house and getting the curse put upon her, and she starts digging in. So then the movie follows the stories that she's reading about in the reports, and the stories aren't very good. It's one chunk with these people, one chunk with another group, and then one chunk with fucking old Pop Wiggleberry's chorus who walked into the house by accident when their soccer ball got kicked over. It's really amateur rookie stories, you know, here's people that enter the house, and now here's how they died and why, and it just shows you that. But it doesn't contribute to the overall plot because the character you're supposed to be following is just reading about them. She's just reading fanfic about what the fuck happened in this house. Nothing contributes to the story, it just gives you a little background on what happened to that house at some point. And all of it's supposed to be used as scares. Primarily the movie's relying on, hey, this is supposed to be scary and you're supposed to care about these characters that have no real place in the overarching plot. And you never do because they're not well written and they're not interesting and their stories kind of suck. But that's where the movie spends the majority of its time, in these reports that she's reading. Then she'll take like a little coffee break, a little piss break, take a shit, and then you get, you know, her seeing some scary shit because she's hallucinating bad things. And then she goes right back into reading those stories, so you're back to those uninteresting characters and that fucking old, you know, reports that you don't care about. There's also a massive plot hole with the entire movie that throws the whole thing out of whack. So the whole deal with The Grudge 2020 is anyone that enters the house of the Landers, I believe their name is, I'm already fucking forgetting the characters because it's such a bland, forgettable, shitty movie, but whoever enters that cursed house gets the curse. And the problem is, that doesn't happen. It doesn't follow its own rules. So every time someone died in that house, people investigated. The cops went in, they got the bodies out, they took forensic samples, they searched around, and all of these cops go into that house, but only one person at a time gets the curse, when that was never established. It's supposed to be anyone that goes into that house gets the curse, but for some reason the cops are above that law. So all the cops that keep going into this house for forensics and shit never get cursed. Only ever one person from that group, and it just happens to be the girl you follow. And then there was another cop in the past that she looks into. But it has a massive plot hole because half of the fucking police department, the whole police force should be cursed right now, and all of them should be losing their goddamn mind about it. But that's not the case. And I know when you go to a horror movie like this, you're not supposed to think very hard, but it's hard to overlook that detail when it beats that shit to death. Like, go into that house, you're getting fucked in the ass. Unless you're a cop and you have a lot of numbers, because then the Grudge is scared of that. They don't want to get arrested with a fucking speeding ticket or something. It just doesn't make sense. And the biggest, most silly part of this movie is the ending. Again, I'm going into spoilers real quick. The ending ends with, I guess, what's supposed to be a shocking ending. So the solution she comes up with to beat the Grudge is something a 3-year-old could have sniffed out, and anyone in the theater knew it was coming. She decides to burn the house down that has the Grudge curse put upon it. And surprise, it doesn't work. But the end of the movie makes you believe it works. She moves out. She goes to a new house, new home. Her kid's going away to school. And as she hugs her kid, she realizes it's not her kid, it's the Grudge. And then the Grudge lady pulls her away and kills her as the camera pans out to the outside of the house. That's how the movie ends. And then it just stays there for 5 minutes, making you think something else is going to happen, but nothing ever does. It's terrible. It's terrible. I guess it was going for like this huge twist, like, ha! The fire didn't actually work because it's never worked in a horror movie, you fool. And we pulled her away and fucked her off camera. Like, it's just a dumb ending, and the theater erupted into laughter when they yanked the girl away from the kid by the hair. It was so fucking dumb and poorly done. The whole movie was. And I haven't really dove into everything that makes it bad because the main parts is that it can't even do its jump scares properly because there's a huge fucking glitch with it apparently. I guess they were speed running a horror movie and forgot to make sure the audio levels were correct, or they just didn't pay the audio engineer so he fucked them by lowering the volume. But it's just so bland because nothing comes together and works. And I feel like the director is talented because there are some times where I was like, it's kind of a cool shot and a decent idea, but it's just so poorly done and translated into the movie. Also, half of the characters, more than half, 90% of the characters are utterly useless in the overall plot of the narrative. There's an example, to give an example, there's a fucking detective who's supposed to be like this main strict-ass detective. I'm not going in that house because it smells like ass, and I don't like the smell of ass. I don't trust the smell of ass. I don't go in that house. So he doesn't get cursed, and he's supposed to be the rock to the girl who did go in the house and get cursed. So she keeps confiding in him all these things, and he's like, he's always smoking a cigarette, and he's just, some scary shit. That's his whole role in the movie, but they keep going back to him, and he never does anything. He never helps the girl. He never does anything for the girl, and eventually the girl just takes it into her own hands and you never see the detective again. He does nothing. Totally useless, but from the very beginning of the movie you felt like the detective was supposed to have a big role in this. He was supposed to help her or do something in the film, but he doesn't. He never does. And that's half of the characters in this movie. It's just nothing works in it. It's a bad, bland, extremely boring horror movie. And I really do think it's going to be tough for any movie to be worse than The Grudge this year, which is crazy because the year just started. But I'm excited. Maybe we'll see like a Cats 2 come out of nowhere in the summer or something. I don't know. But it's a shitty movie, and I just wanted to really dive into it. I'll give you a moist meter.
Hi, I bet you can't even tell that I have a mental illness. And that mental illness is called an addiction to bad movies. I can't help myself. I see every new horror movie that comes out. I've seen every single 2024 horror movie except for one. The one good one, apparently, which is Late Night with the Devil. I've seen every single other horror movie, and I double-checked. And I at this point, I don't even know why. Like, I know they're going to be awful going into them. And you all know I love bad movies, but I also know going into most of these that they're not going to be so bad they're good. They're just going to be a genuine, complete waste of time. So you have to wonder, am I possessed by some kind of dog shit movie demon that just somehow deep in my soul compels me to go waste money and time to see these on the big screen? Today I subjected myself to The Exorcism starring Russell Crowe. This one was really interesting. Not the movie itself, that was the furthest thing from interesting, but the concept of this movie fascinated me because last year, Russell Crowe was in a movie called The Pope's Exorcist, where he played another exorcist. Like,
So I thought this was like the extended Pope's Exorcist universe, but these two movies have no relation to one another. He played the same role twice. He said like King Neptune, that was so good I think I'll have it a second time. He fucking said, hey, where's second breakfast? I love playing the Exorcist role. And at the end of the Pope's Exorcist, they set up like a Men in Black style universe where there's this group that goes and fights the demons that are possessing innocent humans. And it all happens in the shadows, behind closed doors, where God refuses to look. Well, I'm going a little far there, but basically they set it up as, I'm assembling a team of elite exorcists. We gotta go kill all the demons. We gotta go fuck them in the face. So they conclude that movie with like this almost pseudo montage of like exorcists getting ready and setting up like a network to track possessions and all of that. I have expected Linkin Park's What I've Done to start playing like the end of the Transformers movie when Optimus Prime makes a call out to the cosmos for more Autobots. I thought that was going to happen, but for exorcists. So this movie I went into really thinking that it tied into that universe. And can you believe my surprise when it turns out he's just playing the same role in a different way? And the movie's bad. But here's the really crazy thing. The whole movie's not bad. I actually thought almost the entire first half of the film was pretty decent. Like, it's not amazing by any means, but with all the slop that you get fed, like the fucking pigs we are in the movie theater seeing these horrible horror movies, it was at least a step above most of that. So the film's concept is they're filming a remake of the original Exorcist movie, which they treat like Voldemort. They don't name it, but they keep implying it, and they keep using the similar themes and scenes from the original Exorcist in a modernized way. So Russell Crowe gets the role of the Exorcist, who's going to perform the climactic final moment there. And he gets the role because the person prior to him got attacked by a demon on set and killed, and it led Russell Crowe, who was an actor struggling with alcoholism and drugs and just a really troubled past, to land this big position. And throughout the filming of the movie, more and more creepy, evil things keep happening as a demon has infiltrated Russell Crowe himself. And I actually really like the set here, where they have like this dollhouse, this open dollhouse that they're in filming the scenes, and Russell Crowe's struggling with the material, and the director's saying some really mean things to him, actually just talking shit like it's a League of Legends lobby, getting real toxic to try and bring out the best performance of him. His daughter also hates him because he's an alcoholic drug addict who abandoned her and her mother when the mother had cancer, and he was out apparently just getting high, getting drunk, and chasing pussy, as the director called it. So they set him up as like some irredeemable piece of shit who's doing everything he can to just get this last great performance in. Like, he really wants to nail this role, but just can't seem to do it. So as he's trying, he just keeps getting worse and worse. The demon infiltrates him deeper and deeper. And the performance from Russell Crowe is pretty good. Like, it actually seemed like he tried very hard in this role. The daughter's performance was really good too. Like, they actually tried to put their best foot forward for this movie, and it's such a shame that it all completely falls apart and wasn't worth trying for in the end. So, like I said, I do think the first half is at least decent. Like, I find it to be a compelling story that I haven't really seen before like this. It started off pretty self-aware, and then it completely lost that and fell into almost a parody of itself. But I will say, even in the first half, which is definitely the best part of the film, which I guess really ultimately isn't saying much. That's like saying the best part of a poop is when it comes out of your butt. It's like, okay, I guess. So, like, the first half, they still don't set up scares very well. They actually do build tension okay, but there's no real scare that happens or anything that ever comes from it with all the tension. They usually just take the cheapest way out with like the lamest jump scare ever, where it's just like a really quick loud noise of something that just kind of appears out of nowhere. So, like, example, Russell Crowe's getting like possessed, the daughter sees him just kind of standing, like sleepwalking. She goes up to him, and they just stand there staring, or she just stands there staring at him for a second while he's doing this. And then all of a sudden he snaps out of it going, and it's like, okay, I mean, I guess. Like, they built up tension for like 3 straight minutes
only for that to be like the big payoff scare. And it's just very silly. Like it just is. Like that's silly. Like you laugh at that, not go like, "Oh, geez, jeepers." No one goes like, "Zoinks, you got me with that." It's just, "Oh, okay, loud noise startled me. That's a really silly loud noise." There's also just a lot of things in this movie that they kind of set in place and then do nothing with. So like the director, he's clearly a bad guy. He is a villain saying some heinous shit to Russell Crowe's character, Anthony, and he gets nothing for it. Like, the demon gets very upset at him, but then does nothing to kill him or, like, you know, give him any level of, like, comeuppance or anything, even though they really set it up like that was going to happen. It just doesn't. There's also a romance plot with his daughter that also just doesn't go anywhere. Like, I guess the only reason it's there is to show that not everything in her life is terrible, but it doesn't lead to anything, and they end up abandoning the relationship subplot. So, I feel like at some point, apparently this movie went through a lot of delays. I feel at some point they just said, fuck it, we're going to Frankenstein this, we're going to cut something together the best we can and just send it. And it does feel that way. It's just very rushed, especially at the end. Also, Sam Worthington's in this movie. Huge actor. He has maybe 3 scenes. Why even bother putting him in this pile of shit? Like, maybe this is something he wanted to do because he was bored. He's like, oh, I see you guys are filming. Do you guys want me to do something with this? I mean, I've got like 3 hours to kill. You might, oh, okay, cool, yeah, you know, I'll come play that. Because he's actually on screen for maybe in total 45 seconds. And yet, in the beginning of the movie, they put his name there as like a prominent character. Like, I went in here under the impression like, oh, okay, maybe Sam Worthington's going to have a big role to play. He does not. Like, he has probably less screen time than I did in The Hunger Games Mockingjay Part 1. It's weird. Like, why even bother paying that amount of money for an actor of that caliber and that size? Now anyway, let's get to the meatballs of the spaghetti here. Let's talk about that final act of the film, the second half. Hoo-wee, yikes. So I've only really been talking about the first half here. The second half goes into the most generic horror movie I think I've seen all year. Like, it is actually so unbelievably generic, I have to wonder if they were laughing while filming it, just being like, man, this stinks, but we're getting paid for it. Just fucking run it. It does every possible cliche as quickly as possible. So Sam Worthington's character I mentioned, well, when Russell Crowe's character is getting way too deep into the possession, he starts like puking and coughing, he can't even do his line reading anymore. Director eventually just says, look, Sam, his name's not Sam in the movie, I already forgot what his name is. I actually don't even know if they named him in this movie. They probably forgot. But he eventually comes up to him and says, look, Sam Worthington, listen, Anthony can't do this role anymore, we need you to take it. And he goes, okay, I guess I'll take it. And then the next scene after he takes it, he's practicing his lines in front of a mirror, and Russell Crowe blasts through the mirror, grabs him by the neck, and glass shoots into his eye, killing him. But whatever, so the two girls end up recruiting a priest, well, a former priest, who was actually like a consultant on the set of the film, and they've been kind of keeping him up to date on what's going on with Russell Crowe this entire time. And then he's like, okay, time to dust off this old suit here and perform an exorcism. So then the three of them go to the movie set and they confront Russell Crowe. He's got the priest in a trance, and he's got the daughter's girlfriend in a trance, and then he's just like playing like goofy little games with her. So like there's a Bible on the ground, and the daughter's walking up to the Bible, she goes to pick it up, and then it just magically fucking whips to the other side. So then she goes over and then picks it up. It's like that scene out of SpongeBob with the dollar bill, where they throw a dollar bill out and then like yank it back. That's what he's doing with the Bible. So he's quite the prankster, I suppose. His name was like Moloch or something, I forgot. And then she starts reading from the Bible, and then Russell Crowe sits there and he's like, you don't believe those words, do you? I know you don't believe those words. And he just sits there like lecturing her, goes on like a monologue about why Russell Crowe's not worth saving. Why? Like, why are you even bothering to have this conversation? This is my biggest pet peeve about horror films, where, like, the evil demon entity gives the tools, sometimes, to the people fighting him. To, like, why? Why? Like, there's no self-preservation from the demons? What, they'd go through all this effort, this elaborate plan of possessing someone, and all of these steps, just to allow the good guys to get all of the necessary tools while they watch. Like, this demon could have killed all of them. Why put them in a trance? Why let her get the Bible? Why let them do that and you just sit there watching and sometimes laughing and giving a stupid speech? It's ridiculously dumb. It just shows that the writers have no idea on how to have like the humans combat the demon here. So they just rush through it with this cliche formulaic dog shit. So anyway, she starts reading from the Bible. He eventually goes over to her because it's not working, and he grabs her up, choking her, and then she puts a cross on his forehead, and he's like, ouch, oh, it burns, which snaps the other two out of their trance. And then eventually the priest is like, listen, take me instead, give them Russell Crowe back. And the demon complies, so he then possesses the priest, and Russell Crowe snaps out of it. Russell Crowe then starts reading from the Bible, which bursts into flames, another classic horror movie trope. And he's like, the Lord forsakes you, clearly. You're irredeemable trash is what you are. But then the tables start to turn as he starts reciting the prayers from memory, and then the two girls behind him are saying, amen! And then the demon's like, no! Screaming. And Russell Crowe keeps his foot on the gas, saying all the holy words, and the two girls behind him going, amen, 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 and the demon's going, nah, just squirming around. And then it eventually culminates with Russell Crowe taking that crucifix, taking the cross, and stabbing the old guy in the head, fucking instantly killing him. But then he goes in for round 2 and then stabs him up through the neck, literally impaling this fucking guy, which then sets him on fire and burns his body to ashes. You didn't even beat the demon, you just killed this guy. Keep in mind, he was like, the priest was still there. Like, the demon was using his body as a vessel. They didn't just exorcise the demon, they murdered the man. In that case, you could have just called the police to come shoot him. It would have done the same thing. So they just fucking murder this guy, and that's their triumphant moment. It's so stupid. Like, the whole final act is so bad. It's so bad. But anyway, yeah, I just wanted to kind of talk about this movie since I saw another trash horror film. It's not the worst horror movie of the year, but it's definitely a bad one. It's another absolutely horrible one to put into this. Conjuring: The Last Rites, supposedly the final Conjuring film. Mainline film, I think. I'm sure they're going to keep the door open to spin-offs because this franchise prints money. Even the stinkiest garbage that spawns from it, like The Nun and The Nun 2. Oh, Jiminy Christmas. I saw both of those films and I couldn't tell you a single scene in them. I'm going to get off on a side tangent. I don't need to blabber about that. I'm here to yap about the final Conjuring movie. Is it a banger, or does it kind of go out sad with a little whimper? Well, sorry to say, sports fans, I don't necessarily think it's like a high note. I don't think it's bad. It's definitely better than the third one. The Devil Made Me Do It. Again, that's a movie I watched, and I couldn't tell you a single thing that happened there. Fucking devil came in and put poop in my pants. I have no idea. But I can at least say this one I will probably remember. So that's good. I don't think it's like amazing though. It just follows the exact same formula every Conjuring movie has followed. It doesn't try to switch it up in regards to its scares, but where I think the movie actually does a good job is its character work. It has over a decade of building Ed and Lorraine Warren. So by this point, I'm pretty invested in these characters. I actually do care about them. I actually still remember seeing the first Conjuring movie in theaters, and it was a very good time. It was one of like the few horror movies at the time that I went to a movie theater to watch. I wasn't seeing movies as actively back in 2013 when that puppy dropped, and it was fun with my friends. So like, I do like the franchise. I just think it kind of became almost like a parody of itself. It just is so formulaic at this point. It just feels like they do it because they know it'll make them money, not necessarily because they want to. But in this film, I can at least say it seems like they wanted to send this movie off as like a love letter to these characters they've built for over a decade, and I appreciate that. That is definitely the standout of this movie. Ed and Lorraine Warren get a lot of fleshing out. They get a lot of time devoted to just seeing them interact with each other, and their daughter Judy, who is a very big character in this film as well. Given the circumstances of her birth with demonic entities nearly killing her, that demonic entity is the only one Ed and Lorraine had ever run from, and now they gotta square off again.
throw up in some pugilistic combat. A biblical smackdown ensues to save their daughter's soul. They do make a weird decision, though, where the main scary center, like the headquarters of Fright, which is a Pennsylvania home of the Smurls, based on, like, a case from the 80s with the Smurls claiming that their house was haunted and all of that. They actually don't get involved in that until, like, I don't know, 30 minutes, 40-ish minutes left of the film. Like, for the vast majority of this film, you just kind of see the Warrens hanging out, which is actually kind of okay because, like I said, I kind of care about the characters at this point, and seeing Ed come to terms with getting older and, like, them dealing with retirement and not being as popular as they once were and trying to figure out, like, well, what's next? What's this next chapter in our life? It was actually kind of interesting. Like, I found myself caring, which is good. But of course, it's a horror movie. Like, that's not going to be where they put all their eggs in. It's obviously going to mainly be about the scares, which they don't do anything different with. Every single scene plays out exactly the same when it comes to trying to get you on edge. They go into a room in the Smurl house, and something's a little off. Wait a minute. The doll's moving around, but I just set the doll over there. Why is the doll moving around? Then the doll stops. The music is getting tense. She goes to pick up the doll. Everything stops. No sound. They stare at each other. Sets the doll down. You're expecting a jump scare. No jump scare. Then she turns around. Bing! Bang! Boom! Huge noise! Big eruption of noise because there's a scary face there now. It's just lame. It's not scary. It's not even, like, startling anymore at this point. It's just kind of sad. Like, I get jump scares are always going to be integral to, like, a mainstream horror movie. I understand that, and it doesn't bother me. In fact, I've even argued in support of jump scares being present in horror movies, because I do think there is, like, that tension that builds up and a jump scare coming through to, like, cash in on it and even be like this release of all that tension. Like, it can be a very good tool. But here, it just, I don't know, it just doesn't work. You've seen every single setup before. And even in this film, they do the exact same setup every single time with no deviation at all. I mean it. Every single jump scare is that exact formula I just laid out there. Like, to a T. It's just so played out, and it seems like they wanted to do something a bit more creative when it comes to cinematography. There are some shots in here that I found myself thinking, oh, that's pretty cool. I wonder what they're going to do with it. Oh, yep, no, here it comes. It's just going to be another generic jump scare. And it's a shame, because they do have some cool-looking shots here, but they then just, instead of, like, doing something unique with it, they just then start going back down the tried-and-true formula that is so played out with, like, a big boo moment. Another thing I am so beyond tired of, and it's not just The Conjuring that was guilty of this sin, it's a very standard horror cliche when it comes to possession films. They set up the demon, like this presence, as like a very powerful creature. Granted, all it ever really does is like show itself doing like a big smile in like a reflection or something to like startle someone, or it can like throw a chair or close a door or flicker the lights on and off like Nosferatu from SpongeBob. The point is, it's supposed to be like really strong. And in this movie, it does showcase some like real big power. It can trap people in a genjutsu, and it has people even kill themselves while like in this like fugue state it traps them in. Yet, when it comes to like the final climactic battle, we're getting into spoilers, obviously. Big spoiler warning, here it is. Just like in other Conjuring movies, where it's like the big showdown between the Warrens and the demon, it always just lets it happen. It's not just in The Conjuring. Like, every horror movie with the demonic possession, it's like the demon is the most, like, bumbling fucking moron hell had to offer. Like, it just refuses to use its power to save itself or, like, stop the threat. It just lets it happen. It's like it enjoys being thwarted. It's just part of, like, the fun. It's like its favorite pastime is losing. Just being a colossal fucking loser. So, like, this demon has shown that it has the ability to trap people in these states. And it does it to the Warrens. It does it to someone else that kills themselves. And then, when the Warrens are, like, directly fighting it, it doesn't. It stops doing that. It no longer wants to trap them or isolate them or anything like that. It just lets them work together to read the scripture to beat it. And, like just stop it in its tracks. But not only that, let's say maybe they were just so mentally strong that it cast out the demon's ability to grab hold of their mind. Okay, fair enough. But it also showed that it had the ability to seal doors. Like literally just stop doors from working, close things at will. In the scene where it possesses Judy, it takes Judy to the attic to hang her. And while they have Judy under their control and are hanging Judy, well, the Warrens just climb into the attic and stop it because the demon left the ladder to the attic down. Instead of sealing the attic, which would have 100% been checkmate, it just leaves it down there. And then after they free Judy, then it seals the attic. So after it has already lost hold of Judy and its plan stopped, then it decides to seal the attic. Why wouldn't it just do that to make sure Judy is as isolated from everyone as possible so they cannot get to her? It makes no sense. For these movies to work, they have to like nerf all of the demon's thinking processes at the end of the film so that way the final battle can happen. Because if the demon just did what it was already doing throughout the film, which was basically just like tormenting and like making people miserable for fun, but even if it was doing like that when it was trying to enact its plan of killing Judy, it would have succeeded if it just kept doing like sealing the attic or like making people trip downstairs and confuse them on where things were or what's real and what's not. But it just decides not to. It just decides, who gives a fuck? Like, I just wish they would write a more satisfying fight with the demon that doesn't rely on just, like, pure luck that it happens to be a fucking imbecile that they're dealing with from hell. Like, the devil of dummies. Like, it'd be better if there was, like, an actual outsmarting of the demon or something, but there never is. It's just, like, Ed and Lorraine Warren, they go into this house with no fucking plan at all. They just go in there and they're like, oh man, there's definitely a demon here. Alright, let's just wander around aimlessly, all split up. That ought to do it. And like, even when the demon is like, fighting them, they do nothing to fight back. Like, he doesn't even like read scripture or anything until like the very end, and then the demon blows up the scripture. Like, why didn't it just do that in the first place? Again, why not just do it when they first get there or something? Or when, like, he was separated from the book? It's just, I don't know, it's so dumb. Again, you just have to fully suspend your disbelief and just stop thinking in order for, like, the final battles to be, like, palatable. And it's all, I also think it's just kind of cringe, too. Like, when the possession happens, now all of a sudden Judy can, like, force push people, and she just starts talking shit. That's, like, the big thing is, like, now they talk shit. All of them just, like, I don't know, treat it like an Xbox Live lobby, but like really tame. Like they're not even like mean, they're just like, you're ugly. People think you stink. Like that's the shit talk here in this movie. It's like, okay, come on. Anyway though, I'll drop that and move on to something else I'm really tired of from The Conjuring, Annabelle. Just let it rest. Jesus Christ, I'm so tired of Annabelle always playing some kind of pivotal role in every Conjuring film. Somehow it always ties back to Annabelle. Goodness gracious. In this film, narratively it makes sense because Judy's here. Obviously, given the history of Judy and Annabelle, I get it. But you didn't need Annabelle this front and center here again. It's just stopped being scary at this point. It's become almost like a glup shitto from Star Wars where like Conjuring fans are supposed to point at the screen, no, Annabelle's here. I guess it's not really like glup shitto because Annabelle's like the fucking Darth Vader of the Conjuring franchise, but like it's there just so people will point and be like, oh, Annabelle, yeah. And to me, I'm just tired of it. I'm so fucking tired of it. But now that you've heard a lot of negativity from me about this film, overall, I don't think it's like a bad movie. Like, I was entertained. I don't regret seeing it. And it did feel like, you know, somewhat emotional to know that the franchise, at least the mainline franchise, is done with this film here. Supposedly. I guess we'll see if they actually commit to it. Hollywood says that shit all the time, only to dust it off like two or 3 years later. But even still, it doesn't change that I actually did care about these characters. And I do think the movie tackled them in a very good way. I really liked seeing them try and, you know, work together to figure out, well, what's next in life, you know? Getting older. You know, this kind of thing. I thought they did a good job character-wise. And, like I said, overall, I was entertained. I guess I just really wanted this film to just, like, actually be a banger and make me feel the same way I felt with the first Conjuring movie. Where at the time, it did feel, like, fresh. It felt like it was doing something kind of special. This one just feels like it's walking the same path, and it's more than content to just do the same things again and again and again and again. When it comes to like the horror of it, I just would have liked to see it try and spread its wings and do something a little different, especially in regards to its ending. I'm really tired of like the anime battle with the demon, but it's like the worst possible anime battle. Like I would have much rather they thought of a little different spin to do there for the conclusion. Anyway, though, overall, it was a fine movie. I enjoyed it. I think most people are probably going to be satisfied with it, would be my guess. Like, if you already like the Conjuring movies, you'll probably like Good Boy is a horror film whose concept I find to be really interesting. It's a horror film from the perspective of a dog. Not a POV, it's not Cloverfield from the eyes of a dog like that episode of Rugrats with Spike. It is a horror film where the dog is the main character and you follow all of what happens and unfolds from that character. And I just saw it. It's really good. I'm happy to say that it is a very solid film that I think utilized its concept really well. It's a gimmick that doesn't fall flat. It actually just feels like it elevates a very tense haunting. Now, admittedly, the story isn't the most, innovative piece when it comes to its narrative. It's not trying to reinvent the condom or anything. While it seems like it's just a pretty standard haunted house movie, it does have its own spin on it that changes. I've been getting into spoilers for so many of these things, but for this one I'm going to avoid it. It does do something a little different with the concept and caters it more to a deeper meaning, especially to a dog. I'm finding it hard to get the right words across without just spoiling it, but most of what you're going to see are things that you've seen in other horror films when it comes to like its scares or like its tension building, but there is a deeper meaning to it, albeit I don't think it's one that really is a game changer for a horror narrative or anything, but it's not like I'm disappointed by that. You get your jump scares, and then your music cuts out, it's silent, then nothing. You get all of that, the same formula there, but using the dog as the main character and having that perspective does make it feel fresher. Like, it does breathe a little more life into it. And the way the movie is shot, I think, is extraordinary. I really like the cinematography here. I think they have some very creative shots that help elevate things that otherwise would be pretty stale in other movies. So, since you follow the dog, you never really see, the full face of his owner, Todd. And Todd is sick. Todd is very ill, and he moves back to the old family home where multiple generations of their family have died at a young age. And his sister really doesn't like that, so she's trying to convince him not to and tries to talk to him pretty often to get him out of there. He refuses. And he takes his dog, Indy, to this house to live with them, their new home together. The house is haunted, and there's a lot of spooky noises going on, and some kind of weird monster creature that shows up occasionally before disappearing and stuff, and it's trying to, get Indy and get Todd. And this entire time, you spend the whole movie following Indy. And since you're following Indy, you never really see, a full picture of things that includes Todd. So you never really even see his face. You get these silhouetted outlines of him pretty often. When he's watching TV, you'll see TV from a bigger perspective because to a dog it's much larger, and then you'll see some things out of the corner, and it's really cool. I love the way some of the shots look, and it makes it more tense. And I think the choice to follow the dog makes you naturally more emotionally invested, especially if you're already a dog fan. If you already have some pets of your own, you're going to feel, I think, a lot more emotional in certain scenes where the dog conveys so much. It really does seem fear and being frightened and analyzing the unknown. What does it all mean? And not fully understanding what's going on, with Todd and wanting to be there for Todd because he's so loyal to Todd. I think the dog actor Indy did an amazing job. And interestingly enough, at the end of the film, the director, Ben, is talking about how they made this. And Indy is not a trained dog actor. It's just Ben's dog. So him and his wife and his dog, over the course of 3 years, filmed this movie in 1 to 3 hour chunks. Like, shoot days. They filmed for like an hour to 3 hours, depending on, how cooperative Indy wanted to be over the course of 3 years. And I think the results are extraordinary. I think that all that time they put into this, all that passion is very clear on the big screen. It was a joy to watch. And I think they really did a great job with Indy. And I think the fact that Indy is not some kind of like, Air Bud prodigy or something, like a protege to the Air Bud lineage or something, really helps. Because it does just feel like a guy's dog who is now experiencing all this paranormal shit around it while seeing its best friend struggling and going through so much. It just makes it feel much more real and a lot more sad in certain aspects, again, without trying to get into too many spoilers. I just think it really is a good movie. Though I think some people will probably find it boring. Because it's not a film that is like, fast-paced, nuts to butts, scares out the wazoo or anything, trying to have you on the edge of your seat throwing popcorn in the air. Like, it is a slow burn. And for me, I really liked that. It's not a long movie. In fact, it's a very short movie. But that's not to say that it doesn't deliver a full experience. I was very satisfied with this, but I do think there will be people that come out of it just thinking that it was all just a one-trick pony, relying on the gimmick of the dog perspective to sell an otherwise bland horror movie. I think there will be people with that take. I'm just not one of them. I think it did something different, and it tried something new, and I think it did it well. Would I have liked to see a little bit more in terms of horror? Sure. But I think what's here is executed well, and I think their spin on it is something that will resonate with people that bother to pay enough attention to it, especially if you are a pet owner. I won't yap about it too long, but I will also mention that I found it extremely cute that they did the behind the scenes at the end of the movie to show you how they got Indy to do certain scenes. And I just thought it was so cute. It's no easy feat being able to have a dog perform in a movie like this. And they didn't try and force it or anything. They just did these short work days over the course of 3 years. This is a longer development time than a lot of Marvel projects get. And so I really appreciate that dedication to it and just wanting to build something special. And as the director mentions, this was like a family project for them. And I think they did a great job. I also couldn't help but get some Courage the Cowardly Dog vibes for certain scenes, especially when it came to how they lighted certain elements of it. Like scenes where Indy would be roaming around the house and there'd be this strong moonlight illuminating some very, specific piece of furniture as darkness creeps up on it. I did get some Courage vibes. Maybe I'm just, picking up on something that wasn't there. Courage the Cowardly Dog is one of my favorite shows ever made, and clearly the concept here of a horror movie from the perspective of a dog kind of fits in line with, Courage the Cowardly Dog and that, but I don't know, it really did seem like there were moments where there was definitely some influence there, which I appreciated. Regardless, though, I think this was a good movie. I would recommend it. I thought it was something new and something fresh.
2025 is a year full of cinematic surprises. Movies that I thought for sure were going to be awful, like Hard Eyes, turned out to be good. And now, that same phenomenon has just happened again with The Monkey. It's as Darman says, you really can't judge a book by its cover, because with these trailers, I thought for sure they would be trash, irredeemable, putrid garbage that, at best, could become fun bad. But that hasn't really been the case. I've just been enjoying them. So The Monkey is a very silly premise. There's a haunted, possessed, evil monkey doll toy. But don't call it a toy. They make that the tagline in the movie sometimes. That's the slogan on the back of the fucking cereal box for it. So you turn the key in the monkey and someone will die. It'll raise its hand, it starts beating its drum, and then someone dies in a really gory, quick way. It's marketed as being based on a Stephen King short, which I feel like I see in every horror movie these days. I don't know how many shorts and books Stephen King has written, but by this point, and based on all these trailers, it must be in the fucking millions, because it seems like every concept ever Stephen King wrote. Like, the mystery of the smelly pants. It's a pair of pants once owned by Beelzebub, and now it's fallen into the possession of this unsuspecting family. And when you put the pants on, a very odd aroma starts to flood the atmosphere that makes people choke and die. A Stephen King short brought to life by the Longlegs director. So, this is directed by the guy behind Longlegs. Good movie. I thought it was a little overhyped. I still enjoyed it. This movie, good movie. I think the glaze is a little too much. I think all the cream pies it's getting are a little over the top. The film, just from the trailer, you can immediately tell, knows that it's a little goofy. It's self-aware. But I thought it would still be a horror movie with some comedy sprinkled in, some tiddlywinks, some notes of comedy. But this movie is not that. It is a comedy with some slight garnishes of horror that are occasionally put in there. Because all of the kills and shit are simply used as a vessel for a joke. There is no real horror in The Monkey. It is just a full-blown comedy film. Which I think is fine. It can work if it was just better at it. Like, I don't think it's a bad movie by any means. As I said, I had fun watching it. But by the end of it, it becomes way too self-aware to its own detriment, where it just feels like everything is completely worthless. So, the monkey's beating the drum. Someone's dying. Someone's going to die. And they don't even do the bare minimum of building tension to it because they'd rather it just be a punchline. So, a quick example. In the trailer, there's the scene where the main character and that lady are walking through the house and she's about to open a closet and he's like, oh, wait, no. And then she opens the closet and a shotgun blows her to pieces. It fucking insta-gives her like it's TF2. That's the whole scene, and in the film, he's covered in all this blood and body parts and stuff, and he stands there and he takes off his glasses, cleans it, puts them on, his sunglasses, everything okay? And he's like, yep. And then he walks away. And it's supposed to be something like you laugh at, but they do that exact same gag like 8 fucking times. In all of the kills, I thought it'd be, like a Final Destination type of thing where you'd have like this crazy freak thing that they start building tension with, but it's not. It's just hits instantly for the sake of comedy. So like leading up to that woman getting blown to pieces, she's talking about all the people that are dying in really freak ways. And it just gives you a montage of like dead bodies. And that's it. Like, it shows you, like, the very end of a kill to try and make you laugh at it. Like, there's a scene, Bill, don't turn that key. And he's like, but I might. No, Bill, don't. And then as he's saying don't, it cuts to a fucking funeral and it shows that the guy had been turned into fucking cherry pie by a stampede. Like, all of the kills are just used to have the character go, yuck. And then leave. Like, it's just... Like, that joke loses its luster, and it really takes away from the rest of the film because it's pointless. Like, every death, all of it, it doesn't do anything if it's not making you laugh. Because the characters in the film don't take it seriously. A good comparison I'd make is to something like Scream, where, yeah, there's a lot of comedy in there, but they also do get serious. There's a lot of moments in this movie where I was like, okay, now it's about to get serious because, his brother is doing some fucked up shit. But no, even all that's played as a joke. There's never a moment in this film where anything gets serious. Like, he's about to lose custody of his kid, and even that's not serious. They'll just have somebody, like, blow up, and it'll be like, oh, gross. Man, Dad, why weren't you there for me? It's like, okay, that conflicting tone can be humorous for sure, but when you do it 20 times in a row, it stops being humorous. So really, the film only offers one thing. Comedy, and if it's not landing for you, you're not going to have a great time with the movie. There's some good shots, and like he shows he can film horror, but it's just not a horror movie. It's a comedy first and foremost that sometimes will dip its little tootsies into horror. But anyway, overall, I was entertained. I think it is a good movie. It's just, it really loses its luster in the second half. Like, I think the first half is strong because the jokes are landing. It's the first time they're telling the jokes, but when it gets to the second half, this shit's like Derek Zoolander. It's got one look. It's just the same joke over and over again. Here's someone dying in a crazy way with body parts flying all over the place and maybe some CGI blood and yuck. And it's not even crazy ways sometimes. Like, it felt like they were like running out of ideas for how someone should die. So you just have people like randomly blow up and it's like, whoa, they blew up. Dad, why don't you love me? And like you hear the same joke so many times, you see it so many times that by the end it's just like it's tiresome.
they wore it out. I really think what they should have done is keep the first half the way it is, because it is working. That is when it is at its strongest. But it should gradually get more serious as he's got his son here that, he's trying to protect by being an absentee father, but now he can't really protect him anymore because his son's been brought in on the family secret of the monkey that controls life and death. I feel like if they had played that second half more serious, it would have made everything work, and it would have elevated the comedy too, because then you can save jokes. You can make jokes hit harder if you're not just constantly having people blow up as your main source of comedy there. I do like the twin brother, though. Like the one that's descended into madness because of the monkey. I think he was really entertaining. But his time is so brief. The star that burns brightest burns out quickest. He's only there for a little bit, so you don't get a lot from him. But I feel like they could have leaned into that more, where as it's getting serious, you have that more serious tone now conflicting with this very cartoonish bad guy. I think that could have worked better as opposed to just still once again relying on, oh, that person blew up. I don't know. I still liked it. I didn't dislike it by any means. It's just, by the end, it really felt kind of pointless. There's not even really a story to this movie at all. It's just kind of a series of deaths that people don't really react to. And that's the humor of it. Wow, that person died and they don't really seem to care. They're talking about where they're going to go eat lunch. What? That's so wacky. And I have to just mention one thing specifically because it really reminded me of the bad scary movies, 5, where it doesn't really have a joke it wants to tell, but it feels like it needs to have one. So in this film, that's the cheerleaders. So there's a couple scenes where, during all this death, you'll have these cheerleaders that are going, yeah, they're wheeling the body out, wee, woohoo, and it's okay, how zany. And at the very end of the film, the cheerleaders come back on a school bus and they're cheering because so many people just died. And as they're leaning out of the window cheering for all this death directly at the screen, which is a breaking fourth wall moment, which I'm never really a fan of fourth wall breaks. I think they're just kind of cringe. But they're cheering yeah, well, what a movie, all this death. As they're cheering, a truck comes by and it decapitates all the cheerleaders. Roll credits, that's the end of the movie. It just feels so dumb. I'm using that as an example of sometimes where the movie feels like it needs to try and make you laugh, so it just does the stupidest possible way of getting to that point. And the very end of the movie, it tries to send you off with a big smile on your face with laughing at that, but nobody laughed in the theater when that came on. I heard a groan, because that's just kind of... That's really lazy. That's fucking nothing. And that's just kind of how I felt towards the end of the film. Again, I don't think it's a bad movie. I enjoyed it. It's a fine film. I guess it's going to be very hit or miss depending on how much you like that joke of people blowing up and others reacting to it